This man was stripped of everything and exiled to a wasteland shrouded in eternal night. No food, no weapons, only a nearly extinguished Lord's fire. But then he discovered a patch of eerie black farmland beneath his feet. Plant stones, and they grew into explosive split rocks. Plant corpses, and they grew into absolutely loyal undead. So this man began to farm like a madman, raising an entire army of monsters from the soil. While others trembled in the firelight, he was turning the eerie into his own resources. The night was long, but he would make sure that everyone who had betrayed him would never sleep in peace again. Because his territory was called Eternity, the prison cart stopped on a wasteland, surrounded only by cracked earth and the howling cold wind. The soldiers of the blazing kingdom escorting me looked at me with indifferent eyes, as if they were looking at a dead man. "We're here." Captain Roya opened the cage door and tossed a leather pouch at my feet. "These are the seed of the Lord's fire and the eerie crystals. There is an old altar on this land. You can ignite it. The king and the marquis have shown mercy by granting you this territory, so take care of yourself." What mercy indeed! I stood up, and the past 18 years flashed through my mind in an instant. I was originally a transmigrated soul, the legitimate eldest son of Marquis Golden Wheat. My father, Raymond, was a powerful sky knight who had guarded the northern frontier for 10 years without losing a single city. But this world was far from peaceful. Whenever night fell, monsters that devoured everything would breed in the darkness, and people called it the Eternal Night. Only the Lord's fire in noble territories could illuminate a safe zone. And this fire had to be sustained by eerie crystals obtained from killing the uncanny. So even though I was a cultivation failure, as long as I inherited the territory, I could still live a glorious life. But a week ago, at my 18th coming-of-age ceremony, everything changed. The newly crowned king forced my father to attack the allied Silver Moon Kingdom. After one eternal night, the territory where my father had been stationed vanished into thin air. What followed immediately was the king's decree. Raymond had been corrupted by the uncanny, had deliberately extinguished the Lord's fire, and had caused the deaths of 10,000 elite soldiers, an unforgivable crime. I was stripped of my inheritance rights and my family name, then exiled to the borderlands. The marquis title was handed over to my own uncle, Lei Hengshan. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, I knew very well that something was wrong behind all this. But I was too weak. None of my father's old subordinates supported me, and the nobles within the territory had long since been bought off by my uncle, so I had no power to resist at all. They did not spare me out of mercy. It was because my mother came from the Eagle Eye family, a ducal house of the Kingdom of Golden Chalice, and my maternal grandfather was a veteran Sky Knight. Although my mother had died young and the 2 families had long since lost contact, they did not dare gamble on whether Duke Eagle I might use this as a pretext for war. So they chose exile. Exile to a place even more hopeless than death. I stepped out of the prison cart and looked at the wasteland before me. Other territories at least had farmers, guards, and castles, but this place had nothing. This was the Sea Breeze Plain, the most barren land in the entire kingdom. Mountains blocked the front, and behind it stretched a boundless coast. After the eternal night descended, generations of lords had all been devoured here. There were no caravans, no adventurers, and no way to earn eerie crystals, so it had long since become a forsaken dead land abandoned by the kingdom. Roya did not even spare me a second glance before hurrying away with the prison cart. They had to return to camp before dark, or they too would be torn to pieces by the uncanny. As I watched their retreating figures, the sorrow in my eyes faded, leaving behind only a trace of ruthlessness. I swear upon a knight's honor, if I do not die today, then every wound inflicted upon me shall one day become a blade and be repaid in full. The cold wind pierced through my thin clothes. I bent down, picked up the leather pouch, and opened it. Inside was a thumb-sized piece of red amber, with a flame burning within it. There were also 5 gray-black crystals, which were precisely the first-tier eerie crystals used to ignite the Lord's fire. How generous indeed. Lighting the fire required 3 of them, leaving only 2, which would not last long. No food, no caravans, and with my meager cultivation, no matter how I looked at it, this was a dead end. I understood that if this place were not a death trap, they would never have thrown me here. To conserve what I had, I did not rush to light the fire, but instead sat on the ground and observed my surroundings. This place had once also been a small territory, but time had erased all traces of it, leaving only this altar. Perhaps I would meet the same end. The setting sun sank, and twilight spread across the wilderness. I knew night would come very quickly. I crouched down at the extinguished altar, placed 3 eerie crystals in a triangle, and set the fire seed in the center. Although I had lost my inheritance rights, the knowledge of how to be a lord was still in my mind. With a crack, the amber split open, and the flame slithered out like a little snake, devouring the 3 eerie crystals. A weak pale yellow flame rose up, radiating warmth. The area it illuminated was about 30 square meters. But in the next second, the flames swayed violently, like a candle in the wind that could go out at any moment. Alarmed, I hurriedly threw in another eerie crystal. Only then did the flame stabilize. I wiped away my cold sweat and suddenly discovered that something extra had appeared in my mind, something like a game interface. On it were written, Territory name, Sea Breeze Territory. Lord, Rhaegar. Surname revoked. Territory level, Ruined Camp. Lord's Fire, Candlefire level 1, protecting 30 square meters. There was also one line of text that stood out especially clearly. Myriad Phenomena, Eerie Field Loading. Plant all things, harvest miracles. Before I had time to look more closely, night had already fallen. The daylight suddenly went out, as if a giant hand had wiped across the sky. Daylight plunged into an ink-black pool, and boundless darkness pressed down like an iron curtain. It was not a gradual transition, but like a bottle of ink poured into clear water, spreading instantly. The entire plain fell into a deathly silence. Even after watching this for 18 years, the scene was still shocking. In the past, I had been in the core of a territory where the firelight covered over 100 square meters. Now I could only curl up beside this candle flame. Only a week had passed between then and now. Hiss, hiss, strange sounds came from beyond the firelight. It sounded like countless snakes slithering or fingernails scraping across the ground. At the edge of the circle of light, the darkness began to squirm. Clusters of shadows without shape crawled along the ground like black liquid. The moment the firelight touched them, the shadows let out a melting sound like grease dropped into flame. They retreated half a step, but did not leave. They were waiting for the fire to go out. Crawling wraiths in the shadows, rankless wandering wraiths. I forced the words out through clenched teeth. These were the lowest-ranked, uncanny beings, individually weak, but terrifying in number. Sure enough, a second cluster, a third cluster. In less than an hour, more than a dozen writhing shadows had gathered outside the light circle. I was surrounded by an army of crawling wraiths. The flame before me was my only salvation at this moment. I could only pray that there were no high-rank, uncanny beings on the plain, ones that could force their way through this faint light and devour me. I clenched the pigeon egg-sized black pendant at my chest, the only relic my mother had left behind. It had no magical power at all. It was only a keepsake, which was why the soldiers had not taken it away. Once I was temporarily safe, I began studying the interface in my mind. My father had never told me that lords would have such a thing. So could this be unique to me? The interface showed that I could build a simple tent and a simple fence, and most of the materials were bones, hides, and tendons taken from uncanny creatures. On this wasteland, such living materials were instead everywhere, but I did not dare collect them. The corpses of rank 0 uncanny beings would dissipate after dawn. Only eerie crystals could remain permanently. The interface continued to refresh. Myriad Phenomena Eerie Field successfully loaded. Plant all things, harvest miracles. It also listed field number 1 through field number 3, along with the number of eerie crystals harvested. If anything can be planted, can I plant a living person like ginseng? A bizarre thought surfaced in my mind. At the movement of my thoughts, a black farmland model appeared before my eyes, able to move freely, just like placing a building in a game. I placed it to the left side of my body, right next to the Lord's Fire. Only the innermost circle made me feel at ease. In the next second, the cracked earth instantly turned into a 1-meter square patch of black farmland, exuding a cold, sinister aura. What should I plant? The eerie crystals could not be touched. They were what kept me alive. The pendant was even more untouchable. It was my mother's only keepsake. That's right, stones. Since anything can be planted, I'll plant stones. Suppressing my fear, I stood up and, by the light of the fire, picked up 3 fist-sized bluish-brown stones. The interface prompted, no digging required, just place them in. I threw the 3 stones into the field, but only one sank in. So only one item can be planted at a time. I took the other 2 back out. A green sprout the length of a finger immediately emerged from the eerie field. The interface showed that the blue stone would mature in 2 hours, and that one eerie crystal fragment used as fertilizer could make it mature immediately. Eerie crystal fragments were the broken crystals dropped by rankless, uncanny beings like crawling wraiths. It took 7 or 8 of them to equal one first-tier eerie crystal. Naturally, I could not bear to smash my own eerie crystals, so I could only guard the flame and wait patiently. The sounds outside the firelight continued without pause, gradually turning into white noise. Hungry and freezing, I sat cross-legged, my eyelids growing heavier and heavier, until I fell asleep. Sizzle, hiss, a gust of sinister wind rose behind me, and I jolted awake. The flame before my eyes was swaying violently. This meant the fire's consumption was intensifying. When I turned around, I saw a larger crawling wraith forcing half its body into the territory against the firelight. Its sharp black claws were embedded in the soil as it inched forward bit by bit. I can't let it keep consuming the fire like this. It could not kill me for the moment, but it would burn through my eerie crystals, and I could not afford that. But I had no weapon, and if I were injured in hand-to-hand combat, I would only hasten my own death. At that moment, I caught sight of the eerie field. The blue stone had matured. It had become jagged and uneven, its surface covered in cracks, as if it were breathing slowly. I picked it up, and it felt icy cold in my hand. The interface showed, eerie cracked blue stone, rank 0. It continuously absorbs the power of eternal night, increasing its damage by 20% per hour, with the upper limit doubled. If it explodes upon hitting a target when thrown, its current damage increases by another 40%. What a fine stone. Overjoyed, I gathered all my strength and hurled it at the crawling wraith. At such close range, the blue stone smashed heavily into its head. With a bang, the blue stone exploded like a grenade. The crawling wraith's head burst open like an overripe watermelon, black fluid and tissue splattering in all directions. It stopped moving completely. With a thought, I pardoned the corpse. The Lord's fire no longer rejected it, and the flame returned to normal. This was a Lord's privilege, and it was precisely because of this that some cunning humanoid race would pretend to be human, deceive the Lord into trusting them, and then suddenly attack after entering the territory. I did not dare step forward to drag the corpse away. The outer ring was too dangerous, and I might be attacked by other crawling wraiths at any moment. I could only wait until dawn. This eerie field is far too powerful. A normal blue stone, once planted, becomes a tool capable of killing uncanny creatures. One every 2 hours. I can kill enough uncanny creatures to gather the eerie crystals needed to keep the flame going. I only had one extra first-tier eerie crystal left on me, not enough to last until the eternal night the day after tomorrow. But the eerie field had shown me the hope of survival. I planted another blue stone in the field. At the same time, a seed of vengeance was quietly planted in my heart as well. In the latter half of the night, I did not dare sleep again. Beside field number 1, 3 newly grown eerie cracked blue stones had already been placed, their cracks breathing like living things. These were all the stones I could find within the inner ring. Suddenly, a white dot appeared in the pitch-black sky. This was the sign that the eternal night was about to end. Without the slightest hesitation, I hurled all 3 eerie cracked blue stones into the army of uncanny creatures outside the territory. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous explosions rang out. I could not see outside, but bits of flesh and black fluid splattered into the territory. And I could imagine how unlit it was out there. The white dot spread rapidly, and a ghastly pale crack split open across the heavens. The darkness, like a collapsing beast, was torn apart, and the plain was exposed once more to the light of day without warmth. The eternal night was just like that, fast to come and fast to go. All uncanny beings vanished with the coming of daylight. Only the dead ones remained, slowly rotting under the sun. I looked toward the center of the explosions. The ground was strewn with blue stone fragments and mangled remains. There were also 2 relatively intact corpses, one crawling wraith and one dog-shaped uncanny creature pieced together from white bones, a bonehound wraith. I stepped forward and dug 3 eerie crystal fragments of similar size out of the 3 corpses. Then I carefully searched through the chunks of flesh, not overlooking a single spot, and managed to piece together 2 more. 5 fragments. That's equal to half a first-tier eerie crystal. If I stockpile more blue stones, I'll definitely be able to gather a full one. My confidence greatly increased. I dragged the 3 more intact corpses back into the territory, then picked up more than a dozen blue stones outside and piled them beside the eerie field. Just as I was about to plant another blue stone in the field, I hesitated for a moment. Then I set down the stone, dragged over the rotting, crawling wraith corpse, and threw it into the eerie field. The next second, the eerie field swallowed the rotting, crawling wraith corpse in one gulp. The interface prompted, crawling wraith planted, estimated to mature in 4 hours. As expected, corpses can be planted too. Unlike the blue stone, this time the sprout was 2 fingers long and had even grown 2 leaves. One leaf red, fertilized with 1 eerie crystal fragment, maturity time halved. The other read, mature under the eternal night, all attributes enhanced by 20%. Looks like I took a loss. I should have planted it at night. I wanted to stop, but with a thought I received a prompt. Digging it up will reset the progress to 0. Forget it, there's still another corpse. I'll let this one grow first. After a whole night of extreme vigilance, I was sleepy too. 4 hours was just enough for a nap. The eternal night had only just passed, and out here in this desolate wilderness, the little noise I made would not attract any living creature. I lay down beside the fire and sank into a deep sleep. The sea wind swept unhindered across the plain, and even with the fire, the ground was still cold to lie on. As winter gradually approached, a burst of cold wind woke me with a chill. The first thing I did was look at the eerie field. The crawling wraith had less than 20 minutes left before maturing. Before long, the gray-black soil began to squirm. A crawling creature emerged from the earth. The interface displayed, mutated crawling wraith, late rank 0. It was a size smaller than the original crawling wraith, but its bone claws were thicker and sharper. Most terrifying of all was its huge mouth split all the way to its ears, with foul-smelling slime seeping between its dense sharp teeth. Overall, it had become shorter and more compact, yet more formidable. The interface gave it a combat power value of 51. The evaluation read, swift in action, fearless of death, immune to pain, claws and fangs carry poison, suitable for use as expendable material. It scraped its bone claws together, sending sparks flying, and knelt humbly at my feet, as if willing to use its claws to tear apart all my enemies for me. I discovered that there was a familiar connection between me and it. I could command it freely with words or thoughts, as easily as moving my own arm. Unfortunately, it had no intelligence and could only understand simple commands. If planting corpses can turn them into living creatures, then perhaps I can grow an army. A sharp gleam flashed through my eyes. In this world, the strongest force had never been the individual, but the army. No matter how powerful a Sky Knight might be, it was impossible to face a full kingdom army alone. Go feed. I ordered it to eat the eerie corpses outside the territory, saving me eerie crystal fragments. As for the other 2 corpses, I would keep them for the next eternal night. Perhaps that would increase their combat power. I kept planting blue stones within the territory. 1 cycle every 2 hours, and after repeated testing, I confirmed one thing. Once an item matured, it could not be planted a second time. Anything could only be planted once. As the sun set in the west, the horizon was dyed orange-red. But this was not warmth. It was the omen of the eternal night's approach. Now, I no longer had last night's fear. Beside the eerie field, 7 eerie cracked blue stones were lined up in perfect order. All fear, at its core, came from insufficient firepower. The last first-tier eerie crystal was thrown into the fire, and the last eerie crystal fragment into the eerie field. Within an hour, the second mutated crawling wraith would crawl out and serve me. Suddenly, as if a merciless giant hand had brushed across the sky, everything went pitch black in an instant. The eternal night had descended. Hiss, hiss, dense sounds surged in from 30 meters away, quickly surrounding the entire territory. Patrol the perimeter. If any eerie thing dares cross the boundary, kill it immediately. I gave the order. The mutated crawling wraith opened its terrifying huge mouth and began patrolling back and forth along the narrow outer ring. In the eerie field, only one of the 2 leaves on the sprout remained. A moment later, the soil writhed, and the last leaf also fell away. Another hideous, mutated crawling wraith crawled out of the field and prostrated itself before me in submission. Its aura was colder, and its combat power value was even higher, 63. Plant the bonehound wraith. It stepped forward, drove its claws into the gaps in the bones, and dragged the bonehound wraith onto the eerie field. The interface displayed, bonehound wraith planted, estimated to mature in 5 hours. This time, of the 2 leaves, one was for reducing time with fertilizer, while the other required adding another bonehound wraith to produce a fused mutation. So the leaves' requirements can change. I had no extra bonehound wraith on hand, so I could only cancel it and plant blue stones instead. After that, I stared at the eerie field and calculated. Blue stones matured every 2 hours. It was impossible for me to stay awake forever watching over them. 2 hours later, a new eerie cracked blue stone matured. Go, push that stone out. I looked at the earliest number 1 mutated crawling wraith. It moved to the edge of the field, carefully clamped the crack-covered blue stone with its black claws, and flicked it aside. The blue stone rolled onto the open ground. Very good. I pointed at the pile of ordinary blue stones. Now push another one in. With one shove, it pushed a blue stone into the black field, and a sprout immediately broke through the soil. Its movements were stiff, but it succeeded. When a stone comes out, move it aside, then push a new one in. Keep the cycle going. With this tireless labor force, my tightly strung nerves finally relaxed a little. Hungry. A fierce sense of hunger burned up from my stomach. Tomorrow I must explore the mountains and the surrounding area. Without food, even if I have eerie crystals, I won't last much longer. Wrapping my clothes tighter around myself, I leaned against the flame and drifted off again. The sea wind howled, mixed with hair-raising whispers from the darkness. Yet within this 30-square-meter circle of light, I slept unusually soundly. Clang. After who knew how long, a harsh metallic scraping sound woke me. It was the sound of bones striking something hard. I rolled over and sat up, my gaze sweeping toward the source of the noise. At the edge of the light circle, a crawling wraith that had tried to cross the boundary had already been skewered through the head by my mutated wraith's claw and nailed to the ground. Before I could breathe a sigh of relief, on the other side of the territory, the darkness churned like boiling water. Another crawling wraith, enduring the scorching burn of the firelight, forcibly squeezed into the circle. The mutated crawling wraith suddenly yanked out its bone claw, twisted its body in midair, and pounced on the second intruder like a black shadow. With the Lord's fire suppressing the enemy, and with its combat power far exceeding that of its kin, it tore the other's head apart in just 2 exchanges. But my expression grew darker and darker. These eerie creatures are getting more and more brazen. Sure enough, dense scraping sounds surged in from the darkness like a tidal wave. Dozens of black claws stretched into the territory without regard for anything, gouging deep furrows into the soil. By the light of the fire, I saw more than just crawling wraiths. A ghastly white bony tail lashed at the edge of the light circle, sending sparks flying. A withered monkey paw covered in black fur reached in, its dark red nails clawing at the ground with a piercing sound. It was no longer only crawling wraiths being drawn here. Fortunately, they were all the lowest rank 0 creatures, instinctively afraid of the Lord's fire, and for the moment were pinned at the edge. I took a deep breath and turned to look at the eerie field. Number 1 mutated crawling wraith was still faithfully working, like an emotionless machine. To the left of the field, the matured, eerie cracked blue stones had already piled up into a small hill. I swept my eyes over them, my gaze burning hot. 11 stones. 4 more have been produced. I quickly calculated. So the eternal night has already lasted close to 10 hours. No wonder they're getting so desperate. I didn't expect I'd sleep for so long. The end of the eternal night, the final darkness before dawn, was often the time when eerie creatures became most frenzied. The interface showed that among these 11 stones, aside from the last 2, the other 9 had all been left long enough to reach their enhancement cap. Damage bonus, 100%. Looking at the layers upon layers of eerie creatures outside the light circle, all restless and ready to move, the corner of my mouth curled into a cold smile. The helplessness and fear of being surrounded last night had now turned into the excitement of holding life and death in my hands. Since you're all in such a hurry, to the point where even the Lord's fire can't stop you, then as the Lord here, I ought to give you a grand gift. I stood up, grabbed 2 fully enhanced blue stones in each hand, twisted my waist, and swung my arms hard, hurling them fiercely toward the deepest part of the darkness. Then I turned, grabbed another 5, and threw them one after another in all directions. 9 eerie cracked blue stones traced 9 fatal arcs through the air before plunging into the roiling darkness. Boom, boom, boom. 9 deafening thunderclaps erupted across the wasteland. The blast waves overturned the soil, and blue light tore gaping wounds into the darkness. It was as if the whole world had fallen silent, with only a ringing hum left in my ears. The shock waves reached the inside of the territory, and the flame shook violently, as if it might go out at any moment. Severed limbs, rotten flesh, and shattered bones splattered into the territory like a rainstorm. Thud! A gray-black crystal came flying over along with the bits of flesh, shooting straight at my face. I reacted quickly and caught it. It was an eerie crystal fragment covered in slime. What power! I wiped the blood and filth from my face, my eyes blazing with mad exhilaration. But this devastating strike did not make the eerie creatures retreat. These monsters had no concept of fear at all. After the deathly silence came even more frenzied hissing, more crawling wraiths, bonehound wraiths, and even some grotesque monsters whose names I did not know pressed more boldly into the territory. Under the overwhelming numbers, the suppression of the Lord's fire was beginning to prove inadequate. So restless, I let out a cold snort, tucked the eerie crystal fragment into my clothes, and raised a hand toward the darkness. Then kill them all. The two mutated crawling wraiths let out low growls and stopped defending passively. They lowered their bodies, their hind legs suddenly driving forward, transforming into two black streaks as they charged straight toward the border of light and darkness. A brutal slaughter erupted instantly. After a long while, a ghastly pale crack split open across the heavens. The darkness collapsed, and daylight without warmth poured down, brutally erasing the eerie aura. I've lived through another day. How nice. I let out a long breath of turbid air. The daylight illuminated the surroundings, and the brutal scene became clear. Inside the territory lay 6 relatively intact crawling wraith corpses strewn all over the place, along with 1 bonehound wraith. The number 2 mutated crawling wraith was sprawled near the edge, covered in wounds, slime dripping from it, but still alive. As for the earliest one, number 1, I had personally watched it get dragged into the darkness by a withered monkey paw. By now, it was probably not even scraps anymore. Outside the territory, the ground was pitted and scarred, with several extra scorched deep craters. Great piles of minced flesh covered the landscape, mostly from crawling wraiths. I stood up and dug 7 eerie crystal fragments out of the more intact corpses. Then I grabbed the bonehound wraith by its hind legs and dragged it onto the eerie field. I also threw in the bonehound wraith from yesterday, making it 2 corpses, and then tossed in 1 eerie crystal fragment as well. It was not that I had suddenly become generous. I had done the math. The time saved would be enough to grow 1 more eerie cracked blue stone, making it worth far more than 1 eerie crystal fragment. The soil churned, swallowing the corpses and the eerie crystal fragment. The 2 leaves on the sprout fell away, and the seedling grew sturdier. Go, pile these intact corpses together. I ordered number 2 mutated crawling wraith. Dragging its wounded body, it began to work. I did not stay idle either. I walked out of the territory and searched inch by inch through the ground full of minced flesh and scorched earth. Eerie crystal fragments constantly emitted a cold aura. As long as I got close enough, I could sense them. An hour later, I had found 17 eerie crystal fragments outside the territory. Adding the 6 inside the territory, I had already accumulated 23 in the leather pouch, nearly equal to 3 first-tier eerie crystals. Last night's battle had been a great harvest. While searching, I also made a new discovery. When I touched certain eerie remains, an interface popped up in my vision. Eerie club bones were the primary bones of bonehound wraiths, 5 from each one, and could be used as construction material or weapon material. Tattered eerie hide, with 3 pieces making 1 complete hide. There were also eerie tongues and eerie tendons, all of which could be used as building materials. Half an hour later, I had gathered 5 eerie club bones, 7 pieces of tattered eerie hide, 12 meters of eerie tendons, and 8 eerie tongues. A lucky mistake. It's just enough to build a simple tent. From now on, I won't have to endure the sea wind head-on when I sleep. After returning to the territory, I opened the interface and chose to craft. Once the materials were deducted, the simple tent was successfully made. A black tent model appeared in my field of vision. Just like when I placed the eerie field, it could only be positioned within the territory's range. I dragged it to the inner ring by the fire, and the real object instantly rose from the ground. A 3-square-meter tent stood in the open space, and its appearance was rather creepy. For ghastly white eerie club bones crossed to form the frame, covered with black eerie hide that gave off a fishy stench. Eerie tendons served as ropes, and 4 eerie tongues covered in barbs were deeply nailed into the soil. The corner of my mouth twitched. This thing looked even more sinister than the eerie creatures outside. The interface showed, when same-rank creatures rest inside, all recovery speeds increase by 20%, and it can also greatly block the outside temperature. If I sleep inside, I can cut my sleep time by 20% every day. I sighed. I'm clearly a noble lord. So how did I end up as a laborer who even has to think about sleep efficiency? The early stage of building a domain is really hard. Fortunately, the materials had all been picked up for free, and the ability to block the cold was exactly what I needed most, so I did not dwell on it any further. If I farm another wave of eerie crystals tonight, I'll be able to unlock the second eerie field too. The situation is getting better. I licked my cracked lips, and suddenly my stomach twisted in pain. After 2 days and 2 nights without food or water, even with the physique of an apprentice knight, I was dizzy now. My throat was so dry it felt like it was smoking, and even swallowing saliva carried the taste of blood. Food was now the deadliest crisis before me, even more urgent than eerie crystals. After taking care of the territory's miscellaneous matters, I brought along my only remaining mutated crawling wraith and stepped beyond the bounds of the territory. I hope there are still surviving noble territories somewhere on this plane. I can trade eerie crystal fragments for some food and water. If not, finding a beastman tribe or a monster pack will do too. If the mutated crawling wraith can snatch even a little, that's still something. One man and one wraith trudged across the wasteland. The farther I went, the colder my heart became. There was no trace of any living creature's activity here. Not even a lump of beast dung could be found. At least around the territory, no living thing came and went. Just when I was about to despair, even preparing to go back and gamble my life on eating eerie flesh, my vision suddenly darkened. On an earthen mound several hundred meters ahead, a shadow appeared. I immediately crouched down and narrowed my eyes to observe under the cover of withered grass. It was a knight in heavy black armor, wandering aimlessly, with thick black mist seeping out from the slit of his helmet. I recognized that armor engraved with the family crest at a glance. It was none other than Captain Roya, the Black Iron, rank knight who had escorted me here. And at this moment, he had clearly long since lost his life. Once eroded by a soul wraith, a person would become a wandering living wraith, with no consciousness and no sense of pain. It would not disappear at dawn either, but would continue hunting the living. As the saying went, corruption added 3 points of strength. The combat power of a living wraith was often even greater than it had been in life. I suppressed my killing intent. With only myself and one mutated crawling wraith, rushing up would be nothing but serving ourselves on a platter. Even if Roya had not become a living wraith, dealing with my mutated crawling wraith would still have been effortless for him. I turned around and retreated without hesitation. Once I had withdrawn to a safe distance, a bold guess surfaced in my mind. If even Roya has become a living wraith, then the others can't possibly have been spared. That means the entire escort squad has already been wiped out. I stroked my chin. Eerie creatures only ate living people. They did not eat human food. But when the squad escorted me, they had carried a large amount of supplies. Those provisions had to still be left where they had made camp. That was my only hope of surviving. The problem was that the temporary camp was far away. Even on horseback, it would take nearly half a day. If I walked there on 2 legs, I would never make it back before the eternal night. To encounter the eternal night in the wild was certain death. I had to get some kind of mount. I turned my head to look at the mutated crawling wraith beside me. This thing moved swiftly, but its whole body was lined with sharp parts, and it was too small in build to ride at all. Calculating as I went, I hurried back toward the territory. The moment I caught sight of that 30-square-meter patch of dim light, my steps abruptly halted. Beside Eerie Field Number 1, there was now a terrifying white-boned creature. Its build was like that of a large dog, its entire body pieced together from ghastly thick white bones, with barbs growing along its spine. Most striking of all were its 2 massive bony heads, with ghostly blue soul flames flickering in their eye sockets. This was clearly the fused mutation produced by planting 2 bonehound wraiths together with an eerie crystal fragment. My eyes lit up, and even my hunger faded a little. With that size and that frame, it was practically the perfect wasteland mount. I stepped into the territory and pulled up the interface. 2-headed bonehound wraith, mutated, peak rank 0, combat power value 92. The evaluation read, hard skeleton, extremely explosive power, tireless, painless, extremely bloodthirsty, recommended as a charging mount or meat shield. Combat power 92. That earlier mutated crawling wraith had only been 51. This thing had nearly doubled that, reaching the very peak of rank 0. The moment I approached, the 2-headed bonehound wraith immediately prostrated itself on the ground. Its 2 heads pressed flat to the earth, and its entire skeleton creaked as it rubbed together, expressing absolute submission. What perfect timing! I stepped forward and patted its back. It was icy and hard, and without hesitation I swung myself onto it. Its broad white bony spine was somewhat uncomfortable, but the barbs neatly avoided the riding area, and with both hands I could firmly grab the 2 protruding bone spikes on its neck as handles. There's no time. Let's go. Before leaving, I remembered something. I grabbed 8 eerie crystal fragments from the leather pouch and dumped them all into the altar. The flame leaped higher, and the light became steadier. This lord's fire absolutely could not go out. It was my route. You stay in the territory. I turned to the mutated crawling wraith and pointed at that pile of blue stones. Keep planting. Every time one matures, replace it with another. If any living thing or eerie creature intrudes, kill it on sight. It hissed twice and obediently crouched beside the eerie field. Go. I squeezed with my legs, and the two-headed bone hound wraith shot out of the circle of light. The wild wind instantly filled my thin robe. Fast, too fast. It was a whole notch faster than the purebred warhorses I had ridden in the Golden Wheat family. Its four-bone claws gouged deep pits into the hard ground, and each leap carried it several meters. Most importantly, it never grew tired. Its only flaw was the lack of shock absorption. I felt as if all my internal organs were being churned upside down, and my empty stomach cramped violently. I could only grit my teeth and lower my body to reduce wind resistance. One man and one hound became a pale streak, tearing wildly across the wasteland. After some unknown stretch of time, two enormous mountain ranges gradually came into view at the end of the horizon. The final camp of the escort squad had been near the foot of those mountains. Fortunately, while sitting in the prison cart, I had been observing the surroundings the whole time, and my memory was good enough that I could now retrace the route back smoothly. I patted its neck bones, adjusted our direction, and headed straight for the mountain foot. Before long, a temporary camp came into view. This place, too, had once been an abandoned noble territory, with an altar standing at its center, the fire long since extinguished. The camp was a mess, the soil overturned, with dried black-brown bloodstains everywhere. Weapons and broken pieces of armor were scattered all around, hollow inside, with not even a bone left. Not far from the altar stood a black carriage with the prison cage removed. Beside the carriage was a broad-bladed greatsword stuck into the ground at an angle, and on its guard was engraved the Golden Wheat crest. It was a first-tier knight's weapon, Roya's personal sword. I pulled out the greatsword. It was extremely heavy in my hands, and the blade had several chips in it, stained with a few tufts of silver-white fur. I pinched one between my fingers, and my gaze instantly turned cold. This wasn't done by eerie creatures. Eerie creatures ate people without even spitting out bones, and they certainly would not leave behind this kind of fur. Roya and the others had fallen prey to magical beasts. Most likely, a magical beast had destroyed the Lord's fire. Eerie creatures had swarmed in, and in the end the entire squad was wiped out, with Roya accidentally turning into a living wraith. This was not a place to linger. Sword in hand, I rushed to the carriage and tore away the heavy oilcloth. Beneath it were a wooden chest and some sacks. Crack! I split open the chest. Water. It was neatly packed with more than a dozen water skins filled to the brim. I grabbed one, yanked out the stopper, and guzzled it down. The sweet fresh water ran down my throat, and my cracked lips and parched smoking throat were instantly soothed. Only after drinking half a skin in one go did I let out a long breath. I was alive again. I searched through the sacks again. About 5 pounds of wind-dried smoked meat, 7 hard black loaves, a small amount of white bread, and some nuts. This had been Roya's private rations. Eaten sparingly, it would be enough to keep me going for half a month. There were also spare linen clothes and a beast hide coat for warmth. Best of all, one leather pouch actually held 2 first-tier eerie crystals and 6 eerie crystal fragments. This had been their reserve fuel for keeping the return flame seed alive, and now it all belonged to me. What an unexpected windfall. It's practically a beginner's gift pack. I stuffed all the water skins into a sack, tied it tightly shut, and fastened it to the back of the two-headed bonehound wraith. After some thought, I wedged that first-tier greatsword into the gap between its ribs to keep it secured. Perhaps it would be useful at a critical moment. I also picked up 2 daggers from the ground. They could be used for cutting food or digging out eerie crystals. Oh woo! Just as I was about to mount the hound, a shrill wolf howl came from deep within the mountains. Every hair on my body stood on end, and I whipped my head around. Several silver-white figures burst out from the hillside bushes and rushed straight toward the camp, bloodthirsty ferocity shining in their eyes. 3 giant wolves nearly 2 meters long, with silver-white fur exactly the same as the fur I had found in the camp. First-tier magical beasts, silver moon wolves. My pupils shrank. These things were incredibly fast and also moved in packs. Once they latched on, even a black iron, rank knight like Roya would die in hatred, let alone an apprentice knight like me. Go! I swung myself onto the hound and slapped its skull. Both heads of the two-headed bonehound wraith let out silent roars at once, and with a violent burst of its limbs, it shot forward burdened with all our supplies, becoming a streaking white skeleton racing toward the depths of the plain. Behind us, the 3 silver moon wolves chased relentlessly, the distance between us closing bit by bit. Their burst speed really was terrifying. But lying flat against the bone back and staring ahead, I did not panic. Magical beasts were ultimately flesh and blood creatures. Their bursts were strong, but their stamina was limited. The one beneath me, on the other hand, was a tireless, painless eerie machine. We ran wildly for a full half-hour. When I looked back, the 3 silver moon wolves had clearly slowed, their tongues hanging out, the ferocity in their eyes replaced by fatigue. In the end, they stopped running, let out a few unwilling howls, and turned back. We had shaken them off. I did not let the hounds slow down, because it was already getting late, and I had to get back to the territory before the eternal night. At the far end of the sky, the setting sun was red as blood. The wind on the plain turned biting cold. Wrapped tightly in the beast-hide coat I had just seized, I stared fixedly at the horizon. This trip had taken longer than expected, and the weight of the supplies had dragged down our top speed. Twilight cast extremely long shadows, and at last the outline of the territory appeared within sight. Suddenly, my heart clenched violently, and I looked up at the sky. A black dot abruptly appeared in the air and, with no regard for reason, spread instantly, brutally swallowing the final trace of the setting sun. The eternal night had descended. The iron curtain of darkness crashed down, and the temperature plummeted. Faster, faster, I roared, clamping my legs tightly around its abdomen. In the boundless darkness, only that faint pale yellow flicker of fire 100 meters ahead was swaying. It was my only road to survival. Hiss, hiss, scalp-numbing scraping sounds arose from all directions. In the darkness, countless crawling wraiths spawned out of nowhere and surged in like a tide, trying to block that white skeletal streak racing forward. Charged through. The 2-headed bonehound wraith erupted with the power of peak rank 0. Its 2 heads were like battering rams, directly smashing aside several crawling wraiths that blocked the path. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. More and more bone claws stretched in from both sides, grabbing at my calves. At the critical moment, it violently kicked off with its hind legs, and its huge frame leaped into the air. Bang! It crashed heavily into the 30-square-meter circle of light, sending both it and me tumbling several times across the ground. We were safe. I gasped for breath. But before I had time to rejoice, harsh, sizzling sounds of melting came to my ears. When it landed, 3 crawling wraith claws had become firmly wedged in the cracks between its hind leg bones, dragged forcibly into the range of the firelight. Under the suppression of the firelight, the skin of those 3 wraiths rapidly ulcerated and smoked, yet they still waved their claws madly, trying to attack me at point-blank range. Deal with them. I scrambled up from the ground and yanked out the first-tier greatsword wedged between the ribs of the bonehound wraith. Before my words had even finished, the mutated crawling wraith guarding the eerie field turned into a black streak and pounced. The 2-headed bonehound wraith also flipped up swiftly, both skulls opening into huge bony jaws. Crack! The bonehound wraith bit through one creature's neck in a single snap, and the mutated crawling wraith's claws pierced through another one's skull. Gripping the sword with both hands, I brought it down viciously on the last one. Splurt! With the sharpness of a first-tier weapon and the strength of an apprentice knight, I pinned it directly into the soil. Black blood ran down the fuller of the blade. I pulled out the sword and planted it on the ground, a trace of lingering fear flashing through me. A few seconds later, and I might have been left forever in the darkness, looking at the densely packed, frantically writhing army of eerie creatures outside the light circle, unable to cross that boundary by even a single step. My fear turned into anger, and a grimly cold curve spread across my lips. Looks like tonight will be another harvest night. I untied the rope and hauled down the heavy sack. I did not hurry to eat. Once the food was in my hands, it would not run away if I ate later. My stomach was already starving to the point of cramping numbness. It would not matter if I stayed hungry a little longer. The urgent task now was to turn the resources I had seized into hard power for the territory. I turned to look at Eerie Field Number 1. 7 mature, eerie cracked blue stones were already stacked beside the field, and another was still growing in the soil. My firepower reserves were sufficient. It's time to expand the production line. I took out the eerie crystals and clicked to unlock Eerie Field Number 2. 2 first-tier eerie crystals and 8 eerie crystal fragments instantly turned to ash-like smoke and vanished. The interface indicated that the conditions had been met, and the unlock was successful. I dragged the new black field model to the right side of Eerie Field Number 1 making it convenient to arrange work in the future. The ground trembled, and the yellow earth transformed into cold black soil. The two eerie fields stood side by side, especially eye-catching in the firelight. Night is the best time to plant crawling wraiths. Blue stones can be planted during the day. Stroking my chin, I quickly did the math. Eerie cracked blue stones had decent power, but their upper limit was too low. At most, one thrown stone could blow up two crawling wraiths, and it would not even leave a complete corpse behind. It was nothing more than a one-time consumable. Mutated crawling wraiths were different. These were thugs that could be used continuously. They could kill several ordinary crawling wraiths and still leave behind intact corpses as resources. In terms of cost-effectiveness, they completely outclassed the blue stones. In terms of cost, crawling wraith corpses were actually cheaper than blue stones. Right now, there were still 6 relatively intact corpses lying in the territory, and after tonight, there would be even more. I only need to keep a few blue stones for emergencies. It's time to completely abandon their production. I made up my mind and went directly for an army spam strategy. If I could grow dozens of mutated crawling wraiths, then these 30 square meters would become an iron fortress. I turned to the mutated crawling wraith. "Come here and work." It immediately crawled over, hissing obediently. I pointed at the corpses on the ground, then at eerie field number 2. "Drag a corpse in there." It bit down on a dead kin's hind leg and forcibly dragged it into the black soil. The earth churned and swallowed the corpse. I then took out an eerie crystal fragment and tossed it in. The interface displayed, "Crawling wraith planted, 4 hours to mature, all attributes enhanced by 20% if matured under the eternal night." The progress bar instantly jumped forward by half. I patted its ugly head. Remember the process. Whenever a field becomes empty, drag one corpse in and then add one of these. I placed the remaining 5 eerie crystal fragments beside the field. Keep the cycle going. Don't stop. It swayed its head as if half understanding, then crouched beside the eerie crystal fragments awaiting orders. Once that automatic assembly line was set up, my taut nerves finally relaxed. The intense hunger immediately surged back in retaliation, and stomach acid burned up my esophagus. I sat down by the fire and opened the sack. Inside were black bread, smoked meat, nuts, and a few pieces of white bread wrapped in moisture-proof paper. The black bread was as hard as stone, and the smoked meat was crusted with salt. Without boiling or soaking, neither would go down at all. I did not even look at them and simply grabbed a piece of white bread and a handful of nuts. Tearing open the paper, the fragrance of wheat drifted out, mixed with a faint sweetness. I opened my mouth and took a savage bite. No butter, no jam. The crust was dry and tough, the inside soft. As I chewed, the starch turned to sugar, and the sweetness stimulated my taste buds. I stuffed in a few nuts and chewed them together. The rich oiliness mixed with the scent of wheat and burst open in my mouth. I closed my eyes, my throat bobbing, and forced it down. Dry, yet sweet to an extreme. I pulled open the water skin and took a fierce gulp, washing the breadcrumbs stuck in my throat down into my stomach. In my previous life on Blue Star, I would not even have looked twice at plain white bread like this. After transmigrating into the golden wheat family, as the Marquis's legitimate eldest son, every meal I ate was made with refined flour, little round breads thickly spread with the finest beast milk butter, paired with rare-cooked magical beast steaks and freshly squeezed juice. This kind of coarse white bread, in golden wheat territory, was dry rations given to low-ranking knights. Even the noble hounds would not touch it. But now, I felt that this was the most delicious food in the world. Food dropped into my stomach, and a wave of warm spasms came from within. My shriveled cells frantically absorbed the nutrients, and the battle chi that had stagnated inside me began to circulate slowly again, driving the chill from my limbs. In one go, I ate 2 pieces of white bread, all the nuts, and drank half a water skin. Burp, an impressively loud belch escaped me. Leaning back against the sack, I let out a long, satisfied breath. After eating my fill, blood rushed to my stomach, and my brain began to run short of oxygen. A powerful wave of drowsiness washed over me, and my eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. I rubbed my face and forced myself to stay alert as I walked toward the 2-headed bonehound wraith. This peak rank 0 skeletal beast was crouched at the edge, both heads vigilantly staring into the darkness. You keep watch tonight. Any eerie thing that dares step into the territory, kill it immediately. After killing it, kick every corpse out of the circle of light. Not a single one is to remain. The soul flames in its eye sockets flickered once, and it made a clattering sound of grinding bones. The Lord's fire would instinctively purify eerie creatures. Without my pardon, any corpse left within the circle of light would continue consuming eerie crystals. Even though I was a bit wealthier now, I still could not afford such waste. In any case, eerie creatures did not eat their own kind, so going out to collect them during the day would have the same effect. After arranging the night watch, I crawled into that simple tent made of eerie materials. It was less than 3 square meters inside, cramped, but the eerie hide perfectly blocked out the biting sea wind, and even the eerie creature's shrieks were muffled by more than half. Wrapped tightly in my beast hide coat, I gradually warmed up. The fire was burning outside. 2 mutated wraiths were standing guard for me, and my stomach was radiating heat. This sense of safety in the midst of an apocalyptic dead end made me relax completely. I closed my eyes and fell into a deep sleep in less than 3 seconds. Outside the tent, the gale still raged. The 2-headed bone hound wraith rose and walked to the edge of the light circle. A crawling wraith that had recklessly stuck half its body and was crushed through the head under one paw, then kicked like a ball deep into the darkness. While I slept soundly, hundreds of meters away in the darkness beyond the territory, a scarlet glow slowly lit up. That glow stared fixedly at this weak cluster of firelight. The 2-headed bone hound wraith abruptly raised both heads, its soul flames leaping violently, and let out a silent roar in that direction. Who knew how much time had passed before I awoke? Full of energy, my body restored to its peak. It's been a long time since I've slept this well. I lifted the tent flap, and the sight before me made my pupils contract sharply. In the center of the territory, the pale yellow lord's fire was swaying violently, the flame suppressed until it was only the size of a fist, as if it could go out at any moment. Without hesitation, I grabbed the leather pouch, poured out the remaining 7 eerie crystal fragments, and tossed them precisely into the altar. Gray smoke rose, and the firelight surged upward by half a meter before stabilizing again. When I stepped out of the tent, I saw an absurd scene. Outside the territory, crawling wraiths were constantly being flung into the air from the darkness and crashing heavily into the circle of light. The 2-headed bone hound wraith was rushing back and forth along the edge, its 2 skulls frantically tearing at them, biting each fallen crawling wraith to pieces before kicking it back out. These crawling wraiths did not look like they had entered on their own. It looked more as if something outside was throwing them in. Inside the territory, 6 newly grown mutated crawling wraiths stood there blankly, motionless. The one beside the eerie field responsible for planting had gone back to planting blue stones after finishing with the corpses. The corpses don't need to be kicked out anymore. All of you, go help. I reacted at once. These mutated wraiths had low intelligence. Without orders, they would not actively engage the enemy. The moment the words left my mouth, the 6 mutated crawling wraiths let out hisses and transformed into 6 black shadows rushing toward the edge. I pointed to one of them again and ordered, "You are specifically responsible for dragging the dead corpses near the firelight. Don't let them pile up at the edge." With the mutated crawling wraiths joining the battlefield, the pressure on the 2-headed bone hound wraith dropped sharply. But 30 square meters was simply too small. 7 mutated wraiths plus the massive bone hound wraith, along with the constant stream of ordinary eerie creatures being thrown in, left the place so cramped that they could hardly move, occasionally even colliding with one another. I have to raise the level of the Lord's fire as soon as possible. I estimated that I had slept at least 8 hours, making up for all my previous lack of sleep. But how long this bizarre business of eerie creatures constantly flying into the territory had been going on, I had no idea. Looking up, I saw black shadows still writhing at the border of light and darkness. Just then, a streak of scarlet flashed through the depths of the dark. Scarlet eyes. This is the mark of a first-tier eerie creature. My heart sank. These crawling wraiths being thrown in as cannon fodder had absolutely been a probe by that first-tier eerie creature. As more and more corpses piled up, the mutated crawling wraith responsible for transport quickly built a small mountain beside the altar, 11 corpses in total. Perhaps because the fire had never gone out, the first-tier eerie creature lurking outside finally lost its patience. That scarlet glow became clear, and large sections of earth at the edge of the light circle were overturned. More than a dozen crawling wraiths, 2 bonehound wraiths, and a monkey corpse wraith shriveled like a dead monkey were forcibly pushed into the territory by some immense force. Immediately afterward, a thick pitch-black giant claw reached into the circle of light. When the firelight touched it, violent sizzling and melting sounds erupted, but the claw did not retreat. A gigantic crawling wraith, as large as a full-grown lion, slowly forced its way into the territory. Its skin was black-red, its back covered in bony armor, and its eyes blazed with violent scarlet light. A first-tier crawling wraith. Hiss! It let out a spine-chilling hiss, and the sound seemed like an invisible wind that made the firelight shake violently, dimming by a third in an instant. The two-headed bonehound wraith showed no fear at all. Its soul flames flared, its hind legs kicked hard, and its huge skeletal body slammed directly into the intruder. Bang! With a muffled thud, it flew back even faster than it had charged, crashing heavily to the ground with two ribs broken. The claws of the first-tier crawling wraith were longer than an entire mutated crawling wraith's body. With one savage swing of its right claw, it split a lunging mutated crawling wraith cleanly in two, black slime splashing all over my face. A complete dominance in combat power. Even with the suppression of the Lord's fire, the gulf between rank 0 and tier 1 was still nearly impossible to bridge. The other rank 0 eerie creatures had it even worse. Under the suppression of the firelight, they were being slaughtered one-sidedly by the remaining mutated crawling wraiths. But that did not solve the greatest crisis. I gripped the first-tier greatsword tightly and stood my ground before the altar. This was the final bottom line. If I lived, the fire lived. If I died, the fire would go out. Attack! All of you! Hold it down! I commanded. The 6 mutated crawling wraiths that had finished clearing the rank 0 creatures frantically pounced on the first-tier crawling wraith, using their smaller size to latch onto its limb joints with all their strength. The two-headed bonehound wraith climbed back up and clamped its 2 skulls onto the armored bone plates on either side of its neck. A brutal slaughter erupted within the cramped space. The place is too small. We can't even make use of our numbers. I ground my teeth. The fully enhanced eerie cracked blue stone in my right hand was raised several times, only to be lowered again in frustration. The distance was too short, friend and foe completely tangled together. If it exploded, we would all die together. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the flame shrink back to the size of a fist, and cold sweat broke out all over me. I immediately threw down the greatsword, pulled out a dagger, and lunged toward the pile of corpses. The blade sliced into rotten flesh, and I searched frantically, throwing every eerie crystal fragment I found into the fire. A second, a third. By constantly digging and feeding the fire, I barely managed to keep it alive. The battle ahead had already reached its fiercest point. The first-tier crawling wraith violently shook its body, hurling 2 mutated crawling wraiths out of the territory and into the darkness. One of the two-headed bonehound wraith's skulls was smashed apart by brute force, its soul flame dimmed, and its huge body was sent flying again, crashing onto the edge of the eerie field and unable to get up for a long while. Of the 7 mutated crawling wraiths, 4 were already dead. Gripping the greatsword, I faced the slowly advancing first-tier crawling wraith, prepared to fight to the death together with the remaining mutated wraiths. At that moment, the first-tier crawling wraith seemed to sense something, and its movement suddenly paused. It let out an unwilling hiss at me, then turned around without hesitation. Its huge body withdrew from the circle of light and disappeared back into the depths of darkness. The next second, right at the center of the pitch-black heavens, a ghastly pale bright spot abruptly appeared and expanded outward at a terrifying speed, violently tearing apart the boundless darkness. Dawn had come. Daylight without warmth poured down, and the ordinary eerie creatures crowding at the edge instantly vanished without a trace, leaving only the dead corpses in place. Supporting myself with both hands on the greatsword, I let out a heavy breath of turbid air. Good. I've survived another day. I looked around. Inside and outside the territory, it was like a battlefield from hell, with black chunks of flesh and broken white bones everywhere. I counted my losses. Only 3 mutated crawling wraiths remained, 2 of them with broken legs, sprawled on the ground barely clinging to life. That peak rank 0 two-headed bonehound wraith had one head completely shattered, 3 sections of its spine broken, and the soul flame in its eye socket was so weak it might go out at any moment. An utterly brutal outcome. If the eternal night had ended just 10 minutes later, I would already be a corpse now. The territory is too small. If I had 100 square meters, I could grow 20 mutated crawling wraiths. With the suppression of the Lord's fire, sheer numbers alone would be enough to pile that first-tier crawling wraith to death. I wiped the blood and grime from my face, my gaze icy. I knew very well that the first-tier crawling wraith would not give up. It would definitely come again tonight, and earlier than last night. The crisis had not been resolved. Dawn had only forced it into a pause. I did not rest even a second longer and ordered the surviving mutated wraiths, those of you who can move, drag all the more intact corpses beside the eerie fields, then go find minced remains to eat yourselves. After that, I searched through the piles of flesh. The air reeked of thick rot, but I did not even frown. In only a few days, I, the once pampered legitimate eldest son of a marquis, had completely adapted to the laws of survival under the eternal night. Before long, I found 7 eerie crystal fragments and a small amount of materials. Most of today's eerie creatures had left behind relatively intact corpses. When I returned to the territory, the corpses had all been piled beside the eerie fields. The 3 surviving mutated crawling wraiths lay not far away, tearing into their own kind's severed limbs with great bites, accompanied by horrifying chewing sounds. I suddenly noticed that as the flesh entered their bellies, the wounds on their bodies were healing at a visible speed. Torn muscles re-wove themselves, and broken bone stumps reconnected. What surprised me most was that heavily injured 2-headed bonehound wraith. It was chewing on a thick, eerie club bone, where its shattered head had been. Countless tiny bone filaments were now spreading and weaving together at the wound, slowly rebuilding the outline of a new skull, and its soul flame was gradually brightening. So long as they don't die, they can repair themselves by eating their own kind. I let out a long breath. That would save me a great deal of the cost of rebuilding my forces from scratch. I drew my dagger and walked toward the complete corpses I had deliberately kept intact. The blade sliced open the back of an ordinary crawling wraith's head, and with a flick of the tip, a gray-black crystal coated in slime dropped into my palm. I kept digging. Soon I found an unexpected delight. Those larger crawling wraiths and bonehound wraiths could yield 2 eerie crystal fragments from their heads. When I came to the only monkey corpse wraith, I split open its shriveled head with one stroke. The blade tip struck something hard. I felt around with my hand and pulled out 4 nail-sized eerie crystal fragments, clinging to the pale gray brain matter like stones, radiating a pure sinister chill. High risk, high reward. After digging them all out, I counted them, 28 in total. Adding the previous 7, I had a full 35 eerie crystal fragments, a record high. I walked to the altar and tossed in 5 of them. Gray smoke rose, and the flame became steadier and warmer. Together with last night's replenishment, it was now enough to last 35 hours. With that worry eased, the next step was converting resources into combat strength. I dragged a bonehound wraith corpse and threw it into eerie field number 1, then took out an eerie crystal fragment and dragged over a second bonehound wraith, pushing it in as well. The soil rolled and swallowed the corpses. A sprout broke through the earth, and its 2 leaves fell away at once. Aside from the Lord's fire, the 2-headed bonehound wraith had been the greatest contributor last night. Only it could withstand several attacks from the first-tier crawling wraith and hold it back significantly. Then I walked to eerie field number 2 and dragged in the monkey corpse wraith by its emptied skull and ankles. 2 leaves sprouted on the seedling, but one instantly dropped off. What's going on? I checked and discovered that I had accidentally fulfilled 1 leaf requirement. Planted within 3 hours of death, the monkey hand gains a mutation. So it seems the first leaf for all planted items is some kind of acceleration pack, while the second leaf's requirement changes randomly. I took out 2 eerie crystal fragments and threw them in. The last leaf dropped, and the seedling shot upward. After doing all this, I looked out across the wasteland beyond the circle of light and fell into thought. With the time left, I can still grow 10 mutated crawling wraiths, but will that really be enough to stop a first-tier crawling wraith? I knew the answer clearly in my heart. It would be very difficult. Between rank 0 and tier 1, there was an absolute gulf in size, strength, and defense. The territory was too small. No matter how many mutated crawling wraiths I had, only 2 or 3 could get on it at once, and they simply could not break its defenses. Long afterward, the sea wind howled and the withered grass bent low. On a distant earthen mound, a black figure flashed past. Has Knight Roya wandered all the way here? I froze for a moment, my breathing abruptly stopping. Then my heart began to pound wildly. A bold, nearly insane idea took shape in my mind. If a mob can't beat a first-tier crawling wraith, then I'll use elite against elite. Roya had been a first-tier Black Iron Knight in life. After death, as a living wraith, his combat power had to meet the standards of a first-tier eerie creature. If I could kill him and plant him in the eerie field, then my territory would possess a true first-tier being. The idea was extremely dangerous, but I had thought it through carefully. As a living wraith, Roya was stronger, but he had also lost human intelligence and combat technique. He had no mount and no weapon in hand. That personal sword of his was now stuck in my territory. A beast that killed only by instinct, fighting barehanded, was far easier to deal with than a fully armed Black Iron Knight. At present my troops were insufficient, but if I waited 2 more cycles and produced enough mutated wraiths, hunting Roya might not be impossible. It was risky, but also the only way to break the deadlock. Besides, Roya had already wandered this close. Even if I did not seek him out today, sooner or later he would come looking for trouble. Having made up my mind, I sat beside the altar, closed my eyes, and rested while adjusting my condition. 3 hours later, a slight tremor passed through the ground, and both Eerie Fields almost simultaneously began to bulge and writhe. The black soil of Eerie Field number 1 cracked open first, and one massive white-boned skull emerged, followed by a second. A brand new, 2-headed bonehound wraith crawled out of the soil. Its shape was similar to the previous one, though its skeleton was somewhat different and its body was a size larger. Checking the interface, I saw that its combat power was even higher, reaching 95. It walked before me, bent its forelegs, pressed both heads to the ground, and let out the grating sound of bones rubbing together, expressing absolute submission. At the same time, the soil of Eerie Field number 2 spilled outward, and a hand emerged. It was not the shriveled monkey paw from before, but a thick monkey arm full of muscle, bulging veins, and gray-black, dead fur. Then a monkey corpse wraith under a meter tall leaped out of the Eerie Field. Its torso was still emaciated like dry firewood, but its 2 arms were abnormally thick and agile, creating a striking visual contrast with its scrawny body. Like the bonehound wraith, it prostrated itself, crossing both arms over its chest and letting out a low growl from its throat. I pulled up its interface. Monkey Corpse Wraith, mutated, peak rank 0, combat power value 89. The evaluation read, possesses a small amount of intelligence, agile in movement, adept at ambush, arms mutated, great strength, enhanced power when using eerie items. A small amount of intelligence, mutated arms. This is an excellent grenadier. My eyes lit up, and a tactic for dealing with Roya had already formed in my mind. First, use the Monkey Corpse Wraith for precise long-range bombardment. Then let the Bonehound Wraith and Crawling Wraiths close in for the kill. I pointed to the 2 ordinary Crawling Wraith corpses on the ground, then to the 2 emptied Eerie Fields. Plant them. Put 1 Eerie Crystal Fragment in each field. The Monkey Corpse Wraith let out a gurgling sound, walked to the corpse, easily grabbed a Crawling Wraith with its thick arms, and threw it into Eerie Field number 1. Then it picked up an Eerie Crystal Fragment and tossed it into the soil. Its movements were smooth and without the slightest pause. After that, it turned around and handled Eerie Field number 2 the same way. Although planting during the day lacked the nighttime attribute bonus, all I wanted now was speed in building up my forces. Very good. With this slightly smarter helper, my hands were completely freed, and I had achieved an automated assembly line for mass-producing troops. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours passed. Both Eerie Fields churned, and 2 brand-new mutated Crawling Wraiths crawled out, shaking off the black soil. I stood up and stretched my sore joints. Looking around, my 30-square-meter territory was now packed with strong troops. 7 mutated Crawling Wraiths lay crouched on the ground. 2 peak rank 0 2-headed Bonehound Wraiths glowed with ghostly blue soul fire, and a Monkey Corpse Wraith squatted beside the altar, tossing a stone in its hand. It's time to move. Planting Roya's corpse will probably take quite a bit of time too. My gaze turned cold. While the Monkey Corpse Wraith planted 2 more corpses, I loaded 7 fully enhanced eerie cracked blue stones into the leather pouch, grabbed that first-tier greatsword, swung myself onto the back of 1 2-headed Bonehound Wraith, and wedged the sword into the gaps of its bones. Move out. At my command, all the mutated wraiths in the territory surged forth in force, heading toward the direction where Roya had appeared. The other 2-headed Bonehound Wraith charged at the very front, acting as a scout. The sea-wind plain was wide open, with withered grass stretching endlessly. With a clear direction in mind, it was not difficult to find a conspicuous black figure. About an hour later, the scouting 2-headed Bonehound Wraith returned, its soul flames flickering repeatedly. Found him. I led my small army onward and stopped behind an earthen mound. Sliding off the hound, I lowered myself and crawled up the mound, parted the dry grass, and looked several hundred meters ahead. A tall black figure wandered aimlessly across the wasteland. Large portions of the exposed face had rotted black, revealing gray-white bone underneath, and black mist seeped from one hollow eye socket. It was Roya. No warhorse, no weapon. Yet the oppressive presence of a first-tier being still made my heart pound, even from hundreds of meters away. Open ground. Perfect for a gang beating. I retreated from the mound and handed the pouch of blue stones to the monkey corpse wraith. Go. Smash his head. The monkey corpse wraith took the blue stones and climbed the mound on all fours. The muscles in its mutated arms swelled high, drawing back sharply like a fully drawn bow. Whoosh. The eerie cracked blue stone became a streak of blue light, tearing through the air and accurately smashing toward the back of Roya's head. Boom. Like thunder striking flat ground, blue light exploded. Roya's helmet was blasted off instantly, and a large chunk of rotten flesh was blown away from the back of his head, exposing blackened skull beneath. The huge impact made him stagger and slam face first into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Strike while he's down. The monkey corpse wraith hurled stone after stone, each one landing squarely on Roya. Go, I barked in a low voice. The 7 mutated crawling wraiths shot across the ground like mad dogs released from a cage. The 2 two-headed bone hound wraiths followed close behind. I myself climbed onto the mound, gripped the greatsword tightly, and stood in a position where I could mount and flee at any moment. A lord should stay behind and oversee things. Roya struggled to his feet in a wretched state. His ruined armor was broken over large areas, and a gaping hole had been blasted through his back, with black entrails spilling all over the ground. Having come under attack, this living wraith was completely enraged. Roar! He spun around violently and smashed head-on into the leading mutated crawling wraith. There was no flashy swordsmanship, only an overwhelming difference in raw power. He raised his right arm and brought down a punch. Bang! The head of the foremost mutated crawling wraith caved in on the spot. Bang! Another punch, and black slime and shattered bone exploded outward. It died on the spot without even managing a hiss. The sight made my eyelids twitch wildly. Barehanded, and he can blow apart a mutated crawling wraith in 2 punches. So this is what first-tier power really means. The remaining 6 crawling wraiths pounced, and the battle instantly turned savage. Their bone claws frantically tore at his armor and flesh. But Roya felt no pain at all. He grabbed one crawling wraith by the neck with his left hand and yanked. Rip! The crawling wraith's head was torn off by brute force. In just 2 breaths, another one had fallen. Just as he was about to crush the third, one of the 2-headed bone hound wraiths charged in. Its huge skeletal body leaped through the air, both skulls biting down hard on Roya's 2 arms. With his arms pinned, Roya violently drove up a knee, smashing it into the bone hound wraith's chest. Crack! 3 ribs snapped at once, and the bone hound wraith slid backward from the impact, but its jaws remained locked in place. Taking advantage of that moment, the other bone hound wraith pounced from behind and bit down on his thigh, bringing him crashing to the ground. The 4 remaining crawling wraiths swarmed him and gnawed madly. The monkey corpse wraith did not stay idle either, using its arms to wrench at his ribs and entrails. Boom! Roya rolled across the ground as terrifying power erupted from him. He forcibly dragged both bone hound wraiths up with him and flung his arms outward, throwing them away. Then he stomped one crawling wraith's spine into pieces and smashed another one's skull apart with a back elbow. 4 down already. Cold sweat seeped into the palm gripping my sword. This was not a battle. It was a meat grinder. In the next instant, both 2-headed bone hound wraiths pounced again. This time, they did not go for the limbs. All 4 skulls opened wide at once and bit hard into Roya's neck. Crack! The sound of breaking bone rang out. Roya's thick neck bones were bitten clean through. One massive head was torn free and rolled across the ground, and the black mist in its eye sockets went out with it. Even in death, Roya still managed to rip apart the mutated crawling wraith in his hands. His huge headless body swayed once, then crashed heavily to the ground. Silence fell over the surroundings, broken only by the rustling of sea wind through dry grass. Huh. I let out a long breath, and the tightly coiled muscles in my body loosened. A miserable victory. Of the 7 mutated crawling wraiths, 5 had died, and the remaining 2 were missing limbs and had broken legs. Both 2-headed bonehound wraiths had sustained extensive fractures, their soul flames dim. Only the monkey corpse wraith, which had attacked from the sidelines the whole time, was completely unharmed. Fortunately, the injured mutated wraiths could return to the territory, eat corpses, and recover, which made me feel a little better. No matter what, the first step of the plan has finally succeeded. Take his head and helmet, and all those spilled out organs and intestines too. Stuff everything back into his stomach, then load him onto the bonehound wraith's back. Standing atop the mound, I gave the order to the monkey corpse wraith. The monkey corpse wraith grabbed the intestines and black organs from the ground and stuffed them all back inside. Then it hoisted the corpse onto the white-boned back of a two-headed bonehound wraith, wedging it among the bone spikes, before picking up Roya's severed head and helmet and hanging them on the spikes as well. The other two-headed bonehound wraith came before me, and I mounted it in one smooth motion. Let's go. Back to the territory. Our battered remnant force, carrying the corpse of a first-tier knight, set out on the return journey through the cold wind of the wasteland. After a long while, we returned to the 30-square-meter circle of light. Several maimed mutated crawling wraiths immediately pounced on the ordinary eerie corpses and tore into them with great bites. As flesh entered their bellies, the gruesome wounds on their bodies began to writhe and heal slowly. I dismounted and ordered the monkey corpse wraith to unload Roya's corpse and place it beside the eerie field. The two injured two-headed bonehound wraiths also began eating eerie bones. After resting a while and circulating my battle chi for a bit, the ground trembled faintly, and both eerie fields churned at the same time. Two brand-new mutated crawling wraiths crawled out and lay at my feet. Looking at the two now empty eerie fields, my gaze fell on Roya's broken corpse, and a bold idea surfaced. Every time an eerie corpse is planted, its missing parts grow back. So if I plant only part of him, could I grow two Roya, or even more? I acted on the thought immediately. Pulling out my dagger, I walked to Roya's corpse. Rip! I forcibly cut off the little finger of his right hand and carried it to eerie field number 1, where I tossed it into the black soil. The interface appeared. Knight's finger planted, estimated to mature in 3 hours. Only 1 acceleration leaf. I frowned slightly. 3 hours? Only 1 leaf. Then it belongs at the same table as blue stones. With this kind of time and investment, there was clearly no way it would grow into a complete Roya. Not wanting to waste any more time, I canceled it on the spot, and the soil spat the finger back out. So exploiting loopholes won't work. The corpse's completeness must be high enough for the field to restore the missing parts. If too much is missing, the eerie field only classifies it as material or a severed limb, and it can't grow a complete individual at all. I returned the finger to Roya, ordered the monkey corpse wraith to drag over a crawling wraith corpse, and put it into eerie field number 1, fertilized it with an eerie crystal fragment, and set the assembly line going again. Then I went to eerie field number 2 and personally dragged Roya's heavy corpse to the center of the field. Looking at that face, half-rotted beyond recognition, a trace of complexity flashed through my eyes. In life, you were a knight raised by my golden wheat family, yet at the crucial moment you threw in with that old fox Lehingshan. Still, you kept at least a shred of a knight's conscience. On the road while escorting me, you didn't kick me while I was down. I let go and allowed the corpse to sink into the black soil. Then continue serving me after death. Consider it atonement for your betrayal. The soil churned and instantly swallowed Roya's tall body. The next second, a thick seedling a full foot long sprouted from the center of the field. Unlike before, this seedling actually had 4 leaves. The interface unfolded, black iron, rank corrupted knight planted, estimated to mature in 24 hours. Leaf 1. Fertilized with 2 first-tier eerie crystals, maturity reduced by 60%. Leaf 2. Add 1 weapon, combat power greatly increased. Leaf 3. Add 1 mount, combat power greatly increased. Leaf 4. Perform a set of calisthenics by the field, randomly comprehend 1 active skill. I stared at the panel, and the corner of my mouth twitched violently. I can understand adding a weapon and a mount, but what is this calisthenics nonsense? These leaves are getting less and less serious. Complaints aside, looking at the reward from Leaf 4, I simply could not refuse. Letting Roya comprehend an active skill. On this perilous eternal night plane, 1 extra skill meant 1 extra life. I took a deep breath and began meeting the conditions one by one. From the leather pouch, I counted out 16 eerie crystal fragments, equal to 2 first-tier eerie crystals, nearly emptying most of my savings and leaving only 4 to hatch crawling wraiths. You can't catch a wolf without risking the bait. Grinding my teeth, I threw all 16 in. The first leaf instantly withered and fell away, and the countdown was cut by more than half, dropping from 24 hours to less than 10. I looked up at the sky. The sun had already shifted westward from its midpoint, and the eternal night was at most 4 or 5 hours away. 10 hours. Which means for the first half of the night, I'll have to rely on my current forces to hold the line until Roya matures. With time pressing, I did not dare waste a moment. Turning around, I drew that chipped first-tier greatsword. This sword was your weapon in life. Keep using it in death. Call it fate. I plunged the great sword into the eerie field. It sank rapidly, swallowed by the black soil. The second leaf dropped away. A mount. I looked around. On this barren plain, there was not even a mouse to be found, let alone a magical beast to serve as a mount. My gaze finally landed on the somewhat larger two-headed bone hound wraith beside me, the one that had just recovered from its injuries. Uncomfortable though its bony frame was, it had 4 legs and great speed. Even if it's not a perfect match, it's better than nothing. Desperate times. I pointed at it. Get in. The soul flames of the two-headed bone hound wraith flickered once. Without the slightest resistance, it obediently walked onto the eerie field. The black soil writhed like a swamp and swallowed its huge body bit by bit. The third leaf dropped away. Only the final leaf remained on the seedling. Standing by the eerie field, my face shifted between pale and flushed, burning with shame. In 2 lifetimes, the only calisthenics I knew were the school radio exercises I had been forced to do every day back on Blue Star. Was the legitimate eldest son of the Golden Wheat family really going to perform school calisthenics for a bunch of eerie creatures out here in the wasteland? You lot, turn your heads away. Though the eerie creatures had no intelligence, they obeyed orders absolutely, and all turned their backs. After confirming that no living thing was peeking, I closed my eyes and recalled that long-forgotten melody in my mind. First section, stretching exercise. I stiffly raised my arms and kicked my legs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The cold wind howled across the plain. Within the 30-square-meter circle of light, a youth dressed in noble clothes stood before a patch of black soil, seriously and absurdly performing chest-opening motions, leg kicks, and jumps. 10 minutes later, my old face slightly red. The final leaf at last dropped away, and the seedling in the middle of the field instantly grew several inches taller. Finally done. I let out a long breath, and my empty stomach responded with a protesting rumble. I walked to the supplies pile, took out a water skin, and tore off 2 chunks of black bread and several strips of smoked meat. The black bread was hard as a brick, and the smoked meat was so salty it tasted bitter. I could only break them up and soak them in water, then gulp them down once softened. Though awful to eat, they truly provided heat and replenished the deficits of an apprentice knight's body. Once I had eaten and drunk my fill, I glanced at the sky. The sun was about to set, and the eternal night was approaching. The early stage of the eternal night usually brought only rank 0 eerie creatures, so the danger was not too great. With several mutated crawling wraiths, 1 two-headed bonehound wraith, and 1 monkey corpse wraith guarding the territory, it was enough to cope. I have to restore my energy quickly. The real hard battle won't come until the latter half of the night. I lifted the tent flap, crawled inside, wrapped my coat tightly around myself, and closed my eyes. After some unknown amount of time, outside the tent, the sea wind abruptly stopped, and heaven and earth fell into a strange, deathly silence. Above the sky, it was as if an invisible giant hand had violently torn down a black curtain. There was no gradual dimming, no stars. The sky turned from dusky yellow to pure black in an instant. That blackness was like thick ink, carrying a suffocating pressure as it plunged straight down from the heavens and smashed heavily onto the barren plain. Daylight fell into an ink pool, and boundless darkness closed in like an iron curtain. At the center of the territory, the pale yellow lord's fire propped open a bright sanctuary of 30 square meters within the darkness. On this stretch of land, it was the only island. Hiss, hiss. Within the dark, those hair-raising scraping sounds arrived as expected. Countless pitch-black shadows writhed and bred at the border of light and darkness. As time passed, a faint scarlet glimmer flashed once in the depths of the darkness several hundred meters away. I awoke slowly, first feeling the top of my head to make sure it was still there, and let out a breath of relief. Lifting the flap, I was met with a stab of icy cold at the back of my neck that woke me completely. Outside the tent, the Lord's fire still danced atop the altar, barely holding up a 30-square-meter patch of pure ground within the ink-like darkness. 8 mutated crawling wraiths were crouched around the altar, 4 of them still smeared with fresh black soil. Clearly, they had been newly produced while I slept, which meant I had slept more than 8 hours. There's less than 2 hours before Roya matures. I hope tonight passes peacefully. I glanced at the interface. The progress bar for the black iron, rank knight, was already well over halfway complete. As long as I could endure this next hour or so, this territory would finally have a true foundation. At the same time, I noticed that the territory was unusually clean. The corpses of the eerie creatures that had been killed had all been faithfully thrown outside the circle of light, by the mutated wraiths. At this moment, dense masses of shadows writhed at the border of light and darkness like countless sharks smelling blood. This kind of passive waiting brought in resources too slowly. Narrowing my eyes, my gaze settled on the monkey corpse wraith's disproportionately thick arms. Since you all wanted so badly, I'll give you a hand. I beckoned, and the monkey corpse wraith immediately crawled over. Go. Drag the things outside in here. The monkey corpse wraith went to the border of light and darkness. Its pair of knotted muscular arms suddenly shot into the darkness and clamped onto a crawling wraith that was prowling nearby. Hiss! Before that crawling wraith could even react, it was yanked bodily into the territory by an irresistible force. Crack! The moment it hit the ground, before it could even feel the suppression of the firelight, its head was twisted like a corkscrew by the monkey corpse wraith's arms. The corpse doesn't need to be thrown out anymore. You, go move it and pile it together. I designated one mutated crawling wraith. It rushed forward at once, bit the corpse, and dragged it toward the altar like moving spoils of war. Not bad. Do it just like that. My eyes lit up, and I immediately issued more detailed orders. The monkey corpse wraith would be responsible for pulling in enemies, while 4 mutated crawling wraiths would move in immediately afterward to kill them, reducing the Lord's fire's consumption. The other 3 crawling wraiths and the 2-headed bonehound wraith would patrol within the territory, dealing with any stragglers that slipped in. The remaining one would be responsible solely for transporting and piling up corpses, because the territory was too small. If they were not stacked together, there would soon be nowhere left to stand. For a time, the 30-square-meter territory became a highly efficient slaughterhouse in operation. Crack, crack. The monkey corpse wraith even dragged in a bonehound wraith. In its hands, the white-boned creature was like a torn sack, swung up and smashed heavily to the ground. The mutated monkey corpse wraith might not be at the very top of rank 0 in combat power, but in terms of sheer strength, it was absolutely top tier. In less than an hour, more than a dozen corpses had already piled up beside the altar, including 2 bonehound wraiths. At this rate, before dawn I would harvest at least dozens of eerie crystal fragments, and the corpses could pile up enough to fill the entire territory. Well done. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly, but soon that smile froze. At the edge of light and darkness, a faint red glow lit up without warning. Stop pulling enemies in. Fall back and stay alert. My pupils contracted sharply, and my voice dropped, urgent and low. The monkey corpse wraith's arms, just about to reach out again, snapped back at once, and the 6 mutated crawling wraiths quickly tightened their formation. The efficient slaughterhouse instantly froze, leaving only the crackle of the fire and the hissing of eerie creatures outside. Hiss! In the next second, a shrill screech pierced the ears. In the darkness, more than a dozen eerie creatures were forcibly shoved into the circle of light by some tremendous force, and right behind them came the huge body of the first-tier crawling wraith. Tonight, it had abandoned last night's probing and patience. It launched an all-out assault from the start. Among the eerie pack, besides the familiar crawling wraiths, bonehound wraiths, and monkey corpse wraiths, there was also an entirely new thing. A lump of flesh stitched together from severed limbs, more than a meter wide, rolling forward across the ground and leaving a foul black trail wherever it passed. A rank 0 malformed wraith, a fleshball wraith. Sensing the mass intrusion, the Lord's fire flared up violently, its pale yellow light shaking hard. The eerie crystals inside the altar were being consumed at a frantic rate, but at a time like this, I had no room to worry about the cost. Kill. I stood before the fire and swung my arm. The mutated wraiths charged into the eerie pack. A 2-headed bonehound wraith smashed into the swarm and tore one bonehound wraith to pieces. The monkey corpse wraith's arms spun like wheels, every punch hammering a crawling wraith's head into its chest cavity. The fleshball wraith was directly stomped into meat paste by the crawling wraith's claws. Under the suppression of the firelight, these rank 0 eerie things simply could not stir up much trouble. But that meant little to the first-tier crawling wraith. Taking advantage of the chaos, its huge body plowed through the eerie creatures in its path like a bulldozer and charged straight at me. Everyone on it. Stop it, I warned. The instant the order was given, every mutated wraith in the territory changed direction and met the lion-sized first-tier crawling wraith head-on. The first to rush in was the monkey corpse wraith. It slammed both arms into the ground, using the force to launch its shriveled body into the air. Mid-flight, the veins on both arms bulged as they crashed down toward the wraith's head with the force of 1,000 pounds. A trace of violent malice flashed through the scarlet eyes of the first-tier crawling wraith. It did not even stop moving. It merely raised its right claw, covered in heavy bone armor, and swept it against the monkey corpse wraith's incoming arms. Flash! The air was torn apart. The sharp bone claws, like 5 war blades, instantly sliced through the monkey corpse wraith's tough muscles and severed its thick arm bones. Splurt! Black blood gushed out. The monkey corpse wraith's prized mutated arms were cut off at the roots and dropped into the dirt. It lost balance and slammed hard into the ground, letting out an unwilling gurgle from its throat. One strike, and the monkey corpse wraith was crippled. Immediately after, the two-headed bone hound wraith arrived. It did not clash head-on, but slid to the side, and both skulls bit hard into the joint of the first-tier crawling wraith's left hind leg. Teeth and bone armor scraped violently against each other, producing an ear-piercing shriek. Hiss! Its movement was halted, and the first-tier crawling wraith hissed furiously. It violently twisted its waist and hips, and its thick hind leg swung outward with terrifying force. Bang! The two-headed bonehound wraith simply could not withstand that power. Its huge white skeletal body was flung away at once and crashed to the ground. Crack! Most of its spine broke, and all its ribs shattered. Its 2 skulls drooped weakly, and its soul flames dimmed to the extreme. It could not even crawl back up. At the same time, 8 mutated crawling wraiths pounced from all directions. Taking advantage of their smaller size, they frantically tore at its neck, belly, and limbs. A savage struggle erupted in the center of the territory. But the gulf between Rank 0 and Tier 1 was displayed in full at that moment. The bone armor on its back was abnormally hard. The mutated crawling wraith's teeth could not bite through it at all. It suddenly rolled across the ground, and its massive weight directly crushed the 2 mutated crawling wraiths beneath it into meat paste. After getting back up, it swung both claws. Its left claw pierced straight through one mutated crawling wraith's chest, lifting it high before tearing it in half. Its right claw slapped down and drove another one's head into its chest cavity. The remaining 4 still tried to attack, only to be impatiently swatted aside by 2 more claw strikes and thrown flying. Bang! 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 In less than 10 minutes, the 30-square-meter territory was strewn with wreckage. 4 mutated crawling wraiths were dead, 4 were badly wounded and down. The two-headed bonehound wraith's spine was completely broken, and the monkey corpse wraith had lost both arms. The defensive line I had painstakingly built was ripped apart utterly and effortlessly, and the price it had paid was merely a few pale marks on its leg joints and a small patch of broken skin on its belly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The firelight shone on it, constantly steaming black smoke off its body. This natural suppression brought it pain, and its skin had begun to ulcerate. But rather than halting its advance, it only fully awakened its ferocity. Those scarlet eyes locked on me before the fire, and its huge body crawled forward slowly but inexorably. 3 meters. 1 meter. The thick stench hit my face, and I could even see bits of flesh still lodged between its teeth. There was no escaping. Outside the protection of the Lord's fire lay endless darkness and a raging tide of countless eerie creatures. I took a deep breath. The battle chi of an apprentice knight surged wildly through my body, ready for one last struggle before death. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At the very moment it tensed its hind legs to launch the killing pounce, the 2 eerie fields beside me began to writhe at the same time. The black soil of eerie field number 1 split open first, and a mutated crawling wraith still stained with fresh earth sprang out. It had only just matured. It shook its head and let out its first hiss. Go, stop it. I gave the suicidal order without hesitation. This mutated crawling wraith, not even 3 seconds old, charged straight at the first-tier crawling wraith at point-blank range without the slightest hesitation. Its pounce was interrupted, and with irritation it lashed out with its right claw. Splurt! The sharp talons instantly pierced through the newborn mutated crawling wraith's body and pinned it to the ground. The newborn wraith struggled frantically, its claws screeching against the bone armor, until its life finally ended. From birth to death, this mutated crawling wraith had lived less than half a minute. But with its life, it had forcibly delayed the first-tier crawling wraith's advance by more than 10 seconds. Those 10-odd seconds became the absolute dividing line between life and death. Boom. The black soil of eerie field number 2 split open, and an extremely dense chill of death shot into the sky, even suppressing the light of the Lord's fire for a brief instant. Harvest successful. Black iron rank, skeletal knight, peak tier 1. A tall warhorse leaped out of the soil. It was no ordinary horse, but a bone horse composed entirely of ghastly white bones, with ghostly blue death fire burning around its 4 hooves. Sitting upright on the broad back of the bone horse was a tall figure. He wore heavy black armor, and beneath the slit of his helmet shone two scarlet, yet ice-cold eyes. In his hand was that first-tier greatsword. The chipped blade had not only been restored to perfection, but was now wrapped in strands of substantial black, deathly aura. It was Roya, the Black Iron, rank living Wraith Knight, reforged by the eerie field and perfectly revived. Roya sat high upon the bone horse, and his scarlet gaze locked directly onto the first-tier crawling wraith. Hiss! The first-tier crawling wraith sensed the mortal threat. It whipped around at once, gave up on me despite being only inches away, every plate of bone armor on its body standing erect as it let out a deeply uneasy growl. In the next instant, it kicked off the ground with its hind legs, its huge body launching into the air as it opened its bloody maw and pounced directly toward Roya on the bone horse. Faced with that savage attack, Roya elegantly guided the bone horse into a leap, slowly raising the right arm that held the sword. The Black Death aura on the blade surged explosively, engulfing the entire greatsword and turning it into a 2-meter black giant blade. Roya's eyes were cold as his arm slashed down. Black radiance one-line slash. A pitch-black crescent-shaped sword arc tore through the air, leaving even a brief vacuum trail visible behind it. SHHK. The black sword arc instantly pierced through the huge midair body of the first-tier crawling wraith, then continued onward into the darkness beyond the territory. Splurt, splurt. A series of sounds of flesh being cut open came from outside the territory. Quite a few eerie creatures had been caught in the aftermath. At the same time, the first-tier crawling wraith's movement froze completely in midair. Bang! It crashed heavily to the ground, then slid forward 2 meters by inertia, stopping right at the feet of the bone horse. 1 second later, the first-tier crawling wraith's body split smoothly down the vertical center into 2 neat halves. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and black organs mixed with slime spilled all over the ground. It did not even twitch once. Its life was utterly extinguished. At the same moment, a gray blueprint floated up from its corpse. One sword strike, just one. The first-tier crawling wraith that had slaughtered nearly all the mutated wraiths in my territory and driven me to the brink of staking my life was instantly killed on the spot by the newly born Roya. A deathly silence fell over everything. Even the writhing horde of eerie creatures outside the territory stopped hissing at that moment, as if cowed by that terrifying power and too afraid to approach. My chest rose and fell violently, and my eyes were full of undisguised shock. The bone horse snorted, blowing out 2 streams of black smoke from its nostrils. Roya withdrew his great sword and dismounted. The heavy black armor clashed as he moved, making a deep metallic sound that was strangely reassuring. He walked with steady steps until he stood 1 pace before me. Then this Black Iron, rank knight, who had betrayed me in life and been reforged after death, planted his greatsword upside down into the dirt, dropped heavily to 1 knee, and pressed his arm tightly to his chest. He lowered his helmet slightly, and a hoarse, deep voice carrying absolute submission sounded in the deathly still territory. Where my blade points, there lies the Lord's domain. I looked at the black-armored knight kneeling on 1 knee before me and felt that powerful will of submission. The nerves wound to their utmost limit in me finally relaxed completely. I took a deep breath, suppressed the ecstasy in my heart, and let my voice return to the steadiness a lord ought to have. Rise. My gaze swept over the wreckage scattered everywhere, and over the mutated wraiths barely clinging to life. Go. Drag the ones still alive over beside the corpse pile, and let them feed to recover. These were all precious assets to me. Even if they had lost hands or feet, so long as they were not completely dead, they could repair themselves by devouring their own kind. They could not be wasted. As you command. Roya rose without the slightest hesitation. He went to the gravely injured 2-headed bonehound wraith, grabbed it by the spine with 1 hand, and tossed it onto the corpse pile as easily as if it were a torn sack. I seized the chance to open the interface and examine the detailed information of this top general. Black Iron, rank Skeletal Knight, Peak Tier 1, Active Skill Black Radiance 1-line slash, 5-hour cooldown, Combat Power Value 498. The evaluation read, Elite Knight, retains part of its combat memory from life, possesses growth potential by absorbing eerie elements, a born battlefield reaper. Combat Power 498. The corner of my eye twitched involuntarily. Before this, the strongest thing I had was that 2-headed bonehound wraith at only 95, not even a fraction of Roya's value. And Roya had growth potential, meaning that in the future, he might even break through to Tier 2. One set of school calisthenics in exchange for a terrifying skill with a 5-hour cooldown. That routine was worth dancing. I muttered inwardly, completely firming up my determination to walk the elite route. Planting 20 crawling wraiths was not as useful as planting 1 black iron, rank knight. I closed the interface and turned my gaze back to the first-tier crawling wraith corpse split in two. Apart from the rich, sinister aura, I also noticed that on the cross-section of the severed body, a gray blueprint was floating quietly there, giving off a strangely incongruous feeling. This should be an eerie treasure, right? My heart stirred, and knowledge about eerie treasures surfaced in my mind. These things had an extremely low drop rate and were unrelated to the eerie creature's rank. It was pure luck. They might be blueprints or actual items, but most of their uses were unclear and had to be explored on one's own. Rumor had it that humanity's Lord's Fire altars, the basis of territorial survival, had originally been learned from an eerie treasure blueprint. In every kingdom, there were even organizations dedicated to studying eerie treasures. Suppressing my excitement, I stepped forward and touched the blueprint. Warehouse Blueprint, Tier 1 Eerie Treasure. Can construct a 10 square meter eerie warehouse. Eerie corpses stored within will not dissipate over time. Requirements: 20 eerie bones and 10 eerie hides, or conventional materials plus 3 first-tier eerie crystals. The system interface can directly analyze eerie treasure information, saving me all the trouble of researching it. My eyes lit up, then I frowned. This warehouse is definitely a good thing. Otherwise, all the corpses and materials I obtain will dissipate within a day. But my territory is too small. I simply have nowhere to put it. Yet again, territory size had become the bottleneck limiting my development. I could only carefully put the blueprint away, draw my dagger, and crouch beside the first-tier crawling wraith's corpse to search through it. Eerie crystals were usually in the head or core region, and the sinister chill was the best guide. The blade sliced open the black-red rotten flesh, and I quickly picked out a first-tier eerie crystal several times larger than a fragment and far purer. I did not stop, but continued probing through the huge corpse. Soon, a second one, then a third. When I pulled out the fourth first-tier eerie crystal, I was completely stunned. Good lord, for first-tier eerie crystals in total. At that moment, understanding dawned on me. No wonder it was so fierce. So it wasn't an early Tier 1 eerie creature at all. This crawling wraith was at least late Tier 1, maybe even peak Tier 1. Thinking of it that way, the defeat of my mutated wraith army was not unjust. It was not that they were too weak, but that this first-tier crawling wraith had been absurdly strong. If I plant this crawling wraith, won't I harvest another powerhouse? My heart burned with excitement. But when my eyes swept over the already crowded territory, I calmed down again. No, I have to upgrade the territory first. Otherwise, even if I grow it, there won't be room for it to stand. The promotion requirements for the Lord's Fire were 1 part buildings and 1 part eerie crystals. The former had long been fulfilled. The latter was still a bit short. I immediately began digging eerie crystal fragments out of the corpses with my dagger. Before long, I had temporarily dug out 15 eerie crystal fragments, and without waiting any longer, I eagerly opened the interface and chose to promote the Lord's Fire. The system prompted that all the prepared eerie crystals had to be thrown into the fire at once. I did so, tossing in all 4 first-tier eerie crystals and 8 eerie crystal fragments in one go. Conditions met. Lord's Fire promoted to Candlefire Level 2. The flame atop the altar suddenly trembled, and the interface refreshed with 3 options. 1. Increase suppression against eerie creatures by an additional 20%. 2. Increase protected area by an additional 20%. 3. Reduce daily eerie crystal consumption by an additional 20%. There are choices when upgrading. I thought for only 3 seconds before deciding. Choose 2. With Roya, this peak Tier 1 skeletal knight, on hand, I was not short of combat power for now. Reducing consumption was tempting, but that was only cutting expenses. It could not compare to opening up expansion. At present, the deadliest problem was that the territory was too small, severely limiting troop growth and construction. That issue had to be solved first. As my thought confirmed the choice, the Lord's Fire shook violently. The flame, which had been the size of a fist, suddenly leaped up until it was as large as 2 cupped hands, and its color deepened from pale yellow into a richer tone. Even more astonishing, the halo covering the territory instantly expanded outward in a frenzy. The bright safe zone, which had originally been about 6 meters in diameter, swelled like an inflating ball until it extended to nearly 10 meters across before finally stopping. and the region into which it expanded had already been crowded with eerie creatures stirring restlessly in the darkness. Hiss, roar, countless crawling wraiths, bonehound wraiths, even monkey corpse wraiths and fleshball wraiths were caught completely off guard and engulfed by the light of the newly expanded Lord's fire. The sight made my scalp go numb. The suppression power of Candlefire Level 2 far exceeded before. These Rank 0 eerie creatures were like being splashed with concentrated acid. Smoke hissed from their bodies as they shrieked wildly, struggling desperately to flee back into the darkness. Before I could even give an order, the thought had only just arisen in my mind. Kill them all. A scarlet flash lit in Skeletal Knight Roya's eyes, and in an instant he mounted the bone horse. He did not charge directly. Instead, holding that death-aura-wreathed greatsword, he rode the bone horse along the edge of the newly expanded territory and began an elegant, yet brutal circular massacre. With peak Tier 1 combat power plus the double suppression of the Lord's fire, this was no longer a battle at all, but simple harvesting. Every swing of the black swordlight brought up great swathes of severed limbs. Roya was like a tireless reaping machine. Wherever he passed, eerie creatures fell in clusters. However, suppressing so many eerie creatures at once also placed enormous strain on the Lord's fire. The flame began to sway violently, flickering between bright and dim. Seeing that, I hurriedly threw the few remaining eerie crystal fragments on me into the fire, and only then did the firelight stabilize again. A moment later, blood ran like rivers within the territory. Aside from a few that escaped back into the darkness, the vast majority of the eerie creatures were left by Roya forever upon this newly expanded land. This time, I've really struck it rich. I stared at the corpses covering the ground, my eyes shining, and tossed the dagger to Roya. Help me dig the eerie crystal fragments out of them. Roya swung down from the bone horse, didn't bother catching the dagger, and walked over to a crawling wraith corpse. Splurt, he directly thrust his armored right hand into the eerie creature's head, his 5 fingers like hooks, and forcibly pulled out a slime-covered eerie crystal fragment. Simple, brutal, efficient. The corner of my mouth twitched. I couldn't be bothered to fuss over such small matters. With this many corpses, just collecting the eerie crystals would already be a huge job. I opened the brand new territory panel. The panel showed that the territory level had become Simple Camp, with a protected area of 80 square meters and a maintenance cost of 2 first-tier eerie crystals per day. Under resources, there were 47 intact crawling wraith corpses, 11 bonehound wraiths, 5 monkey corpse wraiths, and 3 fleshball wraiths. Under forces, there was 1 black iron, rank skeletal knight, for crawling wraiths, 1 monkey corpse wraith, and 1 two-headed bonehound wraith. From today onward, my territory shall be renamed Eternal Territory. Within the Eternal Night, I will carve out an eternal land of my own. With a thought, the panel refreshed, territory renamed to Eternal Territory. Then, ignoring the wreckage all over the ground, I dragged over the 2 halves of that first-tier crawling wraith corpse and walked straight to Eerie Field Number 1. It was time to add another powerhouse to the territory. I threw the corpse in, and the black soil surged like a greedy maw, swallowing the 2 chunks of flesh. A blue-black seedling sprouted from the earth. It was a bit smaller than Roya's had been, but it still unfolded 4 leaves. The panel appeared, first-tier crawling wraith planted, estimated to mature in 20 hours. Leaf 1. Fertilize with 2 first-tier eerie crystals to reduce time by 60%. Leaf 2. Mature under the Eternal Night, combat power greatly increased. Leaf 3. Add eerie corpses as fertilizer. Each corpse gives extra combat power, up to 20 corpses. Leaf 4. Recite a poem loudly to the field and randomly comprehend 1 passive skill. Recite a poem? Not bad, not bad. I let out a breath of relief. This task was much more normal than the school calisthenics from before. It was practically a free passive skill. I glanced at the 2 first-tier eerie crystals required by Leaf 1. Before, I might have smashed them in without hesitation, but now I had a more relaxed choice. 20 hours later will be right around the middle of the next Eternal Night, which perfectly matches Leaf 2. Besides, 2 first-tier eerie crystals is no small amount. No need to accelerate it. The eerie crystals saved could be used for more important things. As for Leaf 3, right now my territory lacked everything except corpses. Drag 20 of those corpses with the crystal fragments already dug out over here and feed them in. Several mutated crawling wraiths moved at once, dragging 1 broken fellow after another to the edge of the field, and the black soil accepted every one of them. Soon the limit of 20 was reached, and the 3rd leaf withered and fell. I cleared my throat. picked a war poem from this world that was used to inspire knights before a charge, straightened my back, faced the eerie field, and recited in a solemn low tone, "Iron bones as steps, soul fire as guide. Eternal night endures, in service to eternity." As the poem ended, the fourth leaf drifted down, leaving only 2 leaves waiting on time. After handling that, I turned toward eerie field number 2. A monkey corpse wraith has to be planted within 3 hours of death for the arms to mutate. Out of tonight's harvest, I'm afraid only one can enjoy that treatment. I picked out the freshest monkey corpse wraith corpse and threw it in, then used 2 eerie crystal fragments as fertilizer to speed it up. After arranging the eerie fields, I did not stay idle either. I drew my dagger and joined in the work of digging out eerie crystal fragments. Time flew by in the dull repetition. When that ghastly pale bright spot once more tore through the center of the pitch-black heavens, a new day arrived. How nice. I've lived another day. Daylight poured down and fully illuminated eternal territory. The ground was a wreck, covered everywhere with dried black blood and severed limbs, and the stench was enough to drive any normal person mad. Skeletal Knight Royus stood like a tireless statue, not stopping until he had dug out the last eerie crystal fragment. All the eerie crystal fragments went into my leather pouch. I weighed the bulging pouch in my hand, forcing myself to stay calm. Because inside, there were a total of 107 eerie crystal fragments. Even with my self-control, my breathing quickened. I raised my head and looked at the mountain of corpses beside me, all of them with their cores dug out. You take these crawling wraith corpses and absorb their eerie chi. In any case, I can't use them all, and by tomorrow's daylight they'll disappear. The red glow in Roy's eyes flickered once. He gave a slight bow, walked to the corpse pile, and pressed his armored palm against one of the corpses. Threads of black eerie chi were slowly drawn out and flowed into his body. Looking at that enormous haul of eerie crystal fragments, I was faced with 2 choices: upgrade the Lord's fire or unlock the 3rd eerie field. The area is enough for now. What matters is productivity. In just 1 second, I made my choice. The number of eerie fields determined the efficiency of my troop production and the room for future experimentation. I was already beginning to think about setting aside a whole field later just to test all kinds of items. I focused my thoughts on the option to unlock eerie field number 3. Confirm. 80 eerie crystal fragments in the pouch instantly turned to gray smoke and vanished. Conditions met. Eerie field number 3 unlocked. A black field model appeared, and I dragged it beside the other 2 eerie fields so that the 3 formed a line around the fire. I casually threw a monkey corpse wraith corpse into field number 3 and applied 2 eerie crystal fragments. This was my enemy pulling machine under the eternal night. The more, the better. After that, seeing that the fire had already begun to waver a little, I grabbed 16 more eerie crystal fragments and threw them in. The flame leaped higher and burned more steadily. In the pouch, there were instantly only 9 lonely, eerie crystal fragments left. This is way too wasteful. I couldn't help complaining as I looked at the nearly empty pouch. It's not enough, nowhere near enough. I haven't even had time to enjoy having it. Helplessly shaking my head, I turned my attention to the building list. Now that the territory was larger and the materials more abundant, it was time to make the warehouse from the blueprint and build the fence. These materials also had a time limit. After tonight, they too would dissipate. I built the simple fence first. A pale bone fence model appeared, and I dragged it to the very edge of the circle of light. The real object instantly rose from the ground. A section of white-boned fence about 1 meter long and nearly 1 meter high rooted itself in the soil, bone spikes pointing outward and radiating an ominous aura. The panel showed, low-rank eerie creatures need to spend some time to destroy it. 1 meter per section. To surround 80 square meters, I'd need at least 30 of them. Stroking my chin, I calculated the cost. It doesn't do much for me. It's just a consumable. Better to plant a few more crawling wraiths instead. Still, it could be used to give important buildings a bit of protection, so eerie creatures can't just rush them directly. Giving up on making more fence sections, I turned my attention back to that first-tier eerie treasure blueprint. Even after such a great harvest, the materials required for the warehouse still made me frown. I was short a few eerie hides, and even more short on eerie bones. Strip the bones from those bonehound wraiths, and the hides from the crawling wraiths. I gave the order to the monkey corpse wraith without the slightest heartache. The materials were quickly gathered, and the eerie warehouse was successfully built. A sinister building rose from the ground. 20 thick, ghastly white eerie bones formed the frame, covered with 10 pieces of tanned black eerie hide, sewn tightly together with no gaps. The whole structure looked like a huge black rectangular block, with no windows and only a curtain door made of eerie hide. Move the Bonehound Wraith and Fleshball Wraith corpses into the warehouse. The crawling Wraith corpses don't need to go in. They take up too much space. Several mutated Wraiths moved at once. The Monkey Corpse Wraith, whose arms had been torn off in battle, had now fully recovered and took the lead, casually hoisting a Bonehound Wraith corpse and walking into the warehouse. Everything in the territory began to fall into neat order, and for once I had some free time. I sat cross-legged beside the fire, circulating the weak battle chi inside my body, while my gaze settled on Roya, who stood nearby like a statue. "Do you still retain memories from when you were alive?" I suddenly asked out of curiosity. The red glow under Roya's helmet flickered once, and in a hoarse, emotionless tone he replied, "I do not." "Then what do you remember? Do you know where you came from? Why are you loyal to me?" I fired off a string of questions. Roya answered like a precise machine. Every question met with a reply. Memory blank. Origin unknown. Serving the Lord is my only law. After a while, I roughly figured out his state. It was like a person's hard drive had been completely formatted, with only the core system preserved, combat instinct, and part of his techniques. He had the intelligence of an adult and could understand complex commands, yet possessed no emotional fluctuations at all. His one and only principle was loyalty to me. Even if I told him to slit his own throat now, he would carry it out without hesitation. A completely loyal, powerful enforcer with growth potential. Perfect. I was extremely satisfied inside. Just then, the soil of Eerie Field number 2 churned, and a new Monkey Corpse Wraith broke out of the ground, shaking off the black dirt before prostrating itself in front of me. I pointed toward the warehouse and ordered the other Monkey Corpse Wraith, "Go. Bring out the remaining Monkey Corpse Wraith corpse from the warehouse and plant it." The corpse was dragged out and thrown into Eerie Field number 2. To my surprise, the moment the panel appeared, the second leaf was immediately fulfilled. Planted within 3 hours of death, monkey arms gain mutation. I froze for a moment, then immediately understood, and a bright light burst from my eyes. The warehouse prevents corpses from dissipating, which is the same as pausing the passage of time for them. In other words, even if a Monkey Corpse Wraith was killed 3 days ago, as long as it stayed in the warehouse, when I take it out and plant it, the Eerie Field still judges it as killed within 3 hours. The value of this warehouse is far greater than I imagined. I was overjoyed. Tonight my territory would have 4 mutated Monkey Corpse Wraiths responsible for pulling in enemies, and the harvesting efficiency under the Eternal Night would surge fourfold. Before long, the Monkey Corpse Wraith in Eerie Field number 3 matured as well. I had a Monkey Corpse Wraith drag out a Fleshball Wraith corpse from the warehouse and throw it into field number 3. The panel showed, Fleshball Wraith planted, estimated to mature in 6 hours. Leaf 1. Fertilize with 2 eerie crystal fragments to have time. Leaf 2. Sacrifice 1 living being to gain one of that being's traits and produce a mutation. Sacrifice. I looked at the second leaf and swept my gaze over the surroundings. The 2-headed Bonehound Wraith was both tank and mount. The Monkey Corpse Wraith was both enemy puller and grenadier. Both had unique value. Only the mutated Crawling Wraith had good combat power but the poorest utility, and there were the most of them. Without question, I summoned over 1 mutated Crawling Wraith and chose to sacrifice it. The Crawling Wraith obediently crawled to the edge of the field, and in the next second the black soil drained it dry and turned it to gray smoke. The second leaf fell away. I then threw in 2 eerie crystal fragments, and the last leaf also dropped. The seedling in the field thickened slightly. That was a pretty heavy investment. I calculated inwardly. That's equivalent to 3 eerie crystal fragments, plus 1 mutated Crawling Wraith and 1 Fleshball Wraith corpse. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. After handling that, once the Monkey Corpse Wraith in Eerie Field number 2 matured again, I did not plant another corpse. Instead, I took out 1 eerie crystal fragment from the leather pouch and, out of long-standing curiosity, planted it. The panel showed, eerie crystal fragment planted, matures once every 24 hours, output 0.1 eerie crystal fragment. Leaf 1, each added fertilizer increases output by 0.1. Leaf 2, add more fertilizer until it reaches the level of a first-tier eerie crystal, and the output gains an additional bonus. 1/10 interest per day? That return rate is actually pretty good. If other territory nobles saw this, they'd probably fight over it. I nodded, then sighed a little helplessly. But it has to occupy a whole field the entire time. My capital is too small right now, so it's not worth planting. Once I have more eerie crystals later, I can dedicate a whole field to acting as a bank. I canceled the planting, and the eerie crystal fragment was spat back out. Since I was not in a hurry to mass-produce troops at the moment, my curiosity was aroused, and I began planting all kinds of odds and ends: linen clothes, smoked meat strips, black bread, and so on. These things had extremely short growth cycles, and most could be made to mature immediately with a single eerie crystal fragment. When a smoked meat strip was planted, it grew into a slab of smoked meat marked with eerie patterns. Eating it could restore battle eerie chi, magic, and all kinds of energy, making it an all-purpose tonic. When linen clothes were planted, they turned into a piece of eerie cloth armor with slight defensive power. But when I planted a chunk of black bread, what came out left me not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It was a short club that still maintained the shape of bread, yet was as hard as iron. The panel read, "Black Bread Eerie Club." Striking an eerie creature's head with it has a certain chance to cause a stun effect. This thing really is a heavyweight weapon. I swung the bread club in my hand and shook my head helplessly. Suddenly, I unconsciously touched my chest. There hung the pigeon egg-sized black pendant my mother had left me. Since it can be planted and then dug back out, why not test it? Once the thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. I removed the pendant and gently placed it in the center of eerie field number 2. In the next second, a sudden change occurred. As the pendant was swallowed by the black soil, no seedling sprouted. Instead, accompanied by a faint rumble, the entire eerie field shook violently. A sapling began growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly shooting up taller than I was. Thick branches spread out from its trunk, and at the tip of every branch unfolded a pitch-black leaf. I stared wide-eyed and began counting instinctively. 1, 2, 15, 16. On this eerie little tree, there were a full 16 branches, 16 leaves. Mother, what exactly was it that you left me? My heart pounded wildly as I hurriedly opened the panel to check. Dead black dragon egg planted, estimated to mature in 3 years. I sucked in a sharp breath, then looked down at the requirements of those 16 leaves. Leaf 1. Fertilize with 1/7 tier eerie crystal, reduced by 9.9%, up to 10 times. Leaf 2. Conquer the territories of 3 nobles, make them subsidiaries, gain the submission of all their people, and strengthen dragon intimidation. Leaf 3. Sacrifice a 7th tier creature corpse. Leaf 4. Expand the territory diameter to over 1,000 meters. Leaf 5. Confess face-to-face to a noble girl of ducal rank or higher. No need for her agreement. Leaf 6. Break the composure of a silent and cold sky night and make them curse out loud. All the way to Leaf 16. Feed in the corpse of the king of a duchy or kingdom. No, if you dare write this, I don't even dare read it. I discovered that some of the tasks were utterly absurd, and most of them were things I simply could not accomplish at this stage. I never imagined that what mother left me would actually be a dragon egg. Where in the world did this dragon egg come from? In the surrounding kingdoms, I've never heard of anyone raising a black dragon. I couldn't make sense of it no matter how I thought. It only made the late mother seem even more shrouded in mystery. After thinking for a while and getting nowhere, I decided not to dwell on it. The present mattered most. The dragon egg takes far too long to hatch. It isn't suitable to keep planted right now. Once I unlock 4 or 5 eerie fields, I can dedicate one specifically to it. I canceled the planting. The soil churned, and that black pendant was slowly spat back out, lying quietly in the field, as if the towering sapling from before had been nothing but an illusion. 3 years, too long. I shook my head and hung the pendant back around my neck, keeping it close to my body. This thing was too precious and too bizarre to reveal lightly again. I turned, swept my gaze across the remaining corpses in the warehouse, and gave the monkey corpse wraith a new order. Soon, another fleshball wraith corpse was dragged out and thrown into eerie field number 2. Sacrifice. I pointed at a mutated crawling wraith standing by. The crawling wraith offered no resistance whatsoever and obediently crawled to the field's edge. The black soil instantly erupted with powerful suction and swallowed it as gray smoke. As the leaf fell, I threw in 2 more eerie crystal fragments. At that point, only 3 lonely eerie crystal fragments were left in the pouch. My family fortune is empty again. I grumbled inwardly and stopped paying attention to the fields. From the supplies pile, I took half a piece of black bread, along with a strip of air-dried smoked meat that had been transformed by the eerie field. The transformed smoked meat was covered in strange black patterns. After soaking it in water and taking a bite, it was no longer merely salty and hard. Instead, a strange energy flowed down my throat into every limb and bone, nourishing that weak strand of apprentice knight battle chi inside me. After filling my stomach, I did not rest. Instead, beside the Lord's fire, I began carefully practicing the family's basic battle chi technique. Though my talent in this area was mediocre, steady and persistent cultivation could at least help me maintain a healthy body in this world full of danger. Time passed amid tedious breathing exercises and sweat. Suddenly, the soil of Eerie Field Number 3 churned violently, giving off a harsh scraping sound. A huge ball of flesh burst from the earth and slammed heavily onto the ground. Harvest successful. Mutated Clawball Wraith. The creature before me still retained the shape of a meatball, but the human-like severed limbs around its exterior had all been replaced with the sharp claws of crawling wraiths. Dense and numerous, at least a dozen black claws writhed about wildly, making it look like a giant sea urchin covered in blades. Scratch, scratch. The clawball wraith rolled to my feet, its claws plowing deep furrows into the ground in a display of submission. A truly ideal plowing tool. If I had farmers in my territory, they'd be overjoyed to see you. I muttered, then opened its panel. Combat Power 99. Its evaluation read, a killing weapon born for war. With extremely high rolling speed and razor-sharp claws, it can easily tear through the defenses of creatures of the same rank while charging. As expected, it excels at combat. I nodded in satisfaction. This thing was strong, and its appearance was terrifying enough to deliver a full visual impact. I immediately ordered a monkey corpse wraith to plant the final fleshball wraith corpse from the warehouse, and once again sacrifice a mutated crawling wraith. After that, under my command, only a single mutated crawling wraith seedling remained, and there was just one eerie crystal fragment left. In the blink of an eye, dusk arrived. The setting sun dyed the sky a gorgeous orange-red, in sharp contrast to the barren and withered earth. Cold wind carried dust across the lonely eternal territory, adding another touch of desolation. At this point, the territory's forces had grown once more. 3 ferocious clawball wraiths waited in a corner like 3 killing machines poised to strike. In the 2 empty eerie fields, bonehound wraith corpses had been planted. With no eerie crystal fragments left to accelerate them, I could only wait for them to mature slowly under the eternal night. Just then, my eyes narrowed as I looked several hundred meters outside the territory. A staggering human figure was running this way, yet no eerie creature or magical beast was chasing behind him. Captain Roya, it really is you. As the figure drew closer, I saw it was a middle-aged brute in tattered leather armor. When he spotted Roya standing at the territory's edge like a statue, joy exploded across his face, only to be replaced by pallor when several grotesque, eerie creatures caught his eye. In the end, his gaze landed on me, and his expression instantly turned wildly excited. Young master, you're still alive. Wonderful. Should I be dead? I stroked my chin, slowly rose to my feet, and calmly looked at the man standing outside the circle of light. I remember your name is Nofu, right? Weren't you supposed to have already left the sea wind plane? Why are you still here? Young master, please don't joke like that. Nofu panted heavily, his face a mix of lingering fear and relief. Our camp was attacked by magical beasts, and the squad got scattered. I was lucky enough to run into an honorable baron and stayed in his territory for a few nights. Today I went out and lost my way. I never imagined I'd end up here. Seeing that both you and Captain Roya are safe, I'm overjoyed. As he spoke, he looked at me with fervent eyes and thumped his chest loudly. Now that Captain Roya serves you, please allow this humble Nofu to offer you his loyalty once more. I will forever be the most loyal servant of the Golden Wheat family. Oh, a playful curve touched my lips. My Golden Wheat surname has already been stripped away. Are you sure you still want to swear loyalty to me? I studied him with interest, then abruptly changed the subject. By the way, you said there was another noble territory on this sea wind plane. Since when? Young master, I'm loyal to you as a person, not to your surname. Nofu declared without hesitation, while urgently pointing in one direction. That baron's territory is over there, about 2 hours away. My lord, I'll take you there tomorrow. The eternal night is almost here. Please, quickly let me into your territory. Watching the pleading panic in his eyes, which seemed genuine enough, I still remained unhurried as I threw out one final question. Didn't you just say a moment ago that you got lost? The expression on Nofu's face froze instantly. His gaze dodged for a moment, and then he forced a smile. I, I just remembered again. How boring. I shook my head, and all interest vanished from my eyes. Kill him. The instant that thought arose, scarlet light burst from Roya's eyes. No words, no unnecessary movement. His heavy body became a black afterimage and crossed the circle of light in an instant. The smile on Nofu's face froze, replaced by utter terror. He wanted to beg for mercy, wanted to run, but it was already too late. Splurt. The knight's greatsword wrapped in deathly aura howled through the air and cleanly severed his head. Then a bizarre scene unfolded. The headless corpse did not spray blood. Instead, it melted and twisted like a poor-quality wax figure. Its skin turned pale and smooth, its limbs stretched, and that terrified face dissolved into a blank flat surface without features. It was a mimic wraith. Expressionless, Roya dragged the corpse back and threw it into the territory. If you're going to pretend, at least pretend properly. I looked at the corpse on the ground and let out a contemptuous snort. Your story had far too many holes. A lowest-tier mimic wraith can't even learn how to lie properly. I paused, then swept an icy glance over the corpse, the corners of my mouth spreading into a grimly cold smile. Actually, I lied to you. Even if you'd acted perfectly, I still would have killed you. Even if you'd been real, I would have killed you all the same. My territory only needs corpses. A mimic wraith was a kind of living wraith that could devour living humans, acquire their memories, imitate their appearance, and move by day. It could infiltrate caravans, armies, even take the shape of those closest to you, only to erupt into attack at a crucial moment. It was one of the greatest nightmares of many territories. But here, it posed no threat at all, because my eternal territory had no need for any living humans. One squad, and there ended up being 2 living wraiths. Looking at Roya, and then at the mimic wraith on the ground, I frowned slightly. That's truly rare. What exactly happened to Roya's squad that night? Even as I was thinking, heaven and earth suddenly fell still. The wind stopped, the grass no longer swayed, and all things lost their voice. The darkness did not descend from the sky. It seeped up soundlessly like a rising tide from every crack in the earth, swiftly swallowing the last trace of orange-red. The eternal night had come again. The Lord's fire shone brighter than ever, opening up a bright zone nearly 10 meters across. Amid boundless, ink-black darkness, it stood like an unshakable lighthouse, sheltering both me and every eerie creature under my command. The much roomier space compared to last night brought a far greater sense of security. At the same time, this broader edge of light also drew in several times more dark creatures than the previous night. Hiss, roar, dense scraping and snarling sounds converged from every direction. Outside the border of light and darkness, it was as if an ocean made of eerie beings had formed. Yet when I looked at the scene, I was delighted rather than alarmed. Slaughterhouse, start running. The moment my voice fell, the eerie army within eternal territory moved instantly. For monkey corpse wraiths, each ran to one direction and crouched at the border of light and darkness, their thick arms reaching into the ink-like blackness as if fishing in a river. Every time they pulled back, they forcibly dragged out a struggling, hissing crawling wraith or bonehound wraith. Crack. The monkey corpse wraiths gave their prey no chance to land. With a twist of their arms, heads shattered and spines snapped, clean and efficient. The 3 clawball wraiths rolled at high speed along the inside of the territory, their claws cutting through soil and through any eerie creature bold enough to intrude, like 3 circular blades patrolling around the fire. The only remaining mutated crawling wraith lay before the warehouse door like a not too bright, but absolutely loyal watchdog. It had only one task. Anything that approached the warehouse was to be torn apart. The 2-headed bonehound wraith took charge of transport. Each head clamped one corpse, and with all 4 limbs pumping, it dragged the fresh corpses before me. I crouched by the altar. My dagger precisely cut open the back of an eerie creature's skull, and with a flick, one eerie crystal fragment dropped into my palm. Another flick, and there was a second. Roya stood at my side, silent in black armor, even more brutal in method than I was. His 5 fingers plunged into skulls, directly pulling out the eerie crystal fragments and tossing them into the leather pouch at my feet. Simple, efficient, and utterly without noble grace. I glanced at him, the corners of my mouth twitching. With those mining skills of yours, in my last life you'd have been a sales champion on an assembly line no matter what. The red light in Roya's eyes flickered. My lord requires efficiency. Very good. Excellent awareness. At first, the bonehound wraith's corpse transport was somewhat chaotic, but as eerie crystal fragments steadily came in, I did not hoard them. Instead, I directly threw several into Eerie Field number 2 and Eerie Field number 3. Before long, the black soil rolled, and two new two-headed bone hound wraiths crawled out, their white bones thick and their soul flames in eerie blue. The moment they were born, they joined the transport crew, and the whole territory instantly became much smoother in operation. Pulling enemies in, killing them, transporting corpses, extracting crystals, storing materials. Every single link had someone responsible, not someone, an eerie creature. I rose to my feet and brushed the black dirt from my hands. This was what lordship ought to feel like, even if the atmosphere was a bit too sinister. I looked toward the newly emptied Eerie Field number 2 and threw in another bone hound wraith corpse. Crawling wraiths were too mediocre, fine for swelling numbers, better suited as sacrifices. Two-headed bone hound wraiths were the most needed core unit in eternal territory at present. They could run, carry, tank, and even serve as mounts. It's not that you lot didn't work hard. The version changed. As for Eerie Field number 3, I dragged over the mimic wraith corpse. This thing could devour human memories, imitate appearances, and move by day. It was one of the living wraiths most feared by many lords. If I could grow one and make it mine. I narrowed my eyes. This thing might prove extremely useful. The black soil swallowed the mimic wraith, and a seedling sprouted, unfolding 3 leaves. This mimic wraith is a first-tier eerie creature too. I was slightly surprised. Roya had killed it far too easily. So easily, it was like casually cutting down a stalk of grass. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether the mimic wraith was too weak or Roya was simply too strong. The panel displayed, mimic wraith planted, estimated to mature in 18 hours. Leaf 1. Fertilize with 1 first-tier eerie crystal, reduced by 40%. Leaf 2. Add 1 cosmetic item belonging to a noblewoman. Female imitation ability enhanced. Leaf 3. Stand naked beside the field for 10 minutes, without wearing any equipment. Male imitation ability enhanced. I fell silent, a silence so loud it rang in the ears. I looked up at Roya. Can you take off your armor and stand beside the field for 10 minutes? Roya did not hesitate in the slightest. Honored Lord, I am willing to resolve your difficulties, but my armor has fused with my flesh and cannot be removed. I stared at him for 2 seconds. If not for his absolute loyalty, I would have suspected he was pretending to be stupid. Then I looked toward the monkey corpse wraiths, the two-headed bonehound wraiths, and the clawball wraiths. Forget it. Even if they stripped, it would count for nothing. The system probably wouldn't recognize it. I'll have to do it myself then. I took a deep breath. A short while later, every eerie creature in the territory had turned around in unison, backs facing the eerie field. Roya stood at the very front like a black iron wall, blocking every line of sight for me. The cold wind blew across the plain. I stood expressionlessly by Eerie Field number 3. I, Rhaegar, great lord of eternal territory, have sacrificed far too much today for the sake of territorial development. 10 minutes later, this lordship really is becoming more and more ridiculous. I dressed again, wrapped the hide coat back around myself, and shivered. The third leaf on Eerie Field number 3 had already fallen. This damned field is going to give me psychological trauma sooner or later. I cursed, then turned back to continue digging out crystals. Time continued to pass, and the eternal night deepened. Eternal territory ran like a machine that ate eerie creatures and spat out eerie crystals, rumbling through the night. At the edge of light and darkness, eerie beings were constantly dragged in, often turned into corpses before they could even get out a scream. The bonehound wraiths ran back and forth, and the corpse piles on the ground grew ever higher. Around midnight, another two-headed bonehound wraith appeared in the territory. The eerie crystal fragments in my leather pouch kept increasing, eventually reaching a terrifying 97. Corpses were stacked in piles within the territory, black blood flowing along the ground. The stench in the air was overwhelming, yet all I felt was peace of mind. This was the smell of resources. Just then, Eerie Field number 1 trembled violently. The black soil rose, and a pitch-black claw stabbed through the earth. Boom. The dirt exploded outward as a huge crawling wraith slowly crawled out. It was even more savage than in life, its whole body covered in black-red flesh membrane, and the bone armor on its back stood up like reversed blades, extending segment by segment all the way to its tail. Most terrifying of all were its foreclaws. Each blade was nearly 1 meter long, and a faint black aura coiled around them. Its eyes were scarlet, yet there was none of the disorder of wildness there, only disciplined ferocity. The instant the first-tier crawling wraith appeared, every low-rank eerie creature within eternal territory sped up slightly. The monkey corpse wraiths pulled enemies in more fiercely. The clawball wraiths rolled faster. Even the bonehound wraiths seemed to leave afterimages as they moved corpses. Hiss! The huge first-tier crawling wraith lowered its head and prostrated itself at my feet, its black-red claws digging deep into the dirt. I opened its panel. Late Tier 1, Passive Skill Strong Wraith Aura. Eerie creatures of the same tier, within a certain range, gain a 5% combat power increase. Rank 0 Eerie creatures gain a 15% increase. Combat power value, 376. Evaluation. A battlefield beast born from the mutation of a first-tier crawling wraith. Heavily armored in bone, sharp of claw. Its eerie aura stimulates the killing instincts of lower-rank eerie creatures, suitable as a frontline commander and formation breaker. Excellent. My eyes lit up. Though it's not equal to Roya, it's more than enough to crush rank 0 creatures. I raised a hand and pointed to the northern edge of the territory. Go. Test your claws. The first-tier crawling wraith turned instantly and crawled to the border of light and darkness, half its body within the light, its foreclaws stretching into the dark. Flash. With one sweeping strike, 3 crawling wraiths outside the territory were cut cleanly in half on the spot. Flash. A second claw came down, sending the head of a bonehound wraith flying, its soul fire extinguished. A clear patch of empty ground quickly appeared before it, and the eerie creatures in the darkness instinctively retreated. But the eternal night was never short of cannon fodder. After only a few breaths, new eerie creatures filled the gap again. I nodded in satisfaction and had a monkey corpse wraith throw a fresh monkey corpse wraith corpse into the now empty eerie field number 1, continuing to replenish my enemy pulling units. Everything was improving. Resources, troops, order. For the first time, Eternal Territory truly looked like a territory rather than merely a circle of fire clinging to life. Then, at the northern edge, a flash of scarlet appeared and vanished in an instant. The next moment, a black flesh vine shot out of the darkness. It was so fast that before the monkey corpse wraith could even finish stretching out its arms, the vine wrapped around its waist and abdomen. Whip! The monkey corpse wraith was dragged straight out of the circle of light and swallowed by the darkness without even managing a scream. Something's wrong. My expression darkened as I realized the territory was missing one monkey corpse wraith. Everyone, fall back a bit. Barely had the order left my mouth when another flesh vine lashed out from the north. This time, the target was actually the first-tier crawling wraith. The vine wrapped around its neck and forelimbs and yanked hard outward. Flash. The first-tier crawling wraith reacted at once, cutting backward with a claw and severing the vine in an instant. But the pulling force was too great. Its huge body was still dragged from the territory and slid into the darkness. In the next second, countless eerie creatures swarmed it. The sounds of dense biting, cutting, and scraping bone armor exploded all at once. My pupils contracted slightly. Even a late Tier 1 creature could not hold out forever against endless rank 0 eerie creatures in the darkness. And beyond that, there was still the unknown first-tier eerie creature using flesh vines, lurking there and watching. Clawball wraiths, charge out. Roya, stay within the territory and pull it back. Do not leave the territory. The 3 clawball wraiths began rolling at once, spinning at high speed and charging straight into the darkness. Slash, slash. Their blade-like claws tore open a bloody path, and every rank 0 eerie creature in their way was cut into minced flesh. Roya swung onto his bone horse, with half his body still inside the territory and half stepping into the dark edge. The knight's greatsword swept across, its black death aura carving an arc that chopped the onrushing crawling wraiths into pieces. Where my blade reaches, there lies the road home. Roya's voice was hoarse. He urged the bone horse half a step forward and thrust his left hand into the darkness, grabbing hold of the bone armor on the back of the first-tier crawling wraith. In the darkness, another flesh vine lashed toward him, and Roya raised his sword. Black radiance one-line slash. A pitch-black blade arc tore through the night. The flesh vine was cut into several pieces, and the sword arc continued onward, clearing away the entangled rank 0 eerie creatures ahead. From deep within the darkness came a shrill scream. Roya did not pursue. With one arm, he hauled the blood-soaked first-tier crawling wraith back into the territory and hurled it heavily onto the ground, then calmly reined his mount back. At the same time, only 2 of the 3 clawball wraiths rolled back. The last one remained in the night forever. Even for a creature covered entirely in blades, the other rank 0 eerie beings had not been easy to break through. Inside the territory, the first-tier crawling wraith lay sprawled on the ground, covered in fine wounds, with scraps of flesh and broken claws wedged into the gaps of its bone armor. It breathed heavily, its scarlet eyes fixed stubbornly on the north. Not fear, anger. I crouched down and tossed a crawling wraith corpse toward its mouth. Eat. Recover. The first tear-crawling wraith opened its jaws and swallowed, and its wounds began slowly to wriggle and heal. Roya, did you wound that thing just now? I rose, my eyes cold. I struck the edge of its true body, but not fatally. It stands some distance from the territory, Roya said slowly, gazing into the northern darkness. In that case, I'll wait for it to strike again. I already had a way to deal with it in mind, so I immediately had the monkey corpse wraiths continue acting as bait, standing at the territory's edge and pulling in enemies. For the rest of the eternal night, I kept my eyes fixed on the darkness to the north. The 4 monkey corpse wraiths continued crouching at the border, their thick arms reaching again and again into the dark, forcibly dragging wandering rank 0 eerie creatures into the circle of light. Crack, crack. The sounds of snapping bones continued endlessly, but the fleshvine wraith never made another move. Whether it had been injured by Roya's black radiance one-line slash or cowed by the skeletal night, it remained hidden in the deep northern darkness, like a venomous snake staring at prey but not daring to bite. Gone timid, I muttered softly as I watched the north. Roya stood at my side, the red glow in his eyes calm as he looked into the darkness. Perhaps it is observing, waiting for an opening. Then let it watch. I withdrew my gaze. It can tour Eternal Territory's assembly line for free. The admission fee is 1 sword strike from you. Roya did not answer, merely tightened his grip on the hilt. The eternal night kept flowing, and the slaughterhouse kept running. Even as the shrieks from the depths of the darkness gradually grew sparse, I still never got a second fleshvine attack. The next instant, a ghastly white point abruptly appeared at the center of the heavens. It came without warning, as if someone had poked a hole through a curtain of ink. Then the pale light spread in all directions, brutally tearing apart the entire eternal night. The darkness receded. There was no gentleness of dawn. It was as if the world had been flipped over in an instant by a cold hand. At the border of light and darkness, those writhing eerie shadows vanished without a trace the moment daylight arrived, leaving behind only severed limbs, shattered bones, and black slime all over the ground. How nice. I managed to survive another day. I rubbed my brow, my voice a little hoarse. Inside Eternal Territory, eerie corpses were piled up like mountains. All 4 monkey corpse wraiths had been replenished and now squatted beside the altar like 4 brawny laborers just off a night shift. The northern perimeter of the territory was even more exaggerated, heaped with masses of chopped remains. The ones with mirror-smooth cuts were Roya's handiwork. The ones torn into irregular chunks came from the claws of the first tear-crawling wraith. I did not rest. Roya and I began tallying the spoils. We started with the complete corpses inside the territory. Roya plunged his 5 fingers into skulls, dug out one eerie crystal fragment after another, and dropped them into the leather pouch, while I used my dagger to catch the ones he missed. After clearing the interior, we moved to the northern outer heap of shredded corpses. The stench there was even thicker, and half-bodies of crawling wraiths still twitched. I used my dagger to stir through the black flesh slurry, picking out eerie crystal fragments one after another from within. Before long, the leather pouch could hold no more. I simply tore open the sack I had looted and used it specifically to hold eerie crystal fragments. When the counting was done, the total came to 206 eerie crystal fragments. Looking at the gray-black crystals filling the sack, the corners of my mouth slowly spread apart. Last night wasn't spent in vain. This was no eternal night. It was an automatically refreshing resource dungeon. As for these mangled corpses, those of you who should cultivate, cultivate. Those who should feed, feed. I raised a hand and gave the order. Among the intact corpses, everything except the crawling wraiths goes into the warehouse first. The mutated eerie creatures acted at once. The 2-headed bonehound wraiths bit bonehound wraith corpses and dragged them toward the warehouse, while the monkey corpse wraiths carried fleshball wraiths through the eerie hide curtain. Roya, meanwhile, walked to the torn corpses and pressed his armored palm onto them. Threads of black eerie chi were drawn out and flowed into his body. Once drained, the corpses rapidly rotted and dissolved into sludge within seconds. The first tear-crawling wraith lay on the other side, devouring flesh in great bites. The dense wounds it had suffered when dragged into the darkness by the flesh vines had already healed completely, and the violent gleam had returned to its scarlet eyes. I directly threw 16 eerie crystal fragments into the Lord's fire, solving its maintenance for a full day. Just then, The soil of Eerie Field Number 2 surged, and a new mutated monkey corpse wraith crawled out, shook off the dirt, and prostrated itself before me. Perfect timing. I walked to the edge of the field and poured handful after handful of eerie crystal fragments from the sack into the black soil. 96 in all, equal to 12 first-tier eerie crystals. The black earth swallowed them all, and a seedling sprouted, yet it still only grew 2 leaves. The panel showed 12 first-tier eerie crystals planted, matures once every 24 hours, yielding 1.6 first-tier eerie crystals. Leaf 1. Each added unit of fertilizer increases output by 0.12. Leaf 2. Add more fertilizer. Once output reaches second-tier eerie crystal level, gain an additional bonus. If I convert that, it's equivalent to harvesting 15 eerie crystal fragments a day. Stroking my chin, I felt rather pleased. Bit by bit, slowly. In any case, I don't have any urgent need to mass-produce troops for now. The moment I said that, my stomach growled, and the smile on my face vanished. Excellent. Lord Rhaegar has once again been punished by black bread. I walked to the supplies pile, broke off a chunk of black bread hard enough to bludgeon someone, soaked some smoked meat strips until they softened, and forced them down. The food was still awful, but it kept me alive, and that was enough. After filling my stomach, I looked at the first-tier crawling wraith and the many eerie creatures in the territory with nothing to do, then said, "Take the others out and sweep the plain. See if you can bring back any prey." I paused. "Remember to return to the territory before dusk." Hiss. The first-tier crawling wraith lowered its head, a trace of obedience passing through its scarlet eyes, and led most of the eerie creatures out of eternal territory. The 2-headed bonehound wraiths raced at the front, the clawball wraiths rolled along the flanks, and the monkey corpse wraiths bounded after them. Before long, the sinister-looking raiding party vanished into the depths of the barren plain. The territory instantly felt much emptier. I left only one monkey corpse wraith behind to handle planting and transport. With Roya standing guard, daytime security was more than sufficient. Sleepiness came over me quickly, and I crawled into the tent, wrapped myself tightly in the hide coat, and closed my eyes. After absorbing the eerie chi, Roya returned to stand by the fire, one hand resting on his sword. Clad in black armor, his scarlet glow swept silently across the surroundings like that of a guardian knight who had no need for rest. Eternal territory once more fell quiet. I did not know how long had passed when I opened my eyes. It was dim inside the tent. The eerie hide kept out most of the cold wind, but not the increasingly obvious chill. I lifted the flap and stepped out, narrowing my eyes against the wind that met me. It was colder. The sea wind plane was moving from autumn into winter. The withered grass bent low, and a thin frost had formed in the cracks of the earth. Counting on my fingers, I muttered, 5 nights. Since being exiled to this plane and establishing eternal territory, I had survived 5 eternal nights alone. In those 5 days, it felt as though I had been taken from pampered noble air and thrown straight into a meat grinder. I swept my gaze over the territory. The raiding party had not returned yet. The sea wind plain was too barren, and finding prey by day was no easy task. During my sleep, however, another monkey corpse wraith and 2 two-headed bonehound wraiths had appeared in the territory, while the leather pouch had 6 fewer eerie crystal fragments. Clearly, the monkey corpse wraith left behind had faithfully carried out its planting duties. Nothing happened while I was sleeping, I trust. I looked toward Roya. Roya lowered his head slightly. "Honored Lord, under your protection, no evil dares trespass." "Very good. If you can talk, then talk more." I gave a slight nod and sat cross-legged beside the fire, circulating the basic battle chi method again. The weak battle chi moved slowly through my body, following the narrow channels of my meridians. This body's talent was not outstanding, but I did not despise it. A lord could use authority, and with armies could crush through anything. Time passed quickly. The sun shifted westward from the center of the sky, and the pale light stretched the shadows of the eerie bone fence longer and longer. Just as I finished one round of breathing practice, Roya suddenly lifted his head. "Someone is coming." I opened my eyes and followed his gaze. 100 meters away, 2 figures were running toward eternal territory. One large, one small, both female. The elder was around her 20s, wearing a rough-spun dress bleached almost white from washing, with several tears in the hem from thorns and obvious abrasions on her arms. The younger was 13 or 14, pale-faced and stumbling as she ran, nearly falling several times. They kept looking back, as if fleeing something. Yet on the empty plain behind them, there were no pursuers in sight for the moment. When they saw eternal territory, When they saw the Lord's fire burning at its center, light flared in both their eyes. Sister, fire. There's a Lord's fire there. The younger girl's voice trembled, but her steps quickened. The older woman gritted her teeth, seized her, and practically dragged her forward. Quick, we're saved. As they drew closer, they also saw the true appearance of the territory. The black, eerie hide tent. The white bone fence. Roya, standing by the fire in black armor like an undead knight. And several creatures that clearly looked like eerie beings. The joy on the younger girl's face froze, and she came to an abrupt halt. The older woman's face also turned pale, but she quickly spotted me, a living human, or at least someone who looked like one. Like a drowning woman grabbing at her final rope, she dropped to her knees outside the circle of light with a thud, her voice thick with tears. Honored Lord, please save us. The younger girl also knelt. Lord, please save me and my sister. I did not answer at once. Standing by the fire, I let my gaze sweep over their faces, then drop to their feet. They had shadows. They were breathing. The details were convincing enough, not like mimic wraiths. But on the sea wind plane, the more something looked human, the less certain it was to be human. Yesterday, a mimic wraith said there were other territories on the sea wind plane. Today, 2 humans just happened to show up. I tugged at the corner of my mouth, my voice calm and utterly flat. Do you really take me for a fool? Or do you think I'm easy to deceive? Are you mimic wraiths working in teams now? Kill them. I had no interest in testing truth from falsehood. On the eternal night plane, the safest way to identify something was to kill it first. The older woman's face turned white, and the fingers of her hands dug into the dirt where she knelt. The younger girl looked up, tears filling her eyes. Lord, we're not mimic wraiths. Lord, we're people of Blackrock territory under Baron Blackrock. Please don't kill us. Roya showed not the slightest mercy. A flash of red passed through his eyes, and his right hand was already on the hilt of his sword. His heavy black armor let out a low rasp as the skeletal knight took one step forward, the firelight wavering across his armor. The expressions of the 2 women froze instantly. The little girl's lips trembled, and even her sobs stuck in her throat. The older one instinctively shielded her younger sister behind her, spreading her arms even though she clearly knew it was useless. Just as Roya was about to step beyond the circle of light, a shrill burst of shouting suddenly came from the direction the 2 had arrived from. Ga ga ga. The sound was as grating as stones scraping an iron pot. Wait. I raised a hand. Roya stopped instantly, his greatsword only half an inch from leaving its sheath. Narrowing my eyes, I looked into the distance. The withered grass was trampled flat as 4 small green-skinned creatures ran out from behind an earthen mound. They were less than 1.3 meters tall, with long pointed heads, ears like torn fans, yellow teeth protruding from their mouths, and only a few scraps of hide and rag wrapped around their bodies. 2 carried rusted short blades. One held a club, and the last had a crude shortbow slung on its back, with several blackened bone ornaments hanging from its waist. When they saw the Lord's fire, they did not retreat. Instead, they stopped in the distance and jabbered a few ugly-sounding words. Then they noticed the 2 kneeling women, and in the muddy little eyes of all 4, greed and lewd malice flared undisguised. I froze for a second. Aren't these goblins? I stroked my chin, my tone odd. Countrymen from another world, eh. Back in my previous life, the name goblin had carried quite a bit of weight. Of course I knew this world had goblins too. But in noble lessons, goblins belonged to the very bottom branch of the demi-human races, not even worth serious explanation. Most of them attached themselves to demi-human tribes and used totem flames to resist the eternal night. By day they went out to rob grain, rob people, rob livestock, and by night they huddled within totem range to survive. To put it bluntly, they were the gangsters at the bottom of this world's food chain. But even the bottom of the food chain was still an intelligent race that moved in packs. For eternal territory as it was now, a strong goblin tribe would still be a difficult bone to chew. The 4 goblins clearly had no idea what they were facing. Cursing and jabbering, they came closer, waving their short knives as they spat some vulgar language I couldn't understand. One of them even made an obscene gesture toward the older woman, and the others immediately burst into shrill, grating laughter. The woman's whole body trembled as she held her sister tightly. The expression on my face turned cold. Kill the goblins first. They're too arrogant. The sea wind plane does not permit anyone to be more arrogant than me. The moment my words fell, Roya swung up onto his bone horse, ghostly blue soul flames igniting beneath its hooves. In the next second, the skeletal knight charged from the territory, and the ugly grins vanished from the goblins' faces. They had finally felt the pressure of a peak first-tier being. Ga ga ga. The foremost goblin let out a shriek and turned to run, but it was already too late. A sweep of black swordlight flashed across. The first green head flew up, spinning twice in the air, terror still frozen on its face. The second had only just lifted its club when its arm and neck were severed together. The third dropped to its knees to beg for mercy, but Roya did not slow in the slightest. His greatsword came down from above and split it in two. The last one, the bow-carrying goblin, ran the fastest and had already sprinted more than 10 meters. The bone horse's hooves struck the ground, and Roya caught up in an instant. Splurt! The fourth head hit the dirt. For goblins, from noticing danger to all being dead, less than 10 breaths. The two women stared blankly at the scene. The fear in their eyes turned to shock, and then from shock into wild relief at having survived. Yet when they saw monkey corpse wraiths and two-headed bonehound wraiths walking out of the territory and skillfully hauling off the goblin corpses, that small joy instantly shattered again. The little girl's teeth chattered. Teach those eerie things. Why are they alive? The older woman forced herself not to retreat, though her face had gone white as paper. I replied casually. They are eerie creatures I tamed using an eerie treasure. There is no need to fear. They do not harm people. Just then, a monkey corpse wraith happened to carry over a headless goblin corpse, black slime dripping from its claws. Wah! One look, and the little girl's tears flowed even harder. I fell silent for a moment. Very well. The soothing effect had been approximately 0. Too lazy to explain further, I pointed toward the two outside the circle of light. I saved you. Now you can explain yourselves. What exactly is the situation with this Black Rock territory of yours? Where is it located? Where did these goblins come from? And why did you come here? My voice lowered, but my eyes remained cold. If there are problems with your story, or if you conceal anything, I will still kill you as mimic wraiths. Whoa, the younger girl finally broke and began sobbing aloud on her knees. The older woman took several deep breaths and forced herself steady. She knew this noble boy before her was not trying to scare them. He really would kill them. My lord, my name is Lena, and this is my younger sister Amy. Lena lowered her head, her voice still trembling. We both come from Black Rock territory. Black Rock territory was in theft as a barony in blazing calendar year 123, and our lord has inherited the title of Baron Black Rock ever since. If you travel in the direction from which we came, about 2 hours from here, you will see Black Rock territory. My eyes shifted slightly. Blazing calendar 123? It was already blazing calendar 201 now. That was nearly 80 years ago, back during the reign of the king before the previous one. Ever since the former king had declared the sea wind plain abandoned, all the kingdom's nobles and camps had been withdrawn. In theory, this land had long since become wilderness. And yet, a barony had somehow clung on here until now. So there really is a territory to the north. I stroked my chin, my expression odd. That mimic wraith from yesterday actually didn't lie to me. When Lena heard the words mimic wraith, her face paled another shade, but she continued. In the mountains near our territory, a new goblin tribe formed 10 years ago. They have harassed Black Rock territory ever since, stealing wheat fields, abducting young women to violate them, and attacking gathering teams that go out during the day. The territory's troops have fought them many times. Though we can drive them back each time, there are powerful magical beasts in the mountains, and we cannot wipe them out. She bit her lip. Over the years, their numbers have only continued to grow. I glanced at the goblin corpses on the ground. Creatures this weak could still become troublesome in numbers, especially for a declining border barony. And those newly added goblins were most likely born from the girls they had abducted from Black Rock territory. It was hard to imagine what those women had suffered in the tribe. Go on. Lena nodded and lowered her voice further. My father is the first knight under Baron Black Rock. A few days ago, he was injured while helping farmers resist a magical beast called a marsh scale boar. In a few days, it will be time to harvest barley, and the goblins will definitely come to steal grain. Father is badly wounded, and we don't have enough potions. Amy and I wanted to go out and gather some bloodstop herb and bitterroot to help him recover. We didn't expect to run into a goblin scouting party. She clutched her sister Amy tightly, her fingertips still trembling. We ran all the way here. We shook off most of them, and only those last 4 chased us to this place. After a while, I understood the general situation. By Lena's account, Black Rock territory was in poor shape. At its peak, its lord's fire had a protected diameter of more than 400 meters, with a population over 1,000. Now it was down to a diameter of 200 meters and a population a little over 300. If the diameter was cut in half, the actual area lost was far more than half. Farmland, housing, warehouse space, defensive lines, everything had been compressed. The reason it had survived until now was likely the specialty of Black Rock territory, the Black Rock Wall. A defensive wall built from local black, or effective to a degree against both eerie creatures and magical beasts. Without it, Black Rock territory would have been swallowed by the eternal night long ago. And now, their strongest first-tier knight was wounded and unable to reliably hunt eerie creatures at night to obtain eerie crystals. The strain on their lord's fire would only worsen. On top of that, the goblins were about to raid the harvest. Troubles within and without, the territory was on the verge of collapse. Interesting. A trace of interest appeared in my eyes as I looked at Lena. What level is your lord? Lena and Amy looked at each other, then both shook their heads. We don't know. We've never seen our lord fight. I quickly assessed the situation in my mind. A lord had the best bloodline inheritance and the richest resources. Even a miserable case with abysmal talent like me could become a low-rank knight with time. Given that he had a first-tier knight under his command, then the Baron himself was at minimum also a first-tier knight. As long as Baron Blackrock had not broken through to Tier 2, I had nothing to fear. Among beings of the same tier, Roya was practically invincible. Even if the other side were a peak first-tier knight, he would still have to ask whether Black Radiance one-line/agreed. Even the so-called genius peak first-tier knights I had seen back in Golden Wheat territory had never made me feel the sort of pressure Roya did now. Suddenly, I remembered something. Do you have cosmetics in your territory? Lena froze. Amy even forgot to cry and raised her tear-streaked little face. What are cosmetics? The sort of thing your lord's wife smears on her face. I gestured vaguely. The kind that makes a face look redder, whiter, more noble. Lena hesitated for a moment. Does my lord mean rouge? The madam used it once at our lord's birthday banquet. My eyes lit up. Yes, that thing exactly. The second leaf of the mimic wraith required a noblewoman's cosmetic. And now, wasn't that problem solved? In my eyes, Black Rock territory had originally been nothing more than an unknown point of risk. Now it was different. The risk was relatively low, and it had the item needed to complete the leaf task. On top of that, it might also have different kinds of food and magical potions for battle chi cultivation. It was a territory worth making contact with. Lena, Amy, I'll take you back. I called the two by name. The sisters both looked up at once, disbelief and joy filling their eyes. Many thanks, honored lord. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Amy cried as she kowtowed, and Lena hurriedly bowed as well. Don't thank me too soon. I just want to take a look at Black Rock territory. I waved a hand, then turned toward the territory. Roya, come with me. As you command. Roya swung onto his bone horse. I then summoned two two-headed bonehound wraiths. One of them crouched before Lena and Amy, both white skeletal heads turning at the same time, ghostly soul fire burning in its eye sockets. Amy nearly burst into tears again from fright. If you want to go back, get on. With your 2 legs, you won't make it back before dark. Lena gritted her teeth and helped her sister climb onto the bonehound wraith's back, both hands clutching its bone spurs so tightly her knuckles turned white. I swung up onto the other one and looked back at eternal territory. The Lord's fire burned quietly, and the tent flap swayed gently in the wind. Those staying behind, keep farming. Don't let the fire go out. The monkey corpse wraith gave a low gurgle, as if in response. Then our group left eternal territory and headed north. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The withered grass bent beneath the bonehound's feet. The cold wind blew in from the far end of the plain, carrying the damp chill of the seashore. Sitting on the beast's back, Lena looked at me as though she wanted to ask something, yet did not dare speak. The two of them were too weak, so I did not let the bonehounds run too fast, though not too slowly either. We had to leave enough time to make it back before eternal night fell. Even with our pace deliberately slowed, half an hour later a territory surrounded by a low black wall still appeared at the end of the wasteland. It was a genuine human territory, and farther beyond it stretched a mountain range across the land. The black wall formed an irregular circle, enclosing houses, warehouses, livestock pens, and the central firelight. Militiamen patrolled atop the wall. Crude watchtowers stood at the 4 corners, and bows and crossbows were mounted on the arrow towers. Though old, the place still showed a complete defensive system. Not far outside the territory lay wide stretches of cultivated farmland, row upon row of barley bowing in the cold wind, the ears already yellowing, only a few days away from harvest. To the people of Black Rock territory, this was not just grain. It was their very means to survive the winter. Now this looks like a noble territory. Sitting on the bonehound wraith's back, I swept my gaze across the outer area. Compared with this, my eternal territory looked like some gloomy, illegal construction. But once we got closer, I quickly noticed that this territory was not as respectable as it looked from afar. The black wall was covered in claw marks and impact scars. Some places had been repeatedly patched with mismatched stones, old and new, and the cracks were stuffed with dry grass and black mud. Several corners of the wall even bore bite marks, clearly showing that over countless eternal nights, it had been battered again and again by eerie creatures and magical beasts. To have clung on for 80 years, it really does have something going for it, I commented in a low voice. Just then, the militiamen in the watchtower finally noticed us. Clang, clang, clang. The urgent ringing of a bell shattered the calm outside Blackrock territory. Militiamen quickly gathered on the wall. Some drew bows, some raised spears, and others fumbled to open the wooden panels of the arrow towers. But when they recognized Lena and Amy, their movements visibly stalled. Aren't those Miss Lena and Miss Amy? It really is them. Didn't they go out to gather herbs? Why are they with outsiders? What is that thing the man is riding? A bonehound wraith. Hiss, living eerie creatures? He doesn't look like a good person. Don't talk nonsense. He's wearing noble clothes. It's been years since we've seen an outside noble. Could they be mimic wraiths? They kept their voices low, but I heard them clearly. I did not order an approach, nor did I have Roya display force. I simply stopped outside bow range and waited quietly. There was no point in forcing my way in. I had not come here to kill people. Lena took a deep breath, climbed down from the bonehound wraith with legs still somewhat weak, then stepped forward of her own accord and shouted, "Don't shoot. This is an honored noble lord newly arrived on the sea wind plain. Amy and I were chased by goblins, and it was this lord who saved us. He has matters to discuss with Lord Baron Blackrock. Please report to Baron Blackrock at once." A militia captain in worn leather armor changed expression slightly and immediately pressed down the bows of the nearby militiamen. "Please wait, honored lord. Our lord, Baron Blackrock, is on his way. Please wait a moment." He bent in a bow, his tone much more respectful. I gave a slight nod. The murmuring on the wall quickly subsided. In this world, the word noble still carried weight. Even if the other party rode eerie creatures, even if the whole scene looked highly improper, as long as he did not attack first, he could not simply be treated like a monster. A short while later, a middle-aged to elderly man climbed onto the wall surrounded by guards and servants. He looked to be in his 50s, with graying hair, gaunt cheeks, and deep-set eyes. He wore an old-fashioned noble outfit, the cuffs of the black coat polished shiny from wear. A black rock crest was pinned to his chest, clearly well cared for, though unable to hide the marks of time. A slender sword hung at his waist, and one hand rested on its hilt, not heavily, but never once leaving it. Baron Blackrock first glanced at Lena and Amy. After confirming that both were alive, the tension in his eyes visibly eased a little. Then his gaze fell on me. Noble attire, a young face, yet mounted on a two-headed bonehound wraith. And behind me stood Roya, the black-armored knight. He stared at Roya for several breaths, his eyes tightening slightly. Clearly, he had more insight than those militiamen and understood better what this implied. Honored friend from afar. Baron Blackrock raised a hand and placed it over his chest in a greeting between nobles. It would seem that among your subordinates, you possess an exceedingly outstanding necromancer. I did not explain, a misunderstanding was fine. Necromancer sounded far more normal than, I grow eerie creatures out of farmland. Seated on the bonehound wraith's back, I returned a brief noble salute. I assume you are Baron Blackrock. I am Rhaegar, Baron newly infeft by the blazing kingdom upon the sea wind plain, lord of eternal territory. When I said newly infeft, my tone paused for a moment. Baron Blackrock understood. As for what happened, let your own people explain it. I pointed at Lena. Lena immediately bowed. Honored lord, Amy and I went out to search for bloodstop herb and bitterroot, but on the way we were pursued by a goblin squad and fled all the way to the southern wasteland. If not for Lord Rhaegar's intervention, my sister and I would already have been captured by the goblins. Lord Rhaegar's knight killed the 4 goblins that chased us. We witnessed it ourselves. Amy nodded hard as well, tears stained still on her face. Baron Blackrock lightly tapped the edge of the wall with his fingers, then showed a perfectly measured look of relief. So that is how it was. Baron Rhaegar, Blackrock territory owes you a favor. These 2 girls are the daughters of Horn, my first knight. If Horn learns they have safely returned, he will surely be deeply grateful to you. Then he changed the subject. However, it has been far too long since a new noble territory was born on the sea wind plain. The temporary camps along the route were withdrawn by the kingdom decades ago. Forgive my bluntness, but why have you come here? I smiled. You are right. The Sea Wind Plain was abandoned by the kingdom long ago. My enfeefment here is more in the nature of exile. The wall fell silent for a moment. A trace of understanding flashed through Baron Blackrock's eyes. An exiled young noble, clearly dressed above the level of an ordinary baron, with a powerful knight capable of commanding undead and eerie creatures. Put together, these clues suggested a story that was anything but simple. But he did not press further, only sighing. The noble lords of rich lands have never understood how cold the nights of the Sea Wind Plain can be. Baron Rhaegar, that you were able to light the Lord's fire here and survive until now is already proof enough of your courage. I nearly laughed out loud. Courage? No, it was just that my eerie field was absurdly overpowered. I did not beat around the bush. I came in haste, and my supplies are insufficient. I need a cosmetic used by noble women. Rouge, face powder, anything of the sort. Also, I would like to exchange for some food that is not black bread or dried meat. Fruit would be fine as well. I can pay in eerie crystals. Baron Blackrock froze for a moment. Cosmetics? His gaze involuntarily swept over Roya and the two bonehound wraiths. The needs of this new lord were, to put it mildly, a bit abstract. But among nobles, one should not casually pry into another's private tastes. He quickly recovered his smile. You saved Lena and Amy, so naturally there is no need for eerie crystals for these things. Blackrock territory may be poor, but it is not so poor as to send away a benefactor empty-handed. He turned and gave orders to a servant. Before long, a hanging basket was slowly lowered from the wall. Inside was a small wooden box containing half a dried and cracked cake of red rouge, along with several wheat cakes, a small bag of soybeans, 2 wrinkled apples, and a jar of pickled vegetables. It was not much, but on the Sea Wind Plain it was already quite respectable. Roya stepped forward, caught the basket with one hand, and brought back the goods. I opened it, confirmed that the rouge in the wooden box qualified as noble women's cosmetics, and nodded in satisfaction. My thanks. Baron Blackrock said gently, it is getting late. If Baron Rhaegar does not mind, you may enter the territory and rest here for the night. Blackrock territory is willing to receive you according to noble etiquette. Of course, I was not foolish enough to agree. There was more symbolism than substance in that offer anyway. I glanced at the wall, then at the dense cluster of buildings within. No need. My territory still requires my presence. I will visit again another day. Baron Blackrock did not insist, only saluting once more. May the Lord's fire protect you, and may eternal territory burn long upon the Sea Wind Plain. I returned the salute and turned my bonehound wraith around. Roya silently followed. Lena and Amy were left outside the wall, and only after our figures had gradually disappeared into the distance did Baron Blackrock order a rope ladder lowered so the militiamen could bring the sisters inside. I did not ask for more supplies, including things I urgently needed such as magical plants and magical potions to aid cultivation. In just a few days, Blackrock territory would harvest its barley. Their first knight was injured, and the goblin tribe was watching like a tiger stalking prey. I had already shown my strength. Next time, it should not be me asking for trade. It should be Baron Blackrock coming to me on his own. And if one asks a favor, one must pay the price for asking. Inside Blackrock territory, no sooner had Lena and Amy been brought past the wall than they were sent to a stone house beside the Lord's fortress and placed under strict watch by several militiamen. Baron Blackrock entered the room, the kindness from before now gone from his face, replaced only by steadiness and severity. Tell me everything you saw in Eternal Territory. Leave nothing out. Lena dared not hide anything. Starting from how Rhaegar had saved them, she recounted everything all the way to the Lord's fire in Eternal Territory, the eerie hide tent, the white bone fence, the skeletal knight, the two-headed bonehound wraiths, the monkey corpse wraiths, and those eerie creatures that clearly obeyed orders. Amy added in a tiny voice from the side. Those eerie creatures really didn't attack him. And that black-armored knight could talk too. He said, as you command. The more Baron Blackrock listened, the slower his fingers tapped on the table. At last, he let out a long breath. It seems everything he said should be true. That necromancer is even stronger than I imagined. Only, the clothes he wears are clearly not something an ordinary baron would have. That cut and fabric, I only saw such things in my youth on envoys from a marquis family. Rhaegar, just who is he? No one in the room answered. After a moment, Baron Blackrock looked again at the Lena sisters, his tone easing somewhat. These next 2 days will be hard on you. By the territory's rules, you must first stay in the purifying firehouse for 3 days. Once it is confirmed you carry no eerie contamination, you will be allowed to return home. I will inform your father of the matter. As you command, my lord. Amy's face turned pale, and Lena bit her lip, but still lowered her head. But father's injuries, how is he? They are not severe, but he will need a long time to recover. Baron Blackrock frowned and waved for the guards to take them away. Afterward, he went alone to the highest part of the fortress and stood by the window looking toward the southern wasteland. In the distance, the wheat fields yellowed, and when the wind blew, waves rippled across them. That was the foundation of Blackrock territory, and also the reason the goblins would certainly come. His brows were tightly knit, his eyes full of worry. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke. Go summon Nighthorn. A guard outside replied in a low voice. My lord, Nighthorn's injuries have not healed yet. Then carry him here if you must. Baron Blackrock's voice was low, but brooked no refusal. My lord, that Baron Blackrock is most likely a bronze-rank knight. On the road back, Roya suddenly spoke. My hand gripping the bone spur on the bone hound's back stiffened slightly, and the white-boned creature beneath me also came to a halt. What? I turned to look back in the direction of Blackrock territory. That ring of low black wall had already been obscured by wild grass and cold wind, with only the tips of a few watchtowers still visible above the horizon. Bronze rank. A second-tier knight. I narrowed my eyes. That is indeed the sort of strength a normal baron ought to have. It seems Baron Blackrock was hiding more than I thought. Mounted on his bone horse, Roya's black armor did not sway in the least in the cold wind. I sensed bronze-rank battle chi within him, but his body is already weakened, his blood and vitality have declined, and his battle chi circulates poorly. He must have suffered some hidden chronic injury in his younger years, or a grievous wound that never fully healed. He is far inferior to an ordinary bronze-rank knight. The seriousness on my face eased somewhat. A bronze-rank knight was nothing special in Golden Wheat territory, but in a hellhole like the Sea Wind Plain, that counted as an absolute powerhouse. If you fought him, what then? Roya answered without hesitation, full of confidence. If we were forced into direct battle, the odds would be 6-4. I would win by a slight margin, but only miserably. You should have said so sooner. You had me worrying for nothing. In any case, you recover quickly even if injured, so that basically means a complete victory. I immediately relaxed, settled myself again, and continued on the road. As long as Roya could fight, business could still be discussed. In truth, all I needed was enough deterrence to make the other side wary. Half an hour later, evening had fully arrived. The pale sun slowly sank against the western wasteland, dyeing the withered grass a dark gold. The cold wind swept over the plain, stirring up tiny grains of frost. The shadows of the distant low mounds stretched long, like black fingers already reaching out from eternal night ahead of time. The Lord's fire of eternal territory stood out especially clearly in the dusk. As soon as Roya and I returned, we saw that the first-tier crawling wraith had already come back. Piled on the ground were some hunting spoils, 3 gray-furred grass rabbits, a black-spined badger with curved horns, and 2 gray-white feathered frost crow beasts. The most eye-catching of all was a giant silver-gray wolf. Its body was nearly 2 meters long, its fur carrying a faint moonlit sheen, and on its forehead was a pale silver crescent-shaped mark. Its belly had been torn open, and the blood had already dried into a dark red crust. Even in death, a cold magical fluctuation still lingered on its body. It was a first-tier magical beast, a silver moon wolf, descendant of the national treasure-class magical beasts of the neighboring Silver Moon Kingdom. The Silver Moon Kingdom did not venerate dragons, but a Silver Moon Wolf King equal to a dragon. Yet after breeding for many generations, this magical beast's bloodline had already spread and diluted throughout neighboring kingdoms. Ordinary Silver Moon wolves retained only an extremely faint trace of the Wolf King's bloodline, so little that it could basically be ignored. The first-tier crawling wraith had also gained several claw wounds deep enough to expose bone, and 2 pieces of the bony armor on its back had been bitten apart. A few of the 2-headed bonehound wraiths that had gone out were missing, but bringing back the corpse of a first-tier magical beast made it all worthwhile. Well done. My eyes lit up. Telling you to go hunting was indeed the right choice. From now on, you're the captain of Eternal Territory's hunting team. Your professional ability is solid. The first-tier crawling wraith lowered its head, swallowed a piece of eerie creature limb at its mouth, and its wounds began slowly writhing shut. I did not deal with the game right away. Instead, I took out the small wooden box Baron Blackrock had given me and quickly walked to Eerie Field number 3. The mimic wraith was nearly at the end of its maturation, and the seedling still had 2 leaves remaining. I opened the wooden box. That half cake of dried red rouge gave off a faint fragrance, completely at odds with the bloody smell of the territory. I dropped the rouge into the black soil. The earth gave a slight tremor, and the second leaf withered and fell away, leaving only the final one. Only after that did I walk over to the Silver Moon Wolf's corpse, draw my dagger, and cut through the flesh beneath its chest along the source of the magical fluctuation. After a few movements of the tip, I dug out a silver-white crystal the size of a pigeon's egg. Faint moonlight-like patterns flowed inside it, and it felt ice-cold in my hand. A first-tier magic crystal. This was a precious material unique to magical beasts. It could be used to forge enchanted weapons, or refined into magical potions to aid the cultivation of knights and mages. In terms of value alone, a first-tier magic crystal was more sought after by human nobles than a first-tier eerie crystal. If eerie crystals were necessities, then magic crystals were luxuries. Good stuff. I put the magic crystal away and had the monkey corpse wraiths process the smaller game. Soon a crude earthen stove was set up beside the Lord's fire, with a stone pot carved out by Roya, using his knight's greatsword. The grass rabbits were skinned, the black-spined badger gutted, and the frost crow beasts plucked. I crumbled up the wheat cakes and boiled them in the pot together with the soybeans and pickled vegetables, then tore the roasted game into strips of meat. At last, the aroma overwhelmed the rot stench of the territory. Sitting by the fire, I bit into a piece of roasted rabbit meat, and even my expression softened a little. Now this is what human food should be. That black bread, strictly speaking, counted as construction material. Eating it depended entirely on battle chi in the stomach to endure it. After I had eaten and drunk my fill, the sky suddenly darkened. Darkness seeped out from the heavens and swallowed the wasteland in an instant. Eternal night had arrived. Buzz, the Lord's fire spread open an 80-square-meter domain of light. Firelight shone upon the white-bone fence and the eerie hide warehouse, making all of eternal territory look sinister yet secure. At that moment, there were 5 monkey corpse wraiths, 3 clawball wraiths, and 7 two-headed bonehound wraiths inside the territory. As dense howls rose outside the territory, I gave the order, and the familiar assembly line began operating once more. The monkey corpse wraiths squatted at the edge, pulling monsters, their thick arms reaching into the darkness and dragging eerie creatures one after another into the territory as if hauling in fish. The clawball wraiths rolled along the circle of light, their claws cutting both the ground and the intruders that entered it. The two-headed bonehound wraiths were responsible for hauling corpses, while Roya was responsible for disguising himself as a miner, and together he and I continued digging out eerie crystal fragments. Before long, the black soil in eerie field number 1 churned, and another two-headed bonehound wraith crawled out. I glanced at the goblin corpses nearby that had not yet been dealt with and suddenly grew interested. Go, drag over a goblin corpse. The newborn two-headed bonehound wraith immediately bit onto the head of a green-skinned corpse and dragged it to the edge of the eerie field. I threw the goblin corpse into eerie field number 1. The black soil swallowed it, and a seedling broke through the surface. The panel showed, planting an ordinary goblin, estimated maturation time 4 hours. Leaf 1. Fertilize with 1 eerie crystal fragment to have the maturation time. Leaf 2. Sacrifice corpses of the same kind to trigger fusion mutation. Each sacrificed corpse increases maturation time by 1 hour, up to 10 corpses. Each added eerie crystal fragment reduces time by 1 hour, but the original base time must be retained. Interesting. I stroked my chin. I originally thought goblins could only sit at the same table as crawling wraiths, but I didn't expect them to be able to fuse with corpses of their own kind. A cap of 10 fused bodies is no small thing. Unfortunately, there were only 4 goblin corpses for now. I had the two-headed bonehound wraith drag over the remaining 3 goblin corpses and toss them all into the eerie field. The second leaf withered away accordingly, and the maturation time increased from 4 hours to 7. I then threw in 4 eerie crystal fragments, pressing the time back down to 2 hours. As the 2 leaves completely fell away, the seedling's color deepened, faintly carrying a distorted green glow. Just after dealing with eerie field number 1, eerie field number 3 suddenly bulged upward. The black soil split open, and a humanoid creature without features crawled out. Its body looked as though it had been kneaded from ghastly white wax, with long limbs and smooth skin, no hair, no features. Its face was nothing but one flat sheet of white flesh. When it stood up, the surface of its body kept faintly writhing like water, as though it could become someone else at any moment. It walked before me and dropped to one knee. The next second, A slit split open on that mouthless face, and a steady, hoarse voice came out. This faceless body is willing to bear 10,000 forms. Honored Lord, your shadow shall walk beneath the firelight of others. You can talk. I arched a brow. Yes, honored Lord. I possess part of the memories of those I devoured. The mimic wraith lowered its head in reply. I immediately opened the panel. Mid-first tier. Active skill, basic human mimicry. Can actively imitate human appearance and voice. If it devours a target, it can obtain and store part of that target's recent memories. Stored memories. Smith Nove, Spearman Balin. Combat value, 215. Evaluation, an infiltration type eerie creature. Its frontal combat power is not especially outstanding, but it possesses extremely strong abilities in disguise, infiltration, and intelligence gathering. If used in noble warfare, it would be more dangerous than a squad of knights. Who is Spearman Balin? I asked curiously. The mimic wraith answered. Honored Lord, he was an unlucky militiaman of Blackrock territory. A week ago, he fell from the city wall, and I devoured his corpse. No wonder you knew where Blackrock territory was. So the memories got linked up. I suddenly understood. After thinking a moment, I pointed at it. For now, keep the appearance of Smith Nove. Later I'll find a chance to have you infiltrate Blackrock territory or the Goblin tribe. You don't need to sabotage anything. Just find opportunities to pass information back to me. Yes, honored Lord. I am willing to serve. The mimic wraith's face began to twist. The white skin rippled, features emerged, its body grew taller, and its shoulders broadened. A few breaths later, that middle-aged sturdy man Nove, wearing tattered leather armor with dust and grease on his face, once again stood before me. Even the dust and tears in his clothing were identical. Amazing. I clicked my tongue in admiration. If mimic wraiths could be controlled, they'd probably become favorite playthings for many nobles. As soon as I said that, some rumors about certain nobles' peculiar tastes came to mind, and goosebumps instantly rose on my skin. Forget it. Better not develop that market. The territory continued operating on all sides, corpses piling up and eerie crystal fragments steadily coming in. I, meanwhile, dragged the Silver Moon Wolf corpse over to the now vacant eerie field number 3 and threw it into the black soil. A seedling broke through the earth, and 3 silver-gray leaves slowly unfurled. The panel showed, Silver Moon Wolf planted, estimated maturation time 20 hours. Leaf 1. Fertilize with 1 first-tier eerie crystal to reduce by 40%. Leaf 2. Sacrifice 1 living creature as the Silver Moon Wolf's exclusive future food, providing nourishing effects. Leaf 3. During eternal night, the Lord must howl 3 times in the direction of the moon to strengthen the Silver Moon bloodline. I stared at the 3rd leaf and fell silent. There was no moon in eternal night, yet it wanted me to howl at the moon. The mental state of this damned field was truly getting more stable by the day. If you don't want me to complete it, just say so. Why bother taking the scenic route? Complaint aside, there was no way I would give up a task with no conditions attached. Is it possible that the moon does exist, it's just hidden by the eternal night? If so, then as long as I keep trying, I'll definitely complete it. I looked up at the pitch-black heavens, then at Roya, silent beside me like a statue. Tell me, if I start howling like a wolf right now, will it damage my lordly dignity? Roya answered seriously. Honored Lord, dignity is forged by victory, not determined by howling. Very good. You've learned how to comfort the boss. Then you can howl like a wolf with me. I gave the order. Roya. A moment later, 2 utterly different wolf howls suddenly rose within eternal territory. Oh, whoa, that was me. The voice was hoarse, with a trace of uncertainty at the end, like an aristocratic wolf that had only just learned how to go on duty. Oh, that was Roya. Low, crisp, and soulless, like he was carrying out a military command. I stood by eerie field number 3, head tilted up toward the black heavens, my face gradually going numb. Roya stood rigid in black armor, also looking upward, his scarlet eyes fixed deep into eternal night with the seriousness of a man declaring war on a wolf king. Awoo ah, awoo ah. At the edge of the territory, the monkey corpse wraiths were still pulling monsters, the 2-headed bonehound wraiths were still carrying corpses, and the clawball wraiths were still rolling and cutting. But all of their movements seemed half a beat slower than before. If they had brains, they would probably already be questioning the mental state of their lord. I howled dozens of times until my throat was practically smoking. Finally, the silver-gray leaf on eerie field number 3 gave a slight tremble, turned yellow, and fell away. Leaf 3 completed. Silver Moon bloodline strengthened. My wolf howl stopped abruptly. I stared at the fallen leaf, then looked up toward the direction I had been howling the whole time. There was only darkness so thick it could not be dissolved. No moon, no stars, not even a trace of light. So that's how it is. I rubbed my aching throat, my voice somewhat hoarse. The moon is in that direction. It really is covered by the eternal night. My gaze darkened slightly. What exactly is eternal night? The instant that question surfaced, several long-buried memories suddenly turned up from the depths of my mind. They were secret royal archives I had once secretly read back when I was still in the Golden Wheat family. The files were old, the edges of the pages blackened, but their contents were marked with red sealing wax as forbidden reading. The first secret archive came from an imperial historian, and it held only one line. Calamity descended upon Glen County. Glen County erased. The second secret archive came from the confidential records of some superpower. 3 legendary rank knights launched a joint assault and brought back one message. The cataclysm has no body. It is a walking eternal night. A night that cannot be killed. The third secret archive was written in an even rougher hand, as though the recorder had written it in fear. Eternal night is not a natural phenomenon. Eternal night is its breathing. I fell silent for a moment, my throat moving slightly. If eternal night truly was the breathing of some existence, then every night, the whole world was barely surviving inside its lungs. It was not a comfortable thought. Forget it. Thinking this much now is meaningless. I quickly suppressed the thought. The current version of my life still had me in the beginner village hacking down crawling wraiths. Forcing myself to study the world's final boss was no different from courting death. I turned to the nearest monkey corpse wraith. Catch a live crawling wraith and throw it over here. Gurgle, the monkey corpse wraith thrust its thick arms into the darkness. A moment later, it forcibly yanked a crawling wraith into the territory. The thing was still struggling wildly, shrieking sharply, clawing at the ground, trying to dig its way back into the dark. Crack! The monkey corpse wraith twisted both arms and snapped its 2 forelimbs outright, black slime spraying everywhere. The crawling wraith lost none of its ferocity and opened its jaws to bite, but it had already been hurled away by the monkey corpse wraith. In the next second, both heads of a 2-headed bone hound wraith shot out at once, one biting its neck and the other its hind leg, dragging it to the side of eerie field number 3. The black soil churned like a gaping mouth and gradually swallowed the living crawling wraith whole. Its shrieks quickly weakened beneath the earth, and the second leaf fell away. I then took out 8 eerie crystal fragments from the leather pouch and threw them all into the eerie field. After the silver-gray seedling absorbed them, the final leaf withered and drifted down as well. I nodded in satisfaction. The wolf howling wasn't for nothing. It's just a bit costly in lords. The eternal night that followed returned eternal territory to its usual rhythm. Pulling monsters, killing them, hauling corpses, digging crystals. More and more corpses piled up, over 80% of them crawling wraiths, with bonehound wraiths making up about 10%, and monkey corpse wraiths and fleshball wraiths pitifully scarce. The sea wind plain seemed to be the crawling wraith's ancestral home. Reach into the darkness at random, and you could scoop up a whole nest. The first-tier crawling wraith also took up position at the edge of the territory, half its body lying within the light, its sharp foreclaws reaching into the darkness to slice apart eerie creatures. Most of those corpses landed outside the circle of light, so they could only be collected after daybreak. Just then, in the darkness south of the territory, a faint crimson flash suddenly streaked by. A pitch-black flesh vine shot out soundlessly, faster than the night before. This time it did not attack the monkey corpse wraiths. It went straight for the first-tier crawling wraith. The timing was perfect. At the exact instant when the first-tier crawling wraith had just finished a claw strike, its old force spent and new force not yet born, the flesh vine wrapped around its neck and forelimbs and violently yanked it toward the darkness. The first-tier crawling wraith dug its claws into the ground, gouging deep furrows, yet its huge body was still dragged outward. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Seeing this, I was delighted instead of alarmed. This was exactly the moment I had been waiting for. I was already gripping the leather pouch in my hand, and inside it were the 80 eerie crystal fragments I had prepared in advance. Clatter, 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 the eerie crystal fragments were poured into the Lord's fire in one go. The gray-black crystals fell into the flames and were instantly swallowed. Lord's fire, level up. The conditions were met. The Lord's fire advanced to Candlefire level 3, max level. Buzz, the flame atop the altar shuddered violently. The originally deep yellow firelight suddenly surged upward, and a deeper red appeared at its center. The panel refreshed. Option 1. Increase suppression against eerie creatures by an additional 30%. Option 2. Increase protected area by an additional 30%. Option 3. Reduce daily eerie crystal consumption by an additional 30%. Option 4. Consume 5 first-tier eerie crystals to select 1 extra option. I froze for a second. There's even a paid add-on. This fire had learned to spend money to unlock extra options too. I did not hesitate. I immediately threw all my remaining eerie crystal fragments, along with the ones Roya had just dug out, into the fire. The flames swayed violently, just barely exceeding 40 fragments. Condition met. 1 extra option can be selected. 1 and 2. I confirmed without hesitation. The next second, the Lord's fire surged again. The flame grew a full circle larger than what 2 hands could hold together, and the red within became denser. Boom. The circle of light expanded madly outward. The territory, originally about 10 meters in diameter, was forcibly stretched open by some invisible giant hand, crushing through the darkness until it stopped only when it neared 20 meters. Within the newly expanded 5-meter radius area, dense clusters of eerie creatures were instantly exposed under the firelight. Crawling wraiths, bonehound wraiths, fleshball wraiths, monkey corpse wraiths. They were like creatures thrown into boiling water. Their surfaces hissed and smoked, and they screamed madly. Yet even fleeing back into the darkness became difficult. And the first-tier crawling wraith that had been bound by the flesh vine also fell back inside the territory's range. More importantly, the true body of that flesh vine was also illuminated by the Lord's fire. It was a grotesque flesh tree crouched on the ground, its main body like a rotting stump about 2 meters tall. On its surface was a flesh tumor the size of a human face, split in the middle by a crimson slit like a half-opened eye. Dozens of pitch-black flesh vines extended from the base of the stump, each covered with dense barbs. Swish, swish, swish. The Lord's fire shone on it, and the flesh vines immediately convulsed violently, while wisps of black smoke rose from its surface. The flesh vine wraith instinctively retreated, trying to escape the range of the firelight. But Roya had already moved. Ghostly blue soul fire ignited beneath the bone horse's hooves as the black-armored knight charged into the expanded territory. He lifted his greatsword with one hand. Around the blade, black, deathly aura rapidly coiled, condensing into a 2-meter-long black edge. Black radiance one-line slash. A pitch-black swordlight slashed across the air. All the fleshvine wraith's vines contracted at once, trying to form a wall of flesh before it. It was useless. The black swordlight swept through in a single line. Vines severed, flesh tumor burst. Grotesque tree split cleanly in 2 at the middle. The swordlight did not stop there, continuing through the low-tier eerie creatures behind it. Splurt, splurt, splurt. Great swathes of eerie creatures were cut apart at once, black flesh and blood splashing all over the ground. The severed body of the fleshvine wraith twitched a few times and then went still for good. A gray blueprint slowly floated up from the corpse. Such good luck. Another eerie treasure. At the sight, my eyes lit up. Leveling up, expanding the territory, turning the tables, and getting a blueprint drop. After that whole sequence, I felt like presenting the fleshvine wraith with a commemorative banner reading, "Outstanding Delivery Worker of Eternal Territory." At the same time, the expanded territory fully erupted into chaos, and all the mutated eerie creatures grew agitated. Under the suppression of the max-level Lord's fire, 0-tier eerie creatures were no enemies at all, only walking bundles of materials. The first-tier crawling wraith roared as it charged into the eerie horde, its claws flashing repeatedly and tearing a whole patch of suppressed creatures into minced flesh. The clawball wraiths rolled at high speed, their blades sweeping out circles of severed limbs. The monkey corpse wraiths swung both arms, smashing apart bonehound wraiths trying to flee into piles of shattered bone. The 2-headed bonehound wraiths bit onto corpses and dragged them back to the center, busy like underworld couriers who had just landed a massive order. Roya sheathed his sword and began digging eerie crystals out of the fleshvine wraith's corpse. A short while later, every eerie creature within the territory had been slaughtered clean. Under the firelight, corpses covered the ground. Black blood gathered into shallow channels across the soil, and the stench was so thick it was hard to breathe. Roya walked over to me holding the 4 first-tier eerie crystals dug out of the fleshvine wraith, along with the gray blueprint. "Honored Lord, the spoils." I took the blueprint and eerie crystals, unable to suppress the rise of my mouth, then gave the order. "Monkey corpse wraiths and 2-headed bonehound wraiths, sort the corpses. Put the crawling wraiths in one pile, the bonehound wraiths in another. and set the monkey corpse wraiths and fleshball wraiths aside separately. Separate intact corpses from shattered ones too. Send the fleshvine wraith corpse into the warehouse first for preservation. Do not let it cool on the way. With the order given, the territory immediately became busy. The monkey corpse wraiths carried the severed body of the fleshvine wraith into the warehouse, its black vines trailing across the ground and still twitching instinctively. The two-headed bonehound wraiths dragged the low-tier eerie corpses into several small hills, constantly sorting them. Roya continued digging eerie crystal fragments, while I lowered my head and studied the eerie treasure blueprint. Potion-making blueprint, first-tier eerie treasure. Can produce a first-tier universal potion that aids cultivation, suitable for beings of first tier and below. Materials required: 1 first-tier magic crystal, 3 first-tier magic herbs, 100 milliliters of first-tier magical beast blood essence. Corrupted substitute version: 1 first-tier eerie crystal, 3 first-tier magic herbs, 100 milliliters of first-tier magical beast blood essence. A potion blueprint. My breathing caught slightly. In the world of nobles, a mature potion formula was worth a fortune. Many minor nobles had never possessed one in their lives. Even for a marquis-level power like the Golden Wheat family, potion formulas were locked away in the family's secret vault, and only the lord or core heirs were qualified to access them. And now a first-tier universal potion blueprint was simply lying in my hands. My cultivation is saved. My eyes shone. If this thing were taken outside, it could sell for at least several hundred first-tier eerie crystals. Of course, I would never sell it. Selling a formula was squandering family assets. Building my own production line was what a lord should do. I lacked the materials for now, but I would start keeping an eye out for them. I put away the blueprint and opened the brand new territory panel. The panel showed that the territory rank was now advanced camp, with the Lord's Fire at Candlefire level 3 maxed out, a protected area of 300 square meters, and a diameter of roughly 20 meters. In terms of resources, there were 117 crawling wraith corpses, 24 bonehound wraith corpses, 10 monkey corpse wraith corpses, 4 fleshball wraith corpses, and 1 fleshvine wraith corpse. The military strength was 1 skeletal knight, 1 first-tier crawling wraith, 1 mimic wraith, 5 monkey corpse wraiths, 8 two-headed bonehound wraiths, and 3 clawball wraiths. Promotion requirements: 3 second-tier eerie crystals, approximately 30 first-tier eerie crystals, and 3 buildings completed. At the very bottom was 1 line of annotation. As the territory expands, it will attract the attention of more and stronger eerie creatures. Please choose carefully. Better let it settle for a while. We'll think about promotion once the territory has second-tier combat power. Looking at the promotion requirements, I lightly tapped my knee with my finger. 3 second-tier eerie crystals, equivalent to about 30 first-tier eerie crystals. Those were only the hard resources. What really concerned me was that final line of annotation. As the territory expands, it will attract the attention of more and stronger eerie creatures. The wording was quite polite. Translated, it meant, your fire is too bright, and the bugs outside are about to start feasting. I had the feeling that the relationship between the Lord's Fire and eerie creatures was a bit like bugs flying into fire at night. The brighter the light, the more bugs gathered around it. Candlefire level 2 had already caused something like the fleshvine wraith, close to peak first tier, to appear in the latter half of the night. If I went any higher, who knew whether second-tier eerie creatures might show up? The current eternal territory was not yet qualified to act recklessly. After closing the panel, I took out 3 first-tier eerie crystals and threw them into the Lord's Fire. Buzz! The reddish-yellow flames swallowed the crystals, and the fire shot upward, the protective circle stabilizing somewhat. The maintenance time increased by 24 hours. Subscription renewed successfully. The atmosphere remains as sinister as ever. I muttered under my breath, then drew my dagger and tossed it to the mimic wraith beside me. I nearly forgot about you. You count as half a human, so come help dig eerie crystal fragments too. Nove caught the dagger and joined the eerie crystal fragment extraction assembly line. The corpses all over the ground gave off chilling auras. Crawling wraith heads were piled together, and the skulls of bonehound wraiths rolled everywhere. Roya stood nearby, plunging 5 fingers into eerie skulls, grabbing and digging like a machine without emotion. I glanced at the scene and felt that I, as a lord, was losing some value. Other people's lords held wine glasses and admired banquets. I squatted in bloody mud digging through skulls. The gap was too depressing to dwell on. Before long, movement came from eerie field number 1. The black soil bulged, and a thick green hand thrust up through the dirt. Then a goblin about 2 meters tall crawled out of the field. It was an entire size larger than ordinary goblins, with broad shoulders, a slightly hunched back, dark green skin with a blackish tint, and muscles packed beneath the skin like hard lumps. Its lower jaw jutted forward, with 2 tusks protruding from the corners of its mouth, and murky gray-green light burned in its eye sockets. Across its chest and arms remained several black stitched-like lines, traces left behind from the fusion of the 3 corpses of its own kind. After climbing out of the eerie field, it first looked around blankly, then immediately lowered its head and dropped to one knee before me. Gah! Its voice was hoarse and carried a hint of stupidity, but it was clearly more lucid than an ordinary goblin. Somewhat surprised, I opened the panel. Name: Elite Goblin Wraith. Rank: Peak 0 tier. Requirements: 1 eerie crystal fragment every 2 days, or consumption of eerie corpses. Combat value: 102. Evaluation: an elite unit formed by fusion mutation from ordinary goblin corpses. Its strength, speed, and defense are relatively balanced. It possesses a small amount of intelligence and can understand simple tactical commands. Suitable for serving as a low-tier grunt leader, porter, miner, or cannon fodder squad captain. A combat value of 102. It really can count as an elite monster. I stroke my chin. If I gather 11 goblin corpses, couldn't I directly grow a first-tier goblin? Suddenly, I found the goblin tribe a lot less annoying. I casually tossed the dagger to the elite goblin wraith and pointed at the pile of corpses. Follow Roya and dig eerie crystal fragments. We're short on manpower anyway. The elite goblin wraith lowered its head, looked at the dagger, then looked at Roya. The next second, it set the dagger on the ground and copied Roya's movements, thrusting its thick hand straight into a crawling wraith skull with a squelch and groping around. Plop! A single eerie crystal fragment, still carrying bits of flesh, was pulled out. I fell silent for a moment. Well now, Eternal Territory's minor position had advanced to the point that even tools were becoming obsolete. The elite goblin picked it up quickly, and with that, I was finally freed from the miserable dual profession of lord and miner. I ordered a 2-headed bonehound wraith into the warehouse to drag out the fleshvine wraith corpse. The fleshvine wraith, split in 2, was bitten by the fleshy stump and dragged across the ground, its black vines leaving marks in the dirt like dead snakes. This thing is a divine artifact for pulling monsters. It can at least do the work of a dozen crawling wraiths. Having witnessed the fleshvine wraith's ability to lure enemies, I was full of anticipation as I threw it into Eerie Field Number 1. The territory had expanded, so it also needed a more efficient way to pull monsters. The black soil churned and quickly swallowed the huge corpse. A blue-black seedling broke through the ground, and 4 leaves slowly unfurled, each one covered in dense vine-like patterns. The panel showed, first-tier fleshvine wraith planted, estimated maturation time 22 hours. Leaf 1, fertilize with 2 first-tier eerie crystals, reduce by 60%. Leaf 2, add eerie tendons, fleshvine toughness increases further, cap 50 strands. Leaf 3, fertilize with biological corpses, the main body grows sturdier, cap 20 corpses. Leaf 4, the lord must imitate a tree stump and stand still for 1 hour to randomly comprehend 1 skill. Not bad. This time the task is way more reliable. I let out a sigh of relief. Compared with standing naked and howling like a wolf, pretending to be a tree stump was already a rare stroke of conscience from the eerie field. I first put 16 eerie crystal fragments into the field. The first leaf rapidly withered and fell, greatly shortening the maturation time. Then I gave the next order. Monkey corpse wraiths, extract eerie tendons from the crawling wraith corpses. 2-headed bonehound wraiths, bring over 20 intact crawling wraith corpses. The moment the order was given, the territory began moving again. The monkey corpse wraiths hoisted corpses, tore open the skin along their backs with thick fingers, and pulled black tendons out from beside the spine. The eerie tendons were tough, and when drawn out made slick, wet sounds, like dead little snakes. The 2-headed bonehound wraiths each carried 1 corpse in each mouth, running back and forth to pile them beside the field. The black soil accepted everything without complaint. As 20 crawling wraith corpses were swallowed, the second leaf gradually withered yellow. Once 50 eerie tendons were added, the third leaf drifted down as well. A moment later, only the final leaf remained on Eerie Field Number 1. I stood at the edge of the field with both feet together, arms flat against my body, no expression on my face. From this moment on, I was a tree stump. The cold wind blew and the firelight swayed. Not far away, Roya, The Mimic Wraith and the Elite Goblin were still digging crystals. As time passed, the Monkey Corpse Wraiths kept pulling monsters, the Clawball Wraiths kept rolling patrols, the Two-Headed Bonehound Wraiths kept transporting and sorting corpses, and the first-tier Crawling Wraith lay at the northern edge, its claws extending beyond the circle of light to tear apart eerie creatures in the darkness. 1 hour later, the final leaf finally withered and fell to the ground. The seedling had clearly grown a full size larger, its roots deeply buried in the black soil, with faint little vines swimming beneath the dirt. I let out a long breath and stretched my stiff neck. For the development of the territory, sooner or later, I'm going to unlock roleplay for every species. At the same time, the eerie corpses inside and outside the territory had also been fully sorted. Crawling Wraiths piled on one side, Bonehound Wraiths on another, Monkey Corpse Wraiths and Fleshball Wraiths stored separately, while the shattered corpses were left for Roya and the first-tier eerie creatures to absorb and eat. Eternal Territory returned to its familiar slaughterhouse rhythm. Only now the protected area had expanded to 300 square meters, and with just 5 Monkey Corpse Wraiths spread along the edges pulling monsters, it looked a little shabby. I yawned as waves of sleepiness washed over me. I'm leaving the territory's safety to you. I'm going to sleep for a while first. Roya lowered his head in reply. As you command, honored lord. I crawled into the eerie hide tent, wrapped myself tightly in the hide coat, and quickly drifted off to sleep. Bang, thump, crack. In the latter half of Eternal Night, I did not sleep soundly. I vaguely heard dull impacts from outside, as if heavy objects were slamming into the ground, or bone armor was being torn apart. Several times I wanted to open my eyes, but exhaustion pressed me back down. I had no idea how long had passed before I suddenly opened my eyes. The first thing I did was touch my head. Still there. Very good. Eternal Territory's traditional program had been successfully completed. I lifted the flap and stepped out of the tent, only to find that Eternal Night had already faded, and ghastly pale daylight spilled across the wasteland. The air was colder than yesterday. A thin frost covered the ground, and the bloodstains beside the Lord's fire had hardened into dark clots. Wonderful. I lived another day. I sighed in admiration, but my gaze quickly stopped. Inside and outside the 300-square-meter territory, everything was a mess. Large numbers of eerie corpses were piled at the edge of the circle of light, and several deep furrows stretched outward across the ground. Roya stood beside the altar, his black armor stained with blood. The first-tier Crawling Wraith lay beside a heap of corpses, its body covered in wounds, several pieces of the bony armor on its back shattered, devouring eerie corpses in huge bites to repair itself. There were also fewer eerie creatures left in the territory, especially Monkey Corpse Wraiths. There were only 3 left. What happened? My face darkened. Reporting to the honored lord, last night, 3 first-tier eerie creatures launched a surprise attack from outside. They coordinated and dragged the first-tier Crawling Wraith into the darkness. I rescued it. I did not succeed in killing them, but I did teach them a little lesson. Roya turned around, his voice as steady as ever, as if he were describing something trivial. 3. My eyelid twitched. Yes. Roya answered seriously. I was silent for 2 seconds, able to imagine how dangerous that must have been. Then why didn't you wake me? Roya lowered his head. The enemy never broke through the inner circle, and the Lord's fire was never threatened. I judged that the situation had not yet reached the point of waking you. Next time something like that happens, remember to wake me. I paused, then softened my voice. I'm not blaming you. Eternal Territory can't do without you, and I don't want to see you hold out so hard your soul fire is on the verge of going out. The scarlet soul light in Roya's eyes paused slightly. Then he dropped to one knee, right fist pressed to his chest, heavy armor striking the ground with a dull sound. This body of mine may shatter on the battlefield. My soul fire may not fail the Lord's command. If the Lord is concerned, then next time I will wake you first, and only then go cut down the enemy. I looked at the black-armored knight kneeling before me, then after a while waved my hand. Enough. Don't suddenly get sentimental. My tear threshold is very high. Roya rose and silently returned to his place. I looked toward the edge of the territory. The taller the tree, the stronger the wind. We just advanced to an advanced camp, and in the latter half of the night, 3 first-tier eerie creatures already came to probe us. I narrowed my eyes. We need more high-end combat power. Roya was strong, but one man could not hold up the whole sky. The first-tier Crawling Wraith could fight, but it was too rigid and not smart enough. The Fleshvine Wraith and Silvermoon Wolf were still growing. It would take some more accumulation before a true second-tier below flawless defense line could be formed. Continue clearing corpses and collecting eerie crystal fragments, I ordered. The elite goblin grunted and immediately dove into the corpse pile. The mimic wraith maintained Nov's appearance and bent over to search. The two-headed bonehound wraiths carried corpses back and forth. The remaining 3 monkey corpse wraiths also joined the sorting team. Now that I finally had enough manpower, I no longer had to do everything myself. I walked to the stone pot, rekindled the fire, and reheated the leftover meat soup and wheat cakes from last night. Grease floated in the pot. The soybeans had already boiled soft, and the salty smell of pickled vegetables mixed with the aroma of rabbit meat. I filled a bowl, sat beside the Lord's fire, and ate slowly. Only after the hot food entered my stomach did feeling return to my stiff fingers. Now this feels like being a lord, I said softly. Even if the breakfast backdrop is mountains of corpses and seas of blood, at least it's not black bread. Before long, a faint cracking sound came from Eerie Field Number 2. I looked up. In the field where the eerie crystals had been planted, a potted plant-like crystal plant had grown from the center of the black soil. It was less than half a meter tall, its stem and roots translucent gray-black, its branches and leaves like thin crystal shards with tiny glimmers flowing over them. At the tips hung 6 fruits. One was the size of a pigeon's egg, pure in color, giving off the cold fluctuation unique to a first-tier eerie crystal. The other 5 were smaller, eerie crystal fragments. I walked to the edge of the field and picked the crystal fruits. The familiar chill immediately spread into my palm. Harvest successful. 1 first-tier eerie crystal, 5 eerie crystal fragments. Deposit received. The corner of my mouth lifted. Though this could not compare to the enormous profit of the Eternal Night Slaughterhouse, it had the advantage of stability. And stability was the true foundation for maintaining a territory over the long term. After I picked the eerie crystals, the crystal plant trembled lightly. Its translucent gray-black roots were pressed back into the soil by some invisible hand, its branches and leaves folding inward one by one and sinking once more into the depths of the field. The black soil churned for a moment, and a new seedling emerged again from the center. This time the seedling no longer had 2 leaves. 3 crystal-like leaves slowly unfolded, their veins carrying a faint gray light, as if some kind of growing interest were hidden within. My eyes shifted, and I immediately opened the panel. 12 first-tier eerie crystals planted, matures once every 24 hours, yielding 1.8 first-tier eerie crystals. Leaf 1. Each added unit of fertilizer increases output by 0.13. Leaf 2. Once second-tier eerie crystal output is reached, gain an additional bonus. Leaf 3. After each planting cycle, the next cycle's harvest gains an additional increase. Current cycle count, 1. I stared at the 3rd leaf for several breaths, and the corners of my mouth slowly rose. Interesting. The interest really is getting bigger and bigger. I stroked my chin. Looks like I should put in a little more principle today. This eerie field was starting to look more and more like the wealth management products I'd seen in my previous life. The difference was that this thing would not run away with the money, nor issue a system maintenance notice in the middle of the night. Of course, the eerie field itself did not have the most stable mental state, but the returns really were fragrant. I did not rush to act for the moment. First, I returned to the Lord's fire, sat cross-legged, and continued circulating the basic battle chi method. Cold seeped upward from the ground, and the warmth of the Lord's fire blocked most of it. The weak battle chi flowed slowly through my meridians like a very poor but very hard-working little stream. Half an hour later, Roya walked over. In the black-armored knight's hand was a bulging sack, from whose bottom came the constant fine clinking of crystals knocking together. He dropped to one knee and placed the sack before me. Honored Lord, all the eerie crystal fragments inside and outside the territory are here. 452 in total. I opened my eyes. 452. I almost thought I had misheard. Converted, that number already amounted to more than 50 first-tier eerie crystals. Even after accounting for consumption, it would be enough for Eternal Territory to complete a true expansion of resources. Last night really was a bumper harvest. I reached into the sack and grabbed a handful of eerie crystal fragments. The gray-black crystals slipped through my fingers with a rustling sound. To me right now, that sound was more pleasant than the music played by performers at a noble banquet. Good. I made a sweeping gesture. Those eerie corpses, those of you who should cultivate, go cultivate. Those who want to eat, go eat. There's enough for everyone today. The moment the order was given, the eerie creatures in the territory moved at once. Roya walked toward the pile of shattered corpses, pressing his armored palm against the remains as black eerie chi was drawn out and poured into his shell. The first-tier crawling wraith sprawled beside a mound of corpses, tearing open chests and bellies and feasting on flesh and blood. The others also moved according to their roles. I've had him cultivating for so long now. I wonder whether Roya has improved. Curious, I took a look at Roya's panel. Skeletal Knight Roya, combat value 525. His combat value has already surpassed the first-tier limit. So why hasn't he broken through to second tier? My gaze shifted, and I quickly came to a judgment. The panel was probably displaying overall combat power, including bonuses from skills, bone horse, weapon, and fighting technique. Roya's body itself had not truly broken through to second tier yet, but it did not matter. As long as it was increasing every day, that was good news. Sooner or later, he would break through. I carried the sack to Eerie Field number 2. I now had 457 Eerie Crystal fragments on hand, plus 2 first-tier Eerie Crystals. Since I was not planning to promote the territory in the short term, there was no major shortage of Eerie Crystals. Rather than leaving them in the sack to gather mold, I might as well put them into the Eerie Field to breed more. I did not hesitate. I grabbed huge handfuls of Eerie Crystal fragments and poured them straight into the black soil. Clatter, clatter, 400 Eerie Crystal fragments fell and were instantly swallowed by the black soil. Then I added the 2 first-tier Eerie Crystals as well. The black soil surged violently. The originally slender crystal seedling immediately shot upward, its stem becoming much thicker, and the gray glow on its leaves deepened several shades. A 4th leaf slowly unfurled from the branch tip. The panel refreshed. 64 first-tier Eerie Crystals planted, matures once every 24 hours, yielding about 9 first-tier Eerie Crystals. Leaf 1. Each added unit of fertilizer increases output by 0.14. Leaf 2. Once second-tier Eerie Crystal output is reached, gain an additional bonus. Leaf 3. After each planting cycle, the next cycle's harvest gains an additional increase. Current cycle count, 1. Leaf 4. Once matured, the Eerie Crystals will automatically be transferred into the Eerie Field and may be withdrawn at any time. The total amount withdrawn per day may not exceed half, and the current cycle count remains effective. Automatic reinvestment. My eyes lit up slightly, and I paused. It really is starting to look more and more like an Eerie Crystal bank. Although no more than half could be withdrawn each day, that almost looked like a protection mechanism. At the very least, it would stop me from getting itchy fingers and spinning the principle all at once. A thought suddenly struck me, and I muttered, I wonder whether planting magic crystals would have the same effect. If it could truly produce a stable output, then obtaining the resources I needed for cultivation would become much easier. Just then, movement suddenly came from Eerie Field number 3. The black soil split down the middle, and a silver-black wolf claw pierced through the dirt. Then a magic wolf taller and larger than an ordinary silver moon wolf slowly crawled out. Its body length was close to 2 meters, its limbs long and powerful, and its silver-gray fur was stained by black eerie patterns, like a layer of dark, cold armor covering its entire body. The crescent mark on its forehead was no longer pale silver, but had become an intertwined silver-black sigil from which a faint chill escaped. The fur along its spine stood erect, wisps of black aura trailed from the tip of its tail, and with each step it took, a thin layer of white frost condensed beneath its claws. Roar! The silver moon eerie wolf lifted its head and let out a low growl. The sound was not especially piercing, yet several low-tier eerie creatures at the edge of the territory instinctively shrank their necks. Then it immediately came before me, lowered its forelimbs to the ground, and pressed its head down. This silver moon wolf that had won its rematch with death expressed submission in the most direct posture possible. I reached out and touched the silver-black crescent mark on its forehead. Cold, but pleasantly smooth to the hand. Not bad. In terms of looks, you're now the face of Eternal Territory. As I spoke, I opened the panel. Name, Silver Moon Eerie Wolf. Rank, Early First Tier. Requirement, 1 first-tier Eerie Crystal every 6 days, or consumption of crawling wraiths. Magical Beast Bloodline. Silver Moon Bloodline 2.75%. Exclusive dietary reinforcement. Must consume crawling wraiths daily. Can strengthen combat power and improve bloodline purity. Combat value 279. Evaluation. Retains part of the Silver Moon bloodline and has been tainted by the eerie chi of Eternal Night, possessing speed, biting force, and chilling Xin Shi ability. At night, the Silver Moon bloodline will resonate with the eerie chi of Eternal Night, granting additional combat enhancement. Combat boost at night, and it can improve its bloodline by eating crawling wraiths. I looked at the mountain of crawling wraith corpses piled nearby. What was this called? A perfect professional match. The Seawind plane might not have much, but it definitely had no shortage of crawling wraiths. Go ahead and eat your fill. The Silver Moon Eerie Wolf received the order and immediately sprang toward the corpse pile. It bit down on the neck of a crawling wraith, its sharp teeth ripping open the skin membrane, black blood splashing across the silver-black fur and quickly being swallowed by eerie chi. Watching it feast, I nodded in satisfaction. Eternal territory was increasingly beginning to resemble a closed ecosystem. Eerie creatures attacked and became corpses. Corpses produced troops, and the troops grew stronger. Eerie crystals were farmed, and the fields generated interest. The Lord's fire leveled up, attracting even more eerie creatures. At this moment, Eerie Field number 3 was empty again, so I took out the Silver Moon Wolf's first-tier magic crystal. Under the ghastly white daylight, the silver-white crystal gave off a cold gleam, the moon patterns inside flowing slowly, entirely different from the gloomy deadness of eerie crystals. There was a much cleaner kind of magic within a magic crystal. To human professionals, this was the truly valuable stuff. I placed the magic crystal into the center of Eerie Field number 3. The instant the black soil swallowed it, a 3-leaf seedling broke through the ground. Its stem was silver-white, but its leaves carried faint black edges, as if magic power and eerie chi were pulling against each other. The panel appeared. First-tier magic crystal planted, Silver Moon Wolf. Estimated maturation time 8 hours. Leaf 1. Fertilize with 1 first-tier eerie crystal. Maturation time reduced by 100%. Leaf 2. Infuse Silver Moon Wolf blood to raise the magic crystal's purity. Cap 1 liter. Leaf 3. Mature under the moonlight. Overall magical power increased by 30%. Silver Moon Wolf blood is easy enough to get. I can just have the Silver Moon Eerie Wolf bleed itself. Looking at the 3 leaves, I stroked my chin. Since it needs to mature under moonlight, and eerie crystals can instantly rush the process, there's no point wasting daytime planting time. With a thought, I canceled the planting. The black soil churned, and the silver-white magic crystal was slowly spat back out. Its surface was completely undamaged, still radiating chilly magic power. I put the magic crystal away, then turned to a monkey corpse wraith nearby and ordered, "Go to the warehouse and bring me a monkey corpse wraith corpse." The monkey corpse wraith immediately trudged into the warehouse. Before long, it carried out a well-preserved corpse of its own kind and threw it into Eerie Field number 3. The black soil swallowed the corpse, and a new seedling sprouted. I did not look closely at the leaf requirements, only had the monkey corpse wraith handle things according to the usual procedure. Monkey corpse wraiths were useful for pulling monsters and useful for hauling things too. At present, they were the workhorses of Eternal Territory. Within the territory, the Eerie Army had just finished another round of corpse eating, and Roya had also absorbed a batch of eerie chi from the shattered corpses, so they were all idle for the moment. I glanced at the first-tier crawling wraith, then at the Silver Moon Eerie Wolf gnawing on a corpse. You continue serving as captain of Eternal Territory's hunting squad. The first-tier crawling wraith lifted its head, its scarlet eyes flashing faintly. The Silver Moon Eerie Wolf will be vice-captain. The elite goblin, several 2-headed bonehound wraiths, and the clawball wraiths will all go with you to hunt on the plain. I paused, then added, "Don't go too far. Be back before dusk." The Silver Moon Eerie Wolf let out a low growl, and the thin frost beneath its claws shattered. The elite goblin hefted a club bone from a bonehound wraith and grunted, as if to show it understood. Before long, a hunting team with an extremely questionable aesthetic style left Eternal Territory. The first-tier crawling wraith moved low to the ground. The Silver Moon Eerie Wolf ran along the flank, and the clawball wraiths rolled through the dry grass. The 2-headed bonehound wraiths were in charge of transport, while the elite goblin was wedged in the middle like a green-skinned squad leader forced unwillingly into service. The territory became much quieter at once. I left behind only 3 monkey corpse wraiths, which were just right for handling planting, transport, and basic maintenance. They were not suitable for going out and fighting head-on anyway, nor was there any danger of them having nothing to do. As expected, once a person has free time, they start wanting to do infrastructure. I looked toward the materials pile. There were many eerie materials left over from last night's eternal night, especially club bones, which were piled up like a small hill. The crawling wraith corpses could not all be used up, and there were more club bones dismantled from the bonehound wraith corpses than I could use. If unused, They would be wasted and disappear the next day. I opened the construction list and directly selected simple fence. 100 eerie club bones consumed. Construction successful. 20 sections of simple fence. 20 models of ghastly white bone fencing appeared in my vision. With a thought, I dragged them into place, surrounding the Lord's fire, the eerie warehouse, and the simple tent respectively. Clack, clack, clack. White bones thrust up from the soil and joined together, forming rings of low protective barriers. Bone spikes slanted outward, and though the gaps were not especially tight, they were enough to make low-tier eerie creatures stumble for a moment when charging in and prevent point-blank damage. Don't underestimate that one little stumble. I clapped my hands. When experts exchange blows, the difference is often just half a second. The 3 monkey corpse wraiths squatted nearby. They did not understand, but they nodded very seriously. Just then, eerie field number 1 suddenly shook violently. The black soil bulged, the dirt split outward, and a pitch-black flesh vine emerged, slowly curling around the soil at the edge of the field. One after another, huh? The flesh vine wraith has matured too. The next moment, a rotting tree stump-like creature crawled out of the eerie field. It stood nearly 2 meters tall, like a section of rotten stump that had been burned by fire and soaked in blood, its surface covered in thick black-red flesh. Dozens of flesh vines grew from its base and back, each as thick as an arm, covered in barbs, their tips swaying slowly like snakes. It moved extremely slowly, so slowly that I waited several breaths before I saw it make its way in front of me. Then all the flesh vines dropped at once, and the main body bent slightly downward, as if bowing. I opened the panel. First tier flesh vine wraith, mutated, peak first tier, combat value 456. Active skill, vine strangulation. Cooldown 4 hours. The number of flesh vines instantly doubles, strangling one or multiple targets for 10 minutes. Combat value 456. My eyes lit up. Not good at moving, but incredibly strong. It's almost comparable to Roya. Very suitable for guarding the territory. I looked at those dozens of flesh vines, and the more I looked, the more satisfied I became. Put this thing at the edge of the territory, and at night it could grab a whole string of eerie creatures with one reach. Monkey corpse wraiths had to feel around one by one. The flesh vine wraith just cast a net directly. With this many flesh vines, it'll be amazing at pulling monsters at night. The corners of my mouth rose. It's basically a territory ATM. From now on, stay inside the territory near the northern edge. Eat as many discarded eerie corpses as you want. I raised a hand and pointed north. The next second, more than 10 flesh vines shot out and wrapped around the piled, crawling wraith corpses. The barbs pierced into flesh, and before long a corpse shriveled down while black eerie chi flowed back along the vines into the flesh stump. I did not stop it. Roya had a limit to how much he could cultivate, and the other eerie creatures had limits to how much they could eat as well. Every day after Eternal Night, there was always a huge pile of crawling wraith corpses left unprocessed, only to dissipate before dawn. Now there was one more thing that could eat them, which saved waste. When I turned to look at eerie field number 1, it had already been replanted with a corpse, and there were 2 fewer eerie crystal fragments beside it. Clearly, while I had not been paying attention, the diligent monkey corpse wraith had already completed a new round of planting and fertilizing. Good. It's already started self-management. Very pleased, I returned to the Lord's fire, sat cross-legged, and continued circulating the basic battle chi method. My battle chi flowed slowly, much stronger than when I had first arrived, yet it remained stuck at the threshold of Apprentice Night. That barrier was not thick, but it was stubborn, like a broken door that was not locked yet somehow refused to open no matter how hard I pushed. I'm just one high-quality magic potion away. Maybe then I could break through. I let out a breath. Back in Golden Wheat territory, this would not have been a problem at all. I would not even have had to ask. Someone would have proactively offered it. But on the Sea Wind Plain, I could only make it myself. I had the formula, but the materials were extremely hard to obtain, and what I lacked most was first-tier magic grass. Just as I thought of barren black rock, Roya suddenly raised his head. Honored Lord, people are approaching from the direction of Black Rock territory. I opened my eyes and looked north. A group was slowly approaching from the direction of Black Rock territory, 11 people in all. 10 soldiers in worn light armor, armed with spears, short swords, and round shields, escorted an ox cart. Sitting on the cart was a middle-aged man dressed neatly in a dark gray coat, the cuffs embroidered with black rock patterns. The group stopped 10 meters away. As the soldiers looked at the white-bone fence, the eerie hide warehouse, the flesh vine wraith, and several monkey corpse wraiths, their expressions stiffened. Even though the Baron had already briefed them before they came, their hands still tightened around their weapons. This place did not look like a territory. It looked more like some murder house a necromancer had just finished decorating. The middle-aged man got down from the cart, straightened his clothes, and bowed deeply to me. "Honored Lord of Eternal Territory, I am Marvin, steward to Baron Blackrock." His voice was steady, but the corner of his eye never left the Fleshvine wraith. "By order of the Baron, I have come specially to convey his greetings to you and to present some modest gifts." Marvin raised his head, his tone growing even more respectful. "The Baron says that the lights upon the sea wind plain are already few, and territories that can still burn within eternal night ought all the more to watch over one another. Blackrock Territory wishes to maintain friendly exchanges with Eternal Territory, sharing what each has and together resisting the eerie creatures, magical beasts, and those green-skinned bandits of the Wasteland." Well said. No mention of asking for aid. No mention of attachment or dependence. Only neighbors and mutual vigilance. I silently gave approval. The old Baron's social skills were top-notch. In noble circles, he was the kind of man who could hold a glass and chat all night. How could I possibly accept something so valuable? "This is too much." My words were very polite. Marvin immediately bent lower. "My lord, these are nothing valuable, merely necessities for noble life. The Baron knows that you arrived in haste and surely did not bring enough daily supplies, so he sent me with a small token of goodwill." As he spoke, he took out a list and presented it with both hands. Roya stepped forward, received it, and brought it to me. Marvin's eyelid twitched slightly. At close range facing Roya, he could clearly feel that icy pressure. This was not like some ordinary undead. It was more like a knight commander who had crawled out of a battlefield. I unfolded the list. It was written in great detail. Wheat cakes, rye flour, soybeans, pickled vegetables, smoked fish, coarse salt, apples, dried grass tea, clean water, pottery bowls, wooden plates, an iron pot, a small knife, flint, an oil lamp, lamp oil, linen underclothes, wool blankets, leather boots, a wooden basin, cloth curtains, a folding wooden table, low stools, wooden chests, straw mats. Nothing was especially valuable, but every item was practical, especially the pots and bowls, blankets, table and stools, and fresh water. Eternal Territory had everything now except the feeling that living humans actually inhabited it. What Baron Blackrock had sent in this cart was not wealth. It was dignity. No wonder he's managed to keep Blackrock Territory going for decades on this barren sea-wind plain with no outside support. I grumbled inwardly. Even his gifts are aimed right at my stomach and under my backside. I put away the list and smiled. "Please convey my thanks to Baron Blackrock." I spoke slowly. "Eternal Territory will remember Blackrock Territory's goodwill. If Blackrock Territory runs into trouble, you may send someone to find me. As long as the price is right, or the reason sufficient, I do not mind helping a neighbor clear away certain things that ought not exist." Marvin's eyes shifted, and he immediately lowered his head. "I will certainly convey your words to the Baron." I looked at Roya. "Roya, escort them back." Marvin hurriedly said, "My lord, we would not dare trouble your night." "It is no trouble." I waved a hand. "The distance is not far, and the Wasteland has been unsettled lately. My territory has accepted the gifts already, so I can hardly let the gift-bearers die on the road." Roya swung onto his bone horse. Ghostly blue soul fire ignited under its 4 hooves, and the 10 soldiers instinctively stepped back half a pace. Marvin bowed once more. After the soldiers unloaded all the goods, they led the team away. Roya followed alongside the group, black armor silent, bone horse stepping over the ground. All 10 soldiers walked ramrods straight the entire way back, and even their idle chatter decreased noticeably. Only after they had gone into the distance did I give the monkey corpse wraiths an order. "Inspect the goods. Don't carry them into the territory yet." The 3 monkey corpse wraiths immediately stepped forward and opened the large bundles left by the ox cart. The Fleshvine wraith also extended several vines, lightly sweeping over the goods. Only after confirming there were no living things and no eerie contamination did the monkey corpse wraiths begin carrying the items into the territory. The wooden table was placed beside the Lord's fire, the low stools arranged neatly, and the iron pot hung over a newly built stone stove. The wool blankets were sent into the tent, the pottery bowls and wooden plates stacked tidily on the table, the cloth curtains hung at the tent entrance, and the straw mats spread inside. I stood beside the Lord's fire and watched Eternal Territory change little by little. The white bone fence was still sinister, the eerie hide warehouse was still frightening, and the fleshvine wraith was still over there sucking on corpses. But once the table, stools, pot, bowls, blankets, and water buckets appeared, this place finally stopped looking like a pure slaughterhouse and began to resemble somewhere a living person could survive. Not bad. I sat on a low stool, picked up an apple, and bit into it. It was so sour that my brow twitched, but I still swallowed it. For the common people of Blackrock territory, this was probably the sort of fine thing they might only eat a few times in their entire lives. Before long, I heard the sound of bone hooves striking the ground in the distance. Roya had already returned from the north, with no fresh wounds on his black armor, clearly having encountered no mishap on the escort. He swung down from the horse and dropped to one knee. "Honored Lord, the Blackrock territory party has returned safely." "Good." I nodded and closed my eyes again to circulate my battle chi. With Roya around, many matters could be left without worry. This skeletal knight did not eat, did not sleep, did not complain, and could still cut people down. Even a capitalist would weep with envy. Time passed little by little. The ghastly pale sun slowly slanted westward, and the cold wind swept over the white-boned fence with tiny whimpering sounds. By the time I exited my cultivation state again, evening had already arrived. I opened my eyes and immediately swept my gaze across the territory. The Lord's fire burned steadily. The fleshvine wraith had rooted itself on the northern side, dozens of vines lying across the ground like a pile of black snakes in hibernation. Inside the territory, there were now 6 monkey corpse wraiths, crouched near the eerie fields and dragging black soil around like a group of silent laborers waiting to be told their shift was over. That's enough monkey corpse wraiths. I looked toward the monkey corpse wraith beside eerie field number 3 and instructed, "Stop planting monkey corpse wraiths. Grow a few crawling wraiths instead and use them as sacrifices for planting fleshball wraiths." The monkey corpse wraith in charge of planting gurgled and nodded seriously. It did not look very bright, but its execution ability was strong. Just then, Roya and I almost simultaneously raised our heads and looked toward the eastern side of the wasteland. The dry grass was being flattened beneath a stretch of shadow. The hunting team, led by the first-tier crawling wraith, had returned. Its massive body crawled at the very front, the black-red bony armor on its body showing no obvious wounds, though a lingering savagery from recent slaughter still remained in its scarlet eyes. The Silver Moon eerie wolf walked along one side, its silver-black fur gleaming coldly in the dusk, with a trace of blood still at the corners of its mouth. Behind them, several two-headed bonehound wraiths ran back and forth dragging prey, along with several grass rabbits and frost crow beasts. The most noticeable haul was 12 green-skinned goblin corpses, with their weapons bundled and brought back as well. So they ran into a goblin squad. Lucky for them, they'll get to revive in a bit. My eyes shifted, then were suddenly drawn to a blue metal chunk. It was an irregular lump of metal about the size of a wash basin, dragged along by two-headed bonehound wraiths working together. It gleamed with a ghostly blue luster, and even covered in dirt, it could not conceal that cold metallic quality. They even brought back a chunk of exotic metal. I was slightly surprised. Exotic metal was no ordinary metal. It generally had special properties and a very high upper limit. A high-tier blacksmith could gradually refine raw or like this into knight's swords, armor, or even enchanted equipment. In the interior of the kingdom, even a small piece of it would be enough to make several minor nobles fight over it. This thing was either snatched from goblins, or there's a deposit nearby. I'll need to pay attention to that later. I stroked my chin. Unfortunately, Eternal Territory had no blacksmith at the moment, so for now I could only store it. Otherwise, forging a custom set of Lord's equipment would be both practical and stylish. I swept my gaze across the hunting team once more. Since they apparently had not encountered any first-tier magical beasts today, the eerie army had suffered no losses. I then turned to the mimic wraith Nov. "Get me a rabbit and a bird, skin and clean them, and roast them." Nov immediately lowered his head. "As you command, honored Lord." Before long, a simple roasting rack was set up beside the Lord's fire. The rabbit was skinned and gutted, the frost crow beast plucked and skewered on eerie bone, and the dripping fat hissed as it fell onto the heated stone slab by the fire. I sprinkled a little coarse salt over them, and before long the aroma overpowered the blood stench of the territory. I sat on the low stool sent by Blackrock Territory, ate roasted rabbit meat, and took a sip of clean water. Deliciousness burst across my tongue, and I enjoyed a leisurely lord's life for a while. As the last streak of ghastly daylight sank below the horizon, heaven and earth suddenly fell still. Darkness seeped out from the cracks in the ground and swiftly swallowed the wasteland. Eternal night had arrived. Buzz. The Lord's fire spread open its domain of light, the reddish-yellow flames illuminating the territory's 300 square meters. But in the next instant, my expression changed slightly. Black rain began to fall from the sky. Strand after strand of icy rain descended from the dark heavens like countless fine black needles. Yet they did not truly fall into eternal territory. The moment the rain touched the space above the protected area, it silently evaporated, turning into circles of dark ripples. At the same time, the Lord's fire began to sway violently. Its flames pressed lower by some invisible force, and the edges of the light circle started to shrink faintly. Night rain. I put down the roasted meat in my hand, my expression darkening. I had seen this before in Golden Wheat territory, and I had also studied it in Noble Lessons. Eternal night was occasionally accompanied by night rain. The protection of the Lord's fire would be suppressed, and the cost of keeping it burning would increase drastically. And eerie creatures would become even more frenzied in the night rain. This thing had no pattern, no warning. It existed purely to target lords. I immediately opened the territory panel. The Lord's fire is under suppression from night rain. Protective effect reduced by 20%. Additional maintenance consumption doubled. Remaining burn time, 2 hours and 47 minutes. Well now, straight to double electricity rates. My eyelid twitched as I looked outside the territory. Hiss, hiss. The shrieking of eerie creatures in the darkness had already grown dense. Normally, most of them would linger at the boundary between light and darkness, waiting to be dragged in. But tonight, they had begun actively assaulting the territory. Half the body of a crawling wraith had already crawled into the firelight, its skin membrane sizzling from the burn, yet it still shrieked and crawled forward. Flash. In the next second, a clawball wraith rolled through, and the crawling wraith was cut into several pieces. On the other side, several bonehound wraiths charged in, only to be met 2 steps later by a monkey corpse wraith smashing one of their own kind's corpses into their skulls and shattering them. Though the Lord's fire had weakened, its suppression still remained. These zero-tier eerie creatures could not turn the heavens upside down just yet. I did not hesitate. I threw all 30-odd eerie crystal fragments I had left into the Lord's fire. Clatter. The gray-black crystals were swallowed by the flames, and the wavering fire rose a little higher again, stabilizing for the time being. Looking at the increasingly dense black shadows outside the territory, I suddenly smiled. If that's how it is, then let the eerie creatures come even more violently. After all, I'd like to make another huge profit too. As my words fell, the machine called Eternal Territory fully roared to life. Monkey corpse wraiths, pull monsters. Fleshvine wraith, cast your net. The fleshvine wraith rooted on the northern side awoke instantly. Dozens of flesh vines rose at the same time, passed beyond the edge of the circle of light, and stabbed into the darkness. The next moment, the vines yanked back hard, dragging more than 20 eerie creatures straight into the territory. Crawling wraiths rolled across the ground. Bonehound wraiths bit madly at the vines, and fleshball wraiths slammed heavily into the earth. It was useless. Under the suppression of the Lord's fire, all of them moved a beat slower. The first-tier crawling wraith pounced forward, its claws slashing repeatedly as black blood sprayed. The silver moon eerie wolf darted through the heaps of corpses, cold aura invading the bodies of eerie creatures through the claw wounds. The 3 clawball wraiths rolled at high speed like 3 out-of-control bladed wheels. The 9 monkey corpse wraiths spread along the edge, thrusting both arms into the darkness and constantly dragging eerie creatures inward. Yet even their efficiency could not compare to one cast of the fleshvine wraith's net. Watching the scene, I was very satisfied. Now this is what an upgrade in productivity looks like. At the same time, the 2-headed bonehound wraiths began busily carrying corpses. Roya, Nove, and the elite goblin formed the crystal-digging team once again. Roya plunged 5 fingers into eerie skulls, grabbed, and dug. Nove used a dagger to accurately split skulls open. The elite goblin, meanwhile, continued its crude construction style and simply reached in barehanded. Plop, plop. One eerie crystal fragment after another dropped into the sack, each crisp little sound making me feel steady inside. Just as the slaughterhouse was running at full speed, the black soil of eerie field number 3 suddenly churned. Another monkey corpse wraith crawled out, shook the dirt off itself, and prostrated itself before me. Perfect timing. I personally dragged over a goblin corpse and threw it into eerie field number 3. The black soil swallowed the green-skinned body, and a 2-leaf seedling broke through the ground. The panel appeared. Planting, ordinary goblin. Estimated maturation time 4 hours. Leaf 1. Fertilize with 1 eerie crystal fragment to have maturation time. Leaf 2. Sacrifice corpses of the same kind to trigger fusion mutation. Each sacrificed corpse increases maturation time by 1 hour, up to 10 corpses. Each added eerie crystal fragment reduces time by 1 hour. Same recipe. My eyes brightened slightly. Last time, just 4 goblins had fused into a peak 0-tier elite goblin wraith. This time there were enough goblin corpses for the full 10. If I maxed it out, maybe I really could push out a first tier one. Bring over 10 goblin corpses. A 2-headed bonehound wraith immediately began running back and forth with corpses in its mouths, and 10 greenskin bodies were fed into the eerie field one after another. The seedling shot upward, its leaves staining a deeper dark green, while the maturation time climbed all the way from 4 hours to 14. I directly took 11 eerie crystal fragments from the crystal digging assembly line and threw them all into the black soil. The 2 leaves rapidly withered and fell away. Estimated maturation time, 2 hours. The results will be revealed in 2 hours. I clapped my hands. Try your best. Don't make me waste 11 unlucky greenskins for nothing. The night rain was still falling. The rain above the territory kept steaming away. The Lord's fire swayed without rest, and the shrieks in the darkness grew denser and denser, as if an entire tide of eerie creatures were gathering toward eternal territory. Suddenly, Roya raised his head. The first-tier crawling wraith also stopped biting. The silver moon eerie wolf lowered its body, and the silver-black crescent mark on its forehead lit up faintly. I followed the direction they were watching. In the dense darkness outside the territory, 3 faint crimson lights flickered one after another. The edge of the firelight shrank and swelled, as if something were pressing on it with a hand. Hiss! Then, in the next second, 3 huge monsters braved the night rain and charged into my territory together with a large mass of eerie creatures. The first to rush out was a first-tier crawling wraith, even larger than the previous invader. On the left, a first-tier bonehound wraith stepped forward, nearly 2 meters at the shoulder, its skull turned outward, teeth like uneven short blades, and a clouded soul fire jumping inside its head. On the right rolled a first-tier fleshball wraith. It was like a writhing mountain of flesh nearly 2 meters across, its surface covered in closed mouths and half-open eyes, dozens of thick short flesh limbs pushing it forward as it rolled, the ground it passed hissing with white smoke from corrosive slime. Behind the 3 first-tier eerie creatures came a dark press of 0-tier ones, charging madly toward the firelight in the night rain. These were the 3 that attacked last night, weren't they? My eyes narrowed. Precisely. Roya had already set down the eerie crystal fragments, gripped his knight's great sword, and mounted the bone horse. Good. I raised a hand, my voice low. Then kill them for me. Did they really think eternal territory was their home, free to come and go as they pleased? In an instant, all of the territory's first-tier combat power lunged out. 0 tiers clear the trash. First tiers fight first tiers. The moment the order was given, the monkey corpse wraiths, clawball wraiths, and 2-headed bonehound wraiths immediately turned toward the tide. Rooted in the north, the fleshvine wraith lashed up dozens of flesh vines like black whips into the horde. Crack! 1 bonehound wraith had its spine shattered. Crack! 3 crawling wraiths were wrapped up and flung directly into the clawball wraith's rolling path, instantly chopped into minced flesh. This was a one-sided slaughter. The real battlefield lay at the edge of the firelight. The mutated crawling wraith was the first to collide with the first-tier crawling wraith. Boom. The 2 giant beasts slammed into each other, dirt exploding outward. The ordinary first-tier crawling wraith was bigger, with thicker bony armor, and when its foreclaws came down, they were like 2 black battle axes. But the mutated crawling wraith was fiercer. It did not retreat. It let the enemy's claw blades tear open the flesh membrane over its shoulder, then countered with a claw straight into the other's neck. Black blood sprayed. The 2 crawling wraiths tangled together, rolling and tearing at each other, bone armor crashing again and again. On the other side, the silver moon eerie wolf pounced at the fleshball wraith, fast as a streak of silver-black shadow. More than a dozen mouths on the fleshball's surface opened at once and spat black acid. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The acid hit the ground, and the dirt smoked. Stepping over shards of frost, the silver moon eerie wolf slid sideways to avoid the acid, then slashed a paw across the fleshball's surface. Cold seeped into the flesh, and that patch immediately stiffened and blackened. The fleshball wraith let out a muffled roar, its body swelling violently, as over a dozen flesh limbs lashed at once. The silver moon eerie wolf was struck by one limb and slammed into the white bone fence, snapping 2 bone spikes. It flipped to the ground, growled low, and the crescent mark on its forehead brightened. In the next instant, it bit down on one of the fleshball wraith's limbs, tore away a huge chunk of flesh, and swallowed it directly. My eyelid twitched at the sight. Good lord. Fighting while eating too. Now that's professional alignment. Meanwhile, Roya met the first-tier bonehound wraith head-on. The bonehound opened its jaws and spewed black soul fire. Roya raised his sword to block, and the bone horse reared up and kicked the bonehound in the chest. Crack. Ironically, it was the bone horse's own leg that cracked, and the bonehound seized the chance to bite down on its front leg. Release it. The scarlet soul fire in Roya's eyes flared brighter. The bonehound wraith naturally did not understand, so Roya made it understand. His knight's greatsword came down in a vertical slash. Crack. The sound of a skull splitting rang out. The bonehound wraith let out a shriek, and its bony tail lashed toward Roya's back like a whip. In the next second, the fleshvine wraith's vines shot in from the side and tightly wrapped around the tail. Where my blade reaches is the path home. Roya gripped the sword with both hands, black deathly aura winding around the edge. Black radiance one-line slash. A pure black sword light swept across, and the first-tier bonehound wraith was cleanly cut from shoulder blade to waist bone. Its soul fire exploded, and the skeleton collapsed. Roya did not stop. He immediately turned the bone horse and charged toward the fleshball wraith. By now the fleshball wraith had already been torn full of pits by the silver moon eerie wolf. Most of its eyes had closed, 6 of its flesh limbs were severed, and yet it still rolled onward, trying to crush the wolf with its massive body. Roya struck in from the side, his great sword raised high. Sever. The black blade fell, splitting the fleshball wraith from the top. Black-red flesh collapsed to both sides. The silver moon eerie wolf seized the chance to pounce and bite through the core flesh tumor. The first-tier fleshball wraith twitched a few times and then stopped moving completely. The battle situation was nearly one-sided. Watching this, I felt steady inside. Eternal Territory was no longer that shabby little ring of land that trembled every time a first-tier eerie creature showed up. But just then, a sudden change erupted. The 2 crawling wraiths had been fighting and rolling so fiercely that they had drifted closer and closer to the edge of the territory. The ordinary first-tier crawling wraith was already covered in wounds, with half its bony armor torn open. The mutated crawling wraith had the upper hand, one claw pinning down the other's head as it prepared to bite through its neck completely. From the darkness, a huge monkey corpse hand suddenly reached out. That hand was several times larger than an ordinary monkey corpse wraith's, its 5 fingers pitch black, its nails like iron hooks. It grabbed both intertwined crawling wraiths and yanked hard. Whoosh. Both first-tier crawling wraiths were dragged out of the firelight at once and swallowed by the darkness. Damn it, there's a 4th first-tier eerie creature hiding in the dark. My face darkened, but Roya had already moved. He drove the injured bone horse out of the territory, with the silver moon eerie wolf right behind him. Rip, rip, dense sounds of tearing and biting instantly rang out from the darkness. It was not just the first-tier monkey corpse wraith. There were also large numbers of 0-tier eerie creatures piling onto them outside. I heard the bone horse scream, followed by the sound of bones shattering. Fleshvine wraith, use your skill and help them. I ordered urgently. The rooted fleshvine wraith's main body trembled violently. Vine strangulation activated. The original dozens of flesh vines doubled in an instant, densely stabbing into the darkness, barbs rising as they contracted madly. Crack, crack. From the darkness came the sound of flesh being twisted to pieces. One 0-tier eerie creature after another was dragged back into the territory, bodies already twisted into ropes. I stood by the fire, eyes fixed on the darkness, and for an instant it seemed that a black sword light flashed there. Roar. Then came a monkey corpse howl loud enough to shake the air. A moment later, Roya emerged from the darkness. He was no longer riding the bone horse. Instead, he was dragging the mutated first-tier crawling wraith back, by one hand gripping its bony armor. Half the mutated crawling wraith's body was covered in wounds. There were 5 deep finger holes at its neck, and one hind leg was broken, yet it was still alive. The silver moon eerie wolf followed close behind, carrying the corpse of the ordinary first-tier crawling wraith in its jaws, great patches of silver-black, fur torn away. Seeing the empty space at Roya's side, my expression darkened several degrees. That bone horse, which had charged with me through so many nights, had been left behind in the darkness forever. That debt would be settled against the eerie creatures and eternal night. In the next instant, The flesh vine wraith's vines reeled back from the darkness. Dozens of vines were twisted together, dragging back the corpse of a huge monkey corpse wraith. It stood nearly 2 meters tall, with arms longer than its knees, the face skinned away to leave only twisted fascia and fangs. By now it had already been strangled dry by the flesh vines like a mummy, and Roya's knight's greatsword was still stabbed into its chest, piercing where the heart should have been. Before long, the corpses of all 4 first-tier eerie creatures lay neatly inside the territory. A first-tier crawling wraith, a first-tier bonehound wraith, a first-tier fleshball wraith, and a first-tier monkey corpse wraith. The night rain was still falling, and the eerie tide was still charging. Looking at those corpses, I let out a long breath, and the corners of my mouth slowly rose. Well done. I looked toward the wounded, mutated crawling wraith and the silver moon eerie wolf. Eat some eerie corpses and recover your injuries quickly. The mutated crawling wraith immediately bit into a corpse and began devouring it in great mouthfuls, and the silver moon eerie wolf lowered its head to tear and bite as its wounds began slowly contracting. Roya stood by the fire, his black armor covered in flesh and blood, also absorbing eerie chi from the eerie corpses. That bone horse of yours was only a 0-tier eerie creature. It can't keep up with the intensity of battle anymore. I glanced at him and pointed toward the corpse of the first-tier bonehound wraith. When I plant that bonehound wraith for you, it'll be your new mount. Roya dropped to one knee, his voice still steady. My thanks, Lord. Get up. Stop kneeling. I waved a hand. You're Eternal Territory's #1 employee. Your mount setup has to be upgraded. The battle over, the territory resumed operation. 0-tier eerie creatures continued being dragged into the firelight. The clawball wraiths cleared trash, and the 2-headed bonehound wraiths carried corpses. Roya pulled out his greatsword and began processing the 4 first-tier eerie corpses. Before long, 18 first-tier eerie crystals were extracted and brought before me. Honored Lord, the spoils. 18. I took the eerie crystals, feeling their cold touch at my fingertips, and my mood immediately improved a great deal. A little later, eerie field #1 suddenly churned. A newborn mutated crawling wraith crawled out of the black soil and prostrated itself at my feet. I gave it a glance and said nothing more. Stand by over there. Then I called over the Silver Moon Eerie Wolf and took out the first-tier magic crystal from the Silver Moon Wolf that I had kept earlier. Time to handle real business. The magic crystal fell into Eerie Field #1. The black soil swallowed it, and a silver-white seedling broke through the surface with 3 leaves spread open. First-tier magic crystal planted. Estimated maturation time, 8 hours. I lifted my head and looked deep into eternal night. Black rain covered the sky, and there was no moon. But my earlier howling had already proven that the moon was always there, merely hidden behind eternal night. Silver Moon Eerie Wolf, bleed. The Silver Moon Eerie Wolf did not hesitate. It lowered its head and bit open its front paw. Dark red blood sprayed into the eerie field, carrying a faint silver-black sheen, and was quickly absorbed by the black soil. 100 milliliters, 500 milliliters, 1 liter. The second leaf withered and fell, and the Silver Moon Eerie Wolf's body swayed slightly. Go eat crawling wraith corpses and recover. I pointed toward the corpse pile. The Silver Moon Eerie Wolf gave a low growl and turned to pounce on the heap. I took out 1 first-tier eerie crystal and threw it into the field. The first leaf fell away. Then the third leaf gave a slight tremble as well. Above the black rain, somewhere hidden behind eternal night, it seemed as though a strand of invisible silver light descended. The seedling rapidly withered. In the center of the black soil, a brand new crystal nucleus grew out. It was only the size of a pigeon's egg, yet far deeper than the original magic crystal. Black patterns wound through its silver-white interior, as if moonlight had been bitten by eternal night. I reached out and picked it. Harvest successful. First-tier Eerie Core. A Silver Moon Wolf magic core infused with Eerie Chi, several times more effective than an ordinary magic crystal. It could be used to produce high-quality first-tier magic potions, mutate battle chi attributes, strengthen corrupted creatures, or serve in weapons or territorial energy structures. Better keep it as potion material. I placed the Eerie Core in the deepest part of the territory's wooden chest and looked at the now empty field. I had promised Roya I would get him a new mount, so there was nothing to hesitate over. Fleshvine Wraith, drag over the first-tier Bonehound Wraith corpse. At the northern edge, the Fleshvine Wraith slowly raised a thick vine, passed it over the corpse pile, wrapped it around the remains of the Bonehound Wraith, and with its barbs hooked into the gaps of the bones, gradually dragged it before the eerie field. This bonehound wraith stood nearly 2 meters at the shoulder. Even with its soul fire extinguished, its skeleton still carried a sense of pressure. The eerie field churned, the corpse sank swiftly, and a gray-white seedling broke through the soil with bony leaves slowly unfurling. Bonehound wraith planted. Estimated maturation time, 24 hours. Leaf 1. Fertilized with 2 first-tier eerie crystals. Maturation time reduced by 60%. Leaf 2. Add up to 2 first-tier bonehound wraith corpses or 20 zero-tier bonehound wraith corpses to trigger fusion mutation. Leaf 3. Add 1 metal block for major skeletal mutation and enhancement. Leaf 4. Bury one thing you need the least. The less you need it, the better the effect. Random outcome. After reading that, I immediately felt relieved. So conscientious. My standards for the eerie field were already very low now. As long as it did not break through my bottom line, that was fine. And if you asked where my bottom line was, well, a bottom line could always be lowered flexibly. I first took out 2 first-tier eerie crystals and tossed them into the black soil. The gray-white seedling trembled violently. The first leaf rapidly yellowed and withered, and the maturation time was sharply reduced. Then I looked at the 2-headed bonehound wraiths. Bring over the bonehound wraith corpses from the warehouse, and all the ones killed tonight too. Several 2-headed bonehound wraiths immediately ran off, carrying 1 corpse in each mouth, going back and forth. Before long, 20 zero-tier bonehound wraith corpses were piled beside the eerie field. The black soil swallowed them one by one. The second leaf withered accordingly. The seedling stem had grown much thicker, and fine bone patterns had appeared over the gray-white leaves, like some kind of spine in the process of forming. Next comes the metal. I looked toward the corner of the territory, where that blue exotic metal still lay, the size of a wash basin, its surface glowing faintly blue. This thing was definitely not cheap. Unfortunately, Eternal Territory had neither blacksmith nor furnace. Left and used, it was just a collectible. Planted, it became combat power. If there's more of this exotic metal or somewhere on the sea wind plane, then losing this chunk doesn't matter. And if there isn't, then after refining this one piece there still won't be much anyway, so there's nothing to feel bad about. I waved a hand. 2-headed bonehound wraiths, move it. 2 of them bit the metal block together, dragged it to the edge of the eerie field, and shoved it into the black soil. Hum! There came a low ringing from deep within the field. The third leaf instantly fell away. A faint layer of blue patterns emerged across the surface of the gray-white seedling, like molten metal flowing through bone lines. Roy had been standing there the whole time. The black-armored knight said nothing, but the scarlet soul fire in his eyes brightened slightly. I glanced at him. Don't get emotional. It's just employee benefits. The other eerie creatures? I shall use my new mount to trample the Lord's enemies to dust. Roya dropped to one knee. Up. I waved a hand. Every time you kneel, I feel like I'm about to die. Roya silently rose. The last leaf was still swaying. Bury one thing you need the least to produce a random effect. I stroked my chin. What do I need the least? Crawling wraith corpses? No. Those might be all over the ground, but they were still hard currency for Eternal Territory. The eerie army had to eat them. Roya had to absorb them. First-tier units had to recover with them, and the Silver Moon Eerie Wolf needed them to improve its bloodline. I thought it over, and suddenly my eyes shifted. I walked behind the tent and rummaged through a pile of odds and ends until I found a dark object. Found it. The Black Bread Club. Back then I couldn't eat it, but throwing it away felt wasteful, while keeping it had been completely useless. It was absurdly hard, tasted unforgettable in all the wrong ways, and at a noble banquet could be classified directly as a blunt weapon. Now I command many fierce subordinates. I've already passed those bitter days of personally bashing monsters with black bread. As I said that, I buried the Black Bread Club in the eerie field. The black soil swallowed it, and the fourth leaf trembled lightly, yellowed, and fell. The seedling grew stronger, and the estimated maturation time dropped to less than 10 hours. Now all that was left was to wait for the reveal. Satisfied, I nodded and returned to the Lord's fire, sitting on the low stool sent from Black Rock Territory and warming myself by the flames. The night rain struck the protective light curtain with dense little sounds. Eerie creatures were dragged into the firelight, screaming, shattering, crystal digging. Everything moved like an assembly line. Watching busy Eternal Territory, I suddenly felt a little regretful. Too bad there's no red wine and no wheat ale. This would be the perfect time for a drink. That would be a lord's comfortable life. I looked down at the clean water in my hand. Forget it. Just being alive was already good enough. Just then, another eerie field suddenly shook. The black soil bulged. The goblin that had fused 10 goblin corpses had matured. Harvest successful. Goblin giant wraith. Boom. A huge dark green hand pierced through the soil. Then a massive body crawled out of the field. It stood more than 2 meters tall, with shoulders broad as a wall, muscles bulging in slabs, dark green skin shading toward black, and black stitch-like patterns spread all over its surface. Its back was slightly hunched, its arms nearly hanging to its knees, and its hands were large enough to crush an ordinary goblin skull. Normal goblins looked wretched, greedy, and filthy. This one was different. It was still ugly, but ugly in a highly oppressive way, like some giant green monster. Boom, boom, boom. The goblin giant wraith walked before me and dropped to one knee, making the ground shake. Gah! Its voice was deep and carried several parts obedience. This big lump was fused out of 10 goblins. I looked up at it and clicked my tongue. I doubt 100 ordinary goblins could beat it. The eerie field was incredible. I opened the panel. Goblin giant wraith. Early first tier, combat value 288. A giant green-skinned eerie creature formed from the fusion mutation of many goblin corpses. Its strength, endurance, and basic intelligence far exceed those of ordinary goblins. It is not suited to fine combat, but is ideal as a breakthrough warrior, heavy laborer, low-tier legion vanguard, and for any role requiring brute force to solve problems. Not bad combat power. I nodded. Early first tier with a combat value of 288, a little higher than the Silver Moon Eerie Wolf when it had first emerged. Its speed and bloodline could not compare to the wolf's, but it was cheap. And cheap was the biggest advantage of all. If I could capture a goblin tribe and shove heaps of corpses into the eerie field. In my mind, I could already see a row of goblin giant wraiths charging with bone clubs on their shoulders. Goblin tribe. I birthed myself, then beat myself. The image was spiritually contaminating, but also extremely satisfying. Go help and deal with the eerie creatures entering the territory, I ordered. Gah. The goblin giant wraith gave a low growl and turned to patrol the territory. A crawling wraith had just been dragged into the firelight by the flesh vines and had not even steadied itself, yet when the goblin giant wraith raised its foot and stomped down. Crack! The crawling wraith's skull exploded. It bent down, grabbed the corpse, and used it like a club, sweeping it sideways and smashing 2 bonehound wraiths flying. Seeing that, I was very satisfied. Excellent. Greenskin Heavy Industry is officially online. I came to the vacant eerie field number 3. Right now, the most suitable thing to plant was a first-tier monkey corpse wraith. After all, corpses had a time limit. Fleshvine wraith, drag that big monkey corpse over. As for the other 2, we can't plant them for now. 2-headed bonehound wraiths. Send them into the eerie warehouse for preservation. At my command, several 2-headed bonehound wraiths immediately got to work. The fleshvine wraith also split off 2 vines and wrapped them around the first-tier monkey corpse wraith's corpse. Though the corpse had been twisted out of shape, its limbs were still mostly intact, especially those 2 long arms, whose nails were like black iron hooks. The black soil swallowed the corpse, and a seedling broke through the earth. This time, the seedling was dark red, its stem like an arm bone, and 4 leaves slowly unfolded. Monkey corpse wraith planted, estimated maturation time 24 hours. Leaf 1. Fertilize with 2 first-tier eerie crystals, have maturation time. Leaf 2. Plant within 5 hours of death to grant limb mutation. Completed. Leaf 3. Sacrifice 25% of the monkey corpse wraith's intelligence to gain an additional 50% strength, or vice versa. Sacrifice strength for intelligence. Leaf 4. Arm wrestle a monkey corpse wraith atop the eerie field. If you win, it can comprehend 1 active skill. Leaf 1 was easy enough. I directly took out 2 first-tier eerie crystals and threw them into the black soil. The dark red seedling trembled lightly, its leaves rapidly yellowing and curling before drifting into the soil, and the maturation time immediately shortened. Faced with the 3rd leaf, I hesitated. Now this was interesting. Should I choose super intelligence or super strength? The intelligence of this kind of pure eerie creature isn't high to begin with. Even if it increases by another 50%, the effect probably won't be great. I stroked my chin. But if its strength increases by 50%, the effect will be obvious right away. Even if I gave it super intelligence, at a critical moment, it would probably tell itself that using super strength is still the best solution. The logic formed a perfectly closed loop. The moment I confirmed my decision, the 3rd leaf began blackening, then withered yellow and fell. As for the 4th leaf, the moment I stepped onto the edge of the eerie field, the black soil immediately churned. A withered arm stretched out from the dirt. Skin and flesh clung tightly to the bone, dark in color, with hooked nails, like a piece of sun-dried firewood. But the instant it appeared, the surrounding soil sank under pressure. Its elbow braced against the field, its 5 fingers spread wide. The meaning was perfectly clear. Come, arm wrestle. Expressionless, I took one step back. Roya, the black-armored knight, immediately set down the eerie skull he had been processing and walked to the edge of the field. Honored lord, you arm wrestle it. Without the slightest hesitation, Roya bent down, extended his right hand encased in armor, and clasped it with the shriveled monkey hand. One man and one hand, black armor against dry claw. Begin. Boom. The eerie field sank violently. Fine grinding sounds came from the black armor on Roya's right arm, and the scarlet soul fire in his eyes flickered slightly. That monkey corpse hand looked gaunt, yet its strength was absurd, slowly forcing Roya's arm downward bit by bit. Roya's shoulder armor shook, black deathly aura surging out as he forcibly held it at bay. 1 breath, 5 breaths, 10 breaths. Bam! Roya's arm was slammed heavily into the black soil, dirt splashing up, and even a fine crack opened at the edge of the eerie field. Roya's combat power is strong, but pure strength isn't his specialty. My eyelid twitched, and I sighed. Everyone has their own area of expertise. My apologies. I failed to win. Roya lowered his head and withdrew his arm. 5 deep marks left across the armored glove. It's not your fault. Go get back to work. I waved a hand, then turned to look at the goblin giant wraith at the edge of the territory, where it was currently swinging a corpse to smash eerie creatures. Greenskin heavy industry, get over here. Hearing the order, the goblin giant wraith immediately threw down the mutilated crawling wraith corpse in its hand and strode over. Thump, thump, thump. Every step made the ground give off a dull vibration. It crouched at the edge of the eerie field and stretched out a hand larger than a normal human head, clasping the monkey hand. Use your full strength, I said. Gah! The goblin giant wraith gave a low growl, the muscles in its arm bulging in slabs, the black stitching-like lines across its body pulling tight. The arm wrestling contest began again. Boom! The 2 monstrous arms collided. The goblin giant wraith's strength truly was terrifying. At the start, it even managed to press the monkey hand down by an inch. But very soon, the monkey hand began pushing back. A little, then a little more, then more again. The goblin giant wraith drove both feet into the soil, its shoulders cracking, a low growl rising from its throat, tusks jutting outward as it pressed its whole body's strength into the struggle. It was useless. That dry arm was like an iron stake, slowly pressing it back. After more than 10 breaths, the back of the goblin giant wraith's hand was already close to touching the ground. The eerie field only said to win the arm wrestling match. It didn't say I couldn't cheat. My eyes hardened. If the goblin giant wraith failed too, then I would have no usable eerie creature left for this. Flesh vine wraith, give it a hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of flesh vines shot out instantly, wrapping around the entire arm of the monkey corpse hand and yanking in the opposite direction from the goblin giant wraith. At the same time, the gray-green light in the goblin giant wraith's eyes flared brightly. Gah! It let out a low roar, the muscles of its whole arm swelling, black blood even seeping from its shoulder. The flesh vine wraith cooperated by tightening with all its strength. Each vine pulled taut. At that point, the battle began to turn. The monkey hand was slowly forced back. The speed was very slow, but it truly was shifting. After dozens more breaths, the back of the monkey hand touched the black soil. Thud! With a muffled sound, the eerie field instantly fell silent. The dry arm froze for a moment, then withdrew into the depths of the earth. The final leaf trembled gently, withered yellow, and fell. Gaga! The goblin giant wraith collapsed onto the ground, panting twice. The flesh vine wraith slowly withdrew its vines and went back to casting its net outside the territory. Well done. Watching this, I was very satisfied. Teamwork, reasonable cheating. This was the proper way for a lord to operate. At present, all 3 eerie fields had entered their waiting phase. The first-tier bonehound wraith was still gestating. The first-tier monkey corpse wraith also still needed time, and the eerie crystal field needed no attention at all with automatic reinvestment. The territory had remained stable the entire time. I looked around, confirmed there was nothing that required my personal handling, and finally remembered that I was still a living human. I walked over to the wooden bucket sent from Blackrock territory and poured in clean water. Clean water felt especially precious inside eternal territory. Compared with eerie blood, black mud, and rotten flesh, it looked so clean that it felt almost out of place. I took off the outer clothing stained with blood and dust and used a cloth towel to wipe down my body. When the cold water touched my skin, I inhaled softly. The territory really ought to recruit a personal maid and a steward. That's the proper setup a noble lord should have.